before I marry, and I want to learn it from you." He jerked backward as if she had struck him. "If I win this race for us, you'll have enough money you won't need to marry." I appreciate the gesture, but such a boon would only delay the inevitable. I've my sister to support and my mother as well. I am still bound for marriage, David, and the longer I wait, the poorer my chances. His face flushed scarlet. "I cannot offer for you, so do not ask me." His words stung, for all that she was now prepared to deal with them. Caroline crossed her arms across her flannel-clad chest and tried to hide her shaking fingers. "As you pointed out last night, we would not suit. I am not seeking an offer of marriage from you." And she wasn't. He had made it quite clear his heart was otherwise engaged. But given that the love of his life had been dead for some 11 years, he could not argue that other pertinent parts of his anatomy were not available. And though her motives tended toward selfish, she might be able to help him as well. It struck her as a terrible waste that a man capable of such strong feelings had spent 11 years loving someone who could no longer love him back. He seemed unwilling to even consider an alternative to that cycle of mourning, but perhaps he had not found someone who could help him see that his life might be more. Even if he could not see a future with her, Caroline was willing to prove he should at least consider a future with someone. Oblivious to the machinations of her mind, David raked a hand through hair that already stood in a damp, golden tangle. "If not marriage, then what in the name of all that is holy are you asking me for?" Caroline took a deep breath for courage and flexed her fingers against the suffocating cocoon of her flannel robe. This next bit would require some finesse. "I require only your expertise in matters of a physical nature." His eyes narrowed on hers. "That sounds like an indecent sort of proposition." "You told me last night you weren't celibate. That means you grant your favors to other women." Her stomach churned, whether from the constant, shuddering movement of the bathing machine or the nature of what she was asking, she couldn't be sure. "I want you to share some small measure of those favors with me, one friend to another." He began to pace in the narrow confines of the bathing machine, although circling might have been more apt description. 2 steps carried him from one end of the house to the other. His movements set the timbers of the little house shaking. "Have you not heard a word I have said?" His words swung wildly, but still found their mark. The honor she sensed lurking beneath David's skin, the honor he denied he possessed, insinuated itself front and center. "You are more than other women to me. You are asking me to ruin you and then wrap it in a nice bow, as if it's some kind of perverted gift." "Don't I deserve to know what I should be seeking in a husband before I make the wrong choice?" she countered. "And I have not asked you to do anything of the sort. I do not require the whole of the experience, just enough to properly inform my decision." He paused, facing away from her, trapped in one narrow corner of the box that seemed to have shrunk about 3 sizes. She heard him swallow, even over the rush of the ocean. "How much of it?" he rasped. "Not all of it, but more than kissing." She had already had that from him, and while she was looking forward to repeating the experience, she wanted to know more. His shoulders tensed beneath the wet fabric of his shirt, and she could see his fists clench and unclench. "You do not know what you are asking of me." "I do." And she believed with every fibre of her being, that he was the only man who could accomplish it. I want this, David. You want the experience. He swung around to face her. It does not have to come from me. Caroline studied him, frustration shaking her with sharp teeth. She did not want to marry someone like Branson or Duffington without first exploring the sort of emotion that made her heart spin on its axis. Are you suggesting I should ask someone else to show me? Mr. Branson, perhaps? He took a heated step toward her, his eyes flashing. God, no. Do not even consider taking such a careless risk to your reputation. Her knees locked at his terse reminder. He was right. She was skirting ruin here, and not just in the physical sense. She considered what had happened as a result of her single, ill-considered experience with Mr. Dermot, and that had been nothing more than a kiss. If someone found out about this, her reputation, fragile thing that it was, would be shattered. She did not want to disappoint her family, just to find some narrow piece of happiness. But she also wanted a memory that would buffer her through the increasing likelihood of a cold, loveless marriage. And she wanted that memory to be shaped by David Cameron. Despite his claims to the contrary, there was honour in this man. She trusted David to preserve her reputation. Who better to protect her than a man so determined not to ruin her? And who better than she to show him what potential lurked in his heart? Caroline shook free the misgivings that sat heavy on her shoulders. I do not want to ask another man to show me this, David. I want it to be you, precisely because I know my reputation is safe with you. And then, before he could lodge another protest, before he could shove her, once again, into the realm of mere friendship, she stepped forward and kissed him. David found himself knocked off balance, this time by Caroline herself. The impact of her body and their wild tumble against the salt-slicked wall left him so stunned that for a moment he wondered if she had hit him with something more solid than just her frame. Not that he wouldn't deserve it. But then her fingers tangled in his hair, and he was pulled, quite forcibly, down to meet her lips. Had he ever met a girl so determined to be ruined? He tried to remain unmoved by her sweet assault, kept his lips closed as she pressed her lush mouth against him, forced his fingers to stay pressed flat against his own thighs, when what he wanted to do was lift his hands to grip her hair and yank her closer. She gasped against his mouth, a small, feminine mewl of frustration. He'd lost the battle for apathy with that sound, which so perfectly echoed how he felt. Lifting his hands to cradle her head, he scraped his fingers through her coiled hair and loosened an army's worth of pins in the process. An astonishing array of scents greeted him as her hair came down, scents he was coming to associate with Caroline: ocean salt, vanilla, and something undefinable that went straight to his gut. Even as he fought to retain some base measure of control, his body flared to life around the familiar, stinging taste of her. His cock rose up to greet the collision of flannel and wet wool, softness and heat. He coaxed her mouth apart and ran his tongue along the seam of her lips, showed her the rhythm that set up its inescapable beat in the primitive part of his brain. And then, though he knew he should not, though he had told her he would not, he gave her the moment she sought. But he didn't just draw her into a sweet, sheltered embrace. No, he cupped her arse, pulled her against his throbbing erection, and showed her why it was not a good idea to tease the beast he kept chained. She ignored the warning. If anything, she pushed back against him. Her flannel-clad core settled dangerously close to part of his body that wanted to bury itself in her. The friction of their bodies caught against the edges of that hateful robe, and it gaped open in places he suspected he would dream of for some time to come. It proved an impossible invitation, one he didn't have the intelligence or presence of mind to refuse. He lifted a palm to one of Caroline's breasts, and she sighed into his mouth with pleasure. She might be small-breasted, but there was no lack of response. Indeed, it was as if every nerve ending was concentrated in space and time, straining for the touch of his thumb. He stroked her nipple, reverently at first, and then turned his touch harder, rolling the peaked nub between his fingers until she gasped, this time with pleasure instead of frustration. The sound unearthed an answering, rumbling growl deep within his chest. He hitched her legs around his waist, where they wrapped, impossibly tight. He pushed her against the opposite wall, intent on providing her with the instruction she had demanded. But as his hands groped for leverage against the damp wood, his fingers caught on a rope of some sort. A sound reached his ears then, a scraping along the outside wall. The kiss ended on dual gasps of surprise, and they both stared at the rope, where his left hand still rested. "Flag up, yellow box!" The distant shout echoed from shore, just discernible above the sound of the water and their own laboured breathing. His right hand, which had still been pressed against her breast, was greeted with a rush of cool air as she jerked away from his touch. Caroline exploded in a flurry of limbs and flannel, pulling the edges of the robe around her. "You've pulled the flag!" she accused. "What flag?" He couldn't think of anything except that in this moment he would have agreed to any terms she wanted, if only she would kiss him again. "The flag to call the bathing machine back in!" She pushed against him, her hands firm. "Go! Go!" "Go where?" he asked, feeling trapped. He was confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Her lips were still swollen, and the skin along the collar of her robe was flushed pink. She still hummed with passion. But a hint of panic had been inserted into the mix. She reached a hand up to the shelf and dragged down a bundle of blue print fabric, then turned her back on him. He stared, transfixed by the sight of her curved spine, as she shrugged off the robe and pulled her white shift over her bare shoulders. Christ, but she was lovely. "To the shore," she snapped over her shoulder. "To the cove, anywhere. Just don't be seen here, for God's sake." She yanked the shift down to cover her hips, not even pausing as it skimmed the water and became soaked through. He started to turn toward the door, but paused. His thoughts were tumbling, but they were all pointing in the same direction. "You'll meet me at the cove in an hour's time." Despite the risk of discovery, his hand refused to turn the latch until he achieved an understanding. She paused, her fingers halting in the process of pulling on her dress. "Do you agree to my terms?" she asked, warily. He strained against the demands of his conscience. Had she left him any choice? Hers was a reckless sort of spirit, and she seemed to either not understand or care that ruin hovered around this corner she was demanding to turn. Could he do what she asked? He needed only to ensure her virtue remained intact. He was no longer a lust-addled youth. Surely he could show her a taste of her body's potential without taking the ultimate prize. And if it kept her out the hands of a fumbling fool like Branson, well, mayhap there was honor to be found in that. "Aye." He turned the latch. "I agree to your terms, but only through Monday's race and no more." he would not survive if she insisted on daily lessons through his leaving. "Then I promise I will meet you there." She chased her words with a brilliant smile that he was quite sure would have damned him to hell had he not already surrendered that part of his soul 11 years ago. The danger ratcheted up as David heard the sounds of splashing outside the box. The whinny of a horse reached his ears, followed by the snap of reins. He reached for the front door of the bathing machine, but paused as the house gave a lurch and started to turn. Water swirled around their legs as the house strained against the current. "Not that way," she said, whispering now. She motioned toward the back door as the box gave another shudder and began to move forward. "The driver is on that side. The back door is now pointed toward the ocean." And then he was pushed out of the machine's rear door, preparing his lungs for a long, underwater swim and an hour of frustration until he could see her again. She had promised she would come. There was unfinished business between them. And he had never wanted to finish something so much in his life. Chapter 20. A thrumming beat still shimmered at the juncture of Caroline's thighs a quarter-hour later. If that had been her first lesson in the pleasures to be found beyond kissing, she could not imagine what her second lesson might reveal. If David hadn't pulled the flag, how much more might she have learned? She wanted to imagine he would not have taken her there, against the wall of the bathing machine, but the urgency of his kiss and the primitive, vital response of her own body had quite shocked her. How could she expect him to guard her virtue if her own feelings on the matter were so easily swayed? Mr. Hamilton had joined them for the long, sticky walk home, drawing Penelope into a private conversation and leaving Caroline to fend for herself among the 3 remaining men. She breathed a grateful sigh of relief as they made their way up her porch stairs and came to a disorderly halt. At last, she could count this ill-designed exercise at an end and find a way to slip out and meet David at the cove. She was already late, but there had been no choice but to return home first. The 3 men remained glued to her side from the moment she climbed, damp and dishevelled, out of the bathing machine. "Might I call on you for a walk tomorrow?" Duffington's booming voice jerked her back to the hard reality of the parting niceties. Branson elbowed his way closer and lodged a swift protest. "I was hoping to call on you tomorrow, Miss Caroline." To her surprise, given his seeming focus on Penelope, Mr. Hamilton was the next to pipe up. "It isn't sporting to monopolize her time when there are also others who would enjoy a chance to call on her. I would like to call on her tomorrow as well." Caroline tried to summon a smile, but it was hard to find one that fit the moment. The infantile verbal sparring between the men was starting to remind her of the gulls that squabbled over crusts of bread on the beach. Worse, they imposed on time she needed to preserve for David. She was going to need every second to teach him what he needed to know in order to win against Brighton's more seasoned competitors on Monday, and she was going to demand every second he owed her in return. "I really must beg all of your leaves on the matter of a walk tomorrow," she hedged, fanning her face. "I am unused to such strenuous exercise." She saw Penelope's eyes round a bit at the lie. Not that she blamed her. After all, her sister was usually the one who had to explain the long walks Caroline took most afternoons to their mother. When the last man had taken his leave and trooped off the porch, Caroline exhaled in frustration. "I am sorry, Pen. I do not know why Mr. Hamilton said he would call on me. He seems much more interested in you, truth be told." Penelope gave her a probing look as she opened the front door, her blue eyes serious beneath her shaded straw bonnet. "That is really neither here nor there. Not an hour ago you insisted that these men represented your best chance at finding an offer of marriage, that romance and love held no place in your decision, yet you could have been contemplating which serving of spoiled fish to eat just now." Caroline held her breath against the dizzying scent of flowers that greeted her as she followed Penelope inside to the foyer. A great deal had changed in that hour, including, it seemed, the arrival of several more bouquets, but by far the most important change of the past hour had been her agreement with David. Not that Penelope knew anything of that. They seem like fine young men, but the prospect of courting one of them is a bit daunting, she admitted. "Do you find any of them appealing?" Pen asked curiously, as she placed her journal on the foyer table and began to remove her gloves. "Mr. Adams is passably handsome, and I admit some partiality to Mr. Hamilton's red hair." Caroline shook her head as she tossed the hated parasol into the umbrella stand. "Not really," she admitted. Indeed, based on the way these gentlemen made her feel, even Mr. Dermot might be a better choice. At least he had nice, straight teeth, and made her feel a little light-headed, even when he tormented her. "But as I must marry," she mused, with an increasing sense of discomfort, "I can't see my way around it." Penelope untied the ribbons of her bonnet and fixed Caroline with a stern look as she lifted the straw hat from her hair. "Why must you marry?" The question startled her. "To ensure our futures, to return our family to respectability." Her father's last words teased at the scant edges of Caroline's memory. "To take care of you and Mamma." Pen shook her head as she placed the bonnet on the hat tree. "I refuse to be the reason you marry. I am capable of making my own way." Caroline stared at her sister in surprise. "But I made a promise." Penelope threw up her hands. "To whom? To Mamma? I cannot believe that. I do not believe she intends you to be unhappy. She married Papa for love. She would not deny you the same opportunity." Caroline's toes twitched inside her half-boots. Could Pen be right? She thought back to recent conversations. Mamma had been fixated on the matter of a suitor's title and financial security, sure enough, but it was also true she wanted to know how Caroline felt about things. The noise of heels sounding on the floorboards overhead proved an unwelcome distraction. She glanced up, examining the old plaster moulding that threatened to come apart with every footfall. No matter Pen's claims regarding Mamma's intentions, Caroline wanted to deal with her mother's scrutiny right now, even less than she desired to have this conversation with Penelope. But she needed her sister's help if she was to provide their mother with a logical excuse. "I forgot I have an appointment this afternoon, Pen. Will you give Mamma my apologies and tell her I shall miss afternoon tea?" "An appointment with whom?" Pen's voice rang in suspicion. Caroline's mind scrambled for purchase on some idea, and came up blank. "I am not sure why you won't confide in me. Haven't I always kept your secrets? I did not tell Mamma about that matter with Mr. Dermot, and I would not tell her about this." Her sister's probing made Caroline squirm with guilt. "And what of your secrets, Pen? You have not confided in me either. When did you progress from reading about the world to writing about it. Perhaps I have something to write about for the first time in my life, Penelope retorted, her face flushing a virulent shade of pink. And do not try to turn this around. You are going to swim. Do not deny it. Caroline curled her fingers in empty frustration. The only way to keep Pen quiet on this was to make her an ally. Then they would both catch it if Mamma found out. Yes, she admitted, wondering if she wasn't making the biggest mistake of her life. Well, perhaps not the biggest. She had kissed Dermot, after all. I am going to swim. In the cove where Papa used to take us to gather seashells when we were small. There. She had given voice to this terrible, clandestine part of her life. It felt oddly comforting to confess the truth to her sister. But she was not, under any circumstances, going to tell her sister whom she was going to swim with. "Isn't that a tad reckless?" Penelope asked, her eyes rounding to the shape of marbles. "I recall the current there being ferocious." "Oh, it is quite safe," Caroline rushed to assure her. She did not, under any circumstances, want Pen to feel compelled to take this information to their mother. Nothing to worry about. Why, even the most novice of swimmers could manage it, if only they knew where to find it. She laughed, negating the potential danger with a flippant hand. "I enjoy going there because it reminds me of Papa. Swimming was something he encouraged me to do, you know, much like he encouraged your interest in books and the newspaper." Pen's mouth opened wordlessly, then closed again. "Oh," she said, before her face softened in understanding. "I suppose I could tell Mamma you have gone to an appointment with the modiste on East Street." Caroline nodded, although new clothes were the furthest thing from her mind. "Thank you, Pen. I shall owe you." She took a step toward the front door and the freedom that hovered just beyond. By now, David would be pacing along shore, wondering where she was, and she still had an hour's hard walk ahead of her. A firm rapping on the very door she was aiming for sent Caroline's stomach churning. It could be just another bouquet of flowers, she supposed. Or it could be another blasted gentleman caller. She cast a wild glance around the foyer, preparing to slip down the hallway and make her exit through the scullery door. Of course, that would put her in Bess's path, which would be almost as bad as stumbling into Mamma's. But Penelope didn't give her time to formulate a plan. She was already stepping around her and pulling open the door. A smartly dressed woman stood on the porch. Her hair was the sort of vivid orange that could only come from a chemist's shop, and her generous bosom was showcased by tucks and gathers in places Caroline would have never considered sending a needle and thread. She regarded Caroline with a shrewd, assessing air, her eyes running the length of her frame, from heel to hair. "Bonjour, chérie." "Bonjour," Caroline replied. Bess appeared from the hallway that ran to the kitchen. "Oh, Madame Beauclair!" The servant wiped her flour-covered hands on her apron. "I'll fetch Mrs. Talbotson straight away." She headed up the stairs, muttering about pies and fittings and too many gentlemen callers. "Did you know about this?" Caroline hissed to Penelope. Her sister shook her head, though her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Caroline couldn't begrudge her that. It had been at least 3 years since either Caroline or Pen had been gifted with anything other than a made-over gown. But why did it have to be today of all days? "I came as soon as I could," the woman said, her French accent slipping as a hint of London's East Side snuck in. She recovered well, though, affecting a very cosmopolitan sniff. Mrs. Tolbertson's missive on the need for my services seemed, comment vous le dites, frantic. The sound of Mamma's heels on the top of the stairs made Caroline's inside shrivel. She could see the remainder of her afternoon coming like a runaway wagon down a narrow alley, and yet she could not steer herself clear of the pending wreckage. Still, she had to try. David was waiting for her, and she had promised. But Madame Beauclair's large frame blocked any hope of easy egress. Please? Caroline breathed, motioning with both hands. If you could just step a little to the side. The dressmaker took a single, dramatic step to one side, one penciled brow cocked upward in amusement. Are you sure, chérie? She was trailed by a shopgirl, bearing an armful of fabric samples and a covered basket with ribbons and lace peeking out of the top. By the looks of that dress, I suspect you might be the one I have been summoned here to help. Perhaps another day, Caroline said, preparing to bolt through the open door like lightning. But even as she gathered her skirts, her mother's voice floated down from the last step of the stairwell. Caroline Rebecca Talbotson, if you take one more step toward that open door, you shall live to regret it. Caroline blinked up. Why, oh why, couldn't this be the day that Mamma was confined to bed with a headache? I have to go, she protested. Surely this can wait. Her mother descended the final step, her blue eyes flashing in excitement as much as annoyance. No, I am very much afraid this cannot wait. There is not a minute to spare. Caroline looked between her mother and the modiste. I don't understand. Her mother's skin flushed a pretty pink against her widow's weeds. Penelope was correct, it seems. In the matter of one invitation leading to more, you've both received an invitation to a ball tomorrow night, sponsored by Lord and Lady Traverstein. So I am afraid your afternoon walk will just have to wait. Chapter 21. Caroline was hauled into the parlour and stripped down to her shift. Mamma and Penelope settled on the settee to study a book of fashion plates. Tea was ordered, a poor sign all around. And then the shopgirl began taking Caroline's measurements with the pace of a tortoise. Quite possibly a deceased tortoise. Madame Beauclair circled with a critical eye, her magnificent bosom bouncing with each step. She brought her fingers together as if considering pinching some part of Caroline's misshapen anatomy. Those shoulders, I have never seen the like. I shall have to cancel the rest of my afternoon appointments to deal with this problem. Will that cost more? Mamma asked, her face pulling into worried creases. The modiste shook her head. It shall be my charitable pleasure. Such great need, after all, cannot be ignored. Caroline groaned. So now she was a problem, a philanthropic venture for Brighton's newest modiste, to show the town what an excellent seamstress could accomplish under dire circumstances. She could almost hear the gossip now, from Miss Baxter's all-too-ready lips. If Madame Beauclair could turn that Caroline Talbotson into someone passable, imagine what miracles she could work on the rest of us. And all the while, David was waiting. She had promised him she would be there, and a promise was something one did not break. But, as painful as the memory was, another promise she had once made demanded its own recognition. She had promised her father, all those years ago, that she would take care of Mamma and Penelope. And a small, reluctant part of her could not deny that standing here and suffering this was a step toward fulfilling that promise. Madame Beauclerc turned toward Mamma and Penelope on the settee. "You mentioned in your urgent summons we must work within a limited budget, oui?" Mrs. Talbotson's face settled into a determined mask. "Yes, we must set up both of my daughters with a new, more fashionable wardrobe for £30 or less." "Mamma!" Caroline gasped. By her mother's own admission, they had, in total, less than £100. They needed that money to live, should her mangled efforts to produce a well-heeled husband fall through. "I have two perfectly good dresses," she protested, now cringing at the memory of destroying her navy serge gown. "I do not need more." "It is money well spent if it procures a betrothal within the month." Her mother straightened her small but stern shoulders. "We cannot afford a trousseau. Best to focus on the outer garments." Caroline wanted to shake her mother into rational thought. If they spent such a substantial portion of their savings on this desperate gamble, they would have nothing left to fall back on should the price of bread go up. Or should the ceiling cave in? "Please do not do this," Caroline begged. Time was already racing by for her, time she resented losing. If this money was spent on clothing, she would have no choice but to strongly encourage one of her current suitors to consider a scandalously short courtship, despite the fact that none of them made her heart do more than push the usual amount of tepid blood through her veins. Her mother raised a determined brow. "You had 3 gentlemen callers this morning, Caroline, and now have an invitation to a ball." "4 callers," Penelope chimed in. "Mr. Hamilton joined the group later," she added, and though her sister's voice offered no hint of resentment, Caroline squirmed at the reminder. "4 gentlemen callers," her mother corrected, her eyes widening. "It quite taxes the imagination. This is a time for action, not frugality. I want 2 new day dresses made for you. But first we must focus on a ball gown that is in the absolute height of fashion. Penelope's day dresses are in better shape, but I think at least 1 new dress for her, as well as a new evening gown." Madame Beauclerc burst into enthusiastic motion, clapping her hands. "I must see what accessories you have, so we know what to work around. Bring them all to me here. Bonnets, slippers, evening gloves, shawl, reticule. Anything you have. I must see the colors of these items, the workmanship. Only then can I know which direction to go and what can be made over." She motioned, once again, toward Caroline's shoulders. "But the ball gown for this one must be made from new. Her form is very difficult to show to advantage, oui?" "Caroline's shoulders," said Mamma, shaking her head, "are the bane of my existence." "I shall bring everything we have in our room," Pen said, already heading toward the parlour door. "And I have a trunk full of things left from my own come-out in London," her mother added, rising from the settee. She touched Caroline's chin, though she had to reach up several inches to do it. Tears swam in her blue eyes. "Oh, how I envy you this experience. This is your chance to shine, dear. You might as well smile and enjoy it." "I do not want to enjoy it, Mamma." It was the honest truth. Even if it sounded petulant, framed in her hoarse, strangled voice. Mrs. Talbotson shook her head. Then you must bear it instead. She turned to Madame Beauclerc. Might I borrow your assistant to help carry the items downstairs? Of course. The dressmaker motioned for the shop-girl to follow. When the room fell quiet, Madame Beauclerc turned to Caroline with a mysterious smile on her rouged lips. She tilted her head, making Caroline feel as if she was the subject of some fascinating mental dissection. Now that we have sent the chickens pecking for scraps, the modiste said, why don't you tell me what you want, chérie? Caroline shuffled her feet beneath the woman's scrutiny. What did she want? One answer came to mind. She wanted a reprieve, a chance to explore passion before she tied herself in marriage to an amiable husband who would expect her to spend all her time on charitable knitting. But surely a dressmaker would not be referring to anything so esoteric. I am not the person to ask, Caroline stammered. I have no sense of fashion. Perhaps you want more than pretty dresses. Madame Beauclerc circled again, appraising, judging. She leaned in, so close Caroline could see the pearl-like powder caked in the crease of the woman's ample cleavage. Those shoulders give you away. I have seen others like you. I have made them. She waved her hand, as if searching for the right word in French, and then abandoning the effort. Dresses, if you would, that are better suited for water, and still provide some modesty. I could do the same for you. Caroline stared at her with stricken eyes. Her throat felt squeezed from within. I am not sure what you mean. The dressmaker raised a brow and touched a finger to the fabric covering Caroline's skin. Your shift is wet, chérie. Caroline exhaled. Well, that was easily explained. I went out in one of the bathing machines this morning. I must have gotten it damp. The modiste shook her head. I do not think you are a woman who spends much time in bathing machines. She gestured to Caroline's thigh, just below the hem of her shift. Your skin is brown in places the sun should not touch. How do these men in Brighton stand this sight of your wet shift without falling to their knees in desire? Caroline's pulse proved a roaring counterpoint to the dressmaker's pointed silence as the woman waited for an answer. I only swim in private, Caroline said, unable to believe she was admitting this for the second time today. Madame Beauclerc shook her head and clucked her tongue. Well, is it any wonder? Plain white cotton leaves nothing to the imagination when wet. And the flannel robes they give you in the bathing machine would send even the bravest of us to the bottom, should we attempt to swim in deep water. You need proper swimming attire, chérie. Then you could grace the public beaches, as your body was fashioned to do. She leaned in again. I could create you an ensemble that will turn you into a goddess. Caroline stared, her eyes probing every corner of the dressmaker's frame and finding only ample, female curves. What kind of modiste was Madame Beauclerc to offer to make such an improper item of clothing? Perhaps the woman really was French. Penelope staggered into the room then, her arms full of undergarments and shawls. "I brought everything I could find," she said, almost quivering with excitement. "Although, now that I see how few quality accessories we actually own, it seems hopeless." Madame Beauclair smiled at Pen. "I shall make you both spectaculaire, chérie. Do not doubt it." "Spectacular seems a bit of a stretch for me, given that the garments must also fit," Caroline objected. "My shoulders are so broad." "It is the fashion that makes them appear so," the dressmaker interrupted. She lifted a hand to tug at the cotton fabric near Caroline's shoulder. "The drop sleeve that is so popular plays against you. It highlights the length of your shoulder too much. If we put more fabric here—" "I wish her to be in the height of fashion," Mamma reminded, as she came into the parlour, bearing her own armload of frippery. "She shall need bishop sleeves on her ball gown." "Bishop sleeves are a fleeting fancy," countered the dressmaker, her bosom heaving with conviction. "We must make our own fashion for this one." She returned her hands to tug at Caroline's chemise. "Lower here at the neckline. Delicate sleeves across the center of your shoulder, not below it. Even just a ribbon would suffice to draw the line and break up the appearance of all that skin. Light green silk, I think, to accentuate your unusual eyes." Her mother tilted her head and ran her eyes along Caroline's shift-covered frame. Slow understanding bloomed across her face. "I had not considered before how the current fashions might be downplaying her attributes." "She has a long, lovely line to her neck," Penelope pointed out, making Caroline feel like a prize heifer at a parish fair. The modiste nodded. "Oui, and excellent posture." Her mother began to look excited. "Might we have Caroline's ball gown by tomorrow night?" Madame Beauclair pursed her lips. "We shall need an additional fitting tomorrow, after I assemble the piecework, and that would leave us little time to finish the gown." "There must be a way," protested Mrs. Talbotson. "If we covered the cost of another seamstress to work with you." Madame Beauclair's doubtful expression softened at the mention of additional funds. "Oui. For an extra £3, I believe I could produce a gown by tomorrow evening." Her mother beamed, even as Caroline's world began to splinter into wreckage around her. "It shall be no problem for the extra charge, Madame Beauclair, because I have a feeling our fortunes are about to improve." As David picked his way over the last few hundred yards of the footpath, he ignored the coming sunset and focused instead on the worry simmering in his gut. He had waited for Caroline all afternoon. The first hour had passed with his body still hard with want, a byproduct of their ill-advised romp in the bathing machine. Eventually, he had napped on the sun-heated rock, while the swallows flitted above him, laughing at his dilemma. When the shadow started to lengthen, he had spent a fretful half-hour pacing the shoreline, worrying that something had happened to her. A twisted ankle, a tumble off the narrow footpath, or falling rocks from the high cliff face. Those thoughts sent him hurrying back, his worry a hard lump in his throat. But as the lights of Brighton came into view, and he thankfully caught no sight of her body prostrate along the path, he turned himself over to other disturbing possibilities. Had she come to her senses and realized that the experience she sought with him wasn't just ill-advised, it was downright dangerous? Or, and he was desperate enough to admit this thought was far more troublesome than the first. Had she decided to take him at his word and save her breathy sighs and soft, bare skin for a partner who could offer her the betrothal she sought? The thought of her kissing someone like Branson sent his mind careening in regrettable directions and made it difficult to focus on the simple task of just getting home. As the treacherous footpath fell away to reveal the wide shingle beach that defined the outer limits of Brighton, David found he could no longer ignore the sunset. The brilliant evening sky had pulled hordes of fashionable beachgoers from their hotels and houses, and they were scattered about, facing the colour-splashed horizon. With a muffled curse, David sidestepped an older couple sitting side by side on folding chairs, then almost tripped over a small boy who was darting about with chubby fistfuls of seashells. Several people had brought their dogs down to the water and taken them off lead, and one exuberant retriever shook its coat, spraying salt water all over David's trousers. Bloody hell! No wonder Caroline preferred the isolation of her cove. As he shook the errant droplets of water from his jacket, David's gaze was pulled to the first row of houses that lined the eastern edge of Brighton. Damn it! Why hadn't she come? And what was he going to do about her? Even now, his body tightened in response to the memory of that kiss. God, that kiss. So unexpected, the complete opposite image of sweet innocence that he had been trying to pin on her shoulders. He had wanted to inhale her, to take her right up against the wall of that bathing machine, with the damp, slick boards at her back and the motion of the waves pushing him into her. She did regrettable things to his body, things that made it difficult to keep one foot on a field of honor. She did regrettable things to his brain as well, turned him stupid, made him agree to things no sane man would consider. But, heady as those feelings were, and as tempted as she made him feel, he had naively thought he could keep those feelings chained. After the frustration of the afternoon, and after the panic he had endured at the thought of her injured, or worse, in someone else's arms, he could no longer claim his heart was immune to the enigma that was Caroline Talbotson. And that made this a much more dangerous game they played. The tall Georgian with the red shutters pulled him as surely as if strings had been attached to his feet. At this time of evening, Caroline's family would either be preparing to sit down for dinner or more likely finishing it. Manners dictated he keep going, head for the Bedford, apologize to his mother for arriving late to their own evening meal. Well, he had never been one to let a few manners stand in his way. And right now, if he couldn't have Caroline in his arms, damp from a swim and squirming in need, he at least wanted an explanation for her change of mind. He was still several dozen yards away, moving in relative anonymity among the evening beachgoers, when a small party burst out of Caroline's front door in a flurry of excited feminine chatter. David recognized Caroline's tall, lean frame and dark hair, wrapped as it was in evening light. He thought he recognized her blonde-haired sister as well, although the other women milling about the porch did not seem familiar to him. A cultured voice reached his ears, higher pitched than Caroline's, but carrying the same rich tones. "We shall expect you tomorrow. "A little before noon for Caroline's next fitting, Madame Beauclerc," the woman in black said. "We shall work as hard as we can to have our gown finished in time." David's gaze arrowed in on Caroline's face. There was no protest from her lips, no negotiation for another time, no mention of another engagement. If anything, she nodded her appreciation. And the edges of his vision turned black. David turned away, his body's stiff-shouldered reaction predictable, even if it wasn't sensible. His fingers curled into tight fists, and he knew in that instant that if Branson or Dermot had happened to walk by, he would have been hard-pressed to keep himself from exploding with flying fists and battered ego. Had he been in Morake, he would have sought out his friends and raised a pint or three at the Blue Gander. But he wasn't in Scotland, and his one friend in Brighton had just spurned him. David forced himself to head west, toward the Steyne and the Bedfords' excellent, attentive staff, to his mother and his waiting dinner, and if he was lucky, his erstwhile sanity. He dodged the revellers and the families and the happy, laughing couples, and all the while he fumed. This was the same girl who had once told him that keeping a promise was the most important part of a person's character. Today, Caroline had kissed him, convinced him to agree to her outrageous proposal, promised to meet him. And then she had not come. Not for anything reasonable, like a coastal invasion by the French Navy, or a raging case of smallpox. No, she had rejected him for a dress fitting. And he couldn't understand why it disturbed him so much. Chapter 22. Though she had told herself she would close her eyes for only a moment, Caroline awoke to a thick, grey dawn threading its way through the lace curtains of her bedroom. She sat bolt upright, cursing even as she tumbled from the bed. It was Friday morning. She had intended to pen David a note last night, apologizing for yesterday's missed afternoon. But she had fallen asleep in something akin to a narcotic haze, a side effect of the past 2 late nights. She recalled Penelope and Bess wrangling her out of her clothes and tucking her feet into bed. And then nothing. Not even her usual state of dreams. And that meant not only had Caroline broken her promise to David yesterday, she had done it without a single note of explanation. She needed to deliver a note to the Bedford this morning, before her mother awakened and before Brighton began to stir. She and David now had only 3 days left to practice before the race, and she was desperate enough to demand every one of them. She opened the door to the wardrobe, quiet as a dormouse. Her hand paused over the skirt of her lavender gown, the bodice of which was still awaiting Bess's miraculous laundry skills. It was to be the same blueprint dress as yesterday, then. But as she ran through the meagre contents of the wardrobe, she noticed with surprise that Pen's yellow day dress was missing. She turned an inquisitive head toward her sister's bed, and that was when the first threads of anxiety began to attach themselves for the day. Pen's bed was not just empty. Her pillow was still perfectly squared, with no indentation where a head would have rested. Caroline reached back in her mind. She had awoken alone yesterday too, and had thought it odd at the time that when Pen had appeared, she was wearing the same gown she had worn to the pavilion. What was her usually biddable sister up to? Mired in this unwelcome distraction, she made her way to the window and pulled the lace curtains to one side. The morning was just emerging from its cocoon of darkness, and through the warped glass she could make out little more than the vague shape of the pebbled beach, and farther out in the ocean, the occasional white-tipped wave. "Where in the devil are you, Pen?" she muttered. Her sister's disappearance didn't make sense. Penelope was the proper Talbotson girl, the one who always followed the rules. Caroline was the one who snuck out and met gentlemen by moonlight. She turned back to the room, looking for clues. Her search uncovered only one promising lead. Pen's leather-bound journal sat on the bedside table. Caroline's fingers twitched over the embossed cover. She had never violated her sister's privacy before. But worry for Pen quickly overcame any compunction she felt over prying. She turned up the lamp and opened the notebook to the last page, determined to rifle through as little of her sister's secrets possible. But as she examined the ending page, and then the one before, and the one before that, she only grew more perplexed. The journal was not filled with Pen's yearnings or poetic nonsense about the colour of some gentleman's eyes, as Caroline had expected. No, the journal was filled with notes about her, in Penelope's tight, neat script. And the notes were about the most mundane sorts of trivia one could imagine. July 20th. Caroline walked along the parade with Mr. Branson. July 20th. C. danced with 10 different partners tonight. July 21st. Caroline took a sea bath, looked flushed upon her on exit, but did not smell like shite. Note: ask her what the inside of the box was like. July 21st. Caroline and I received invitations to the Travestines' ball. New dress ordered. She hovered over the entries, more confused than ever. Clearly, she wasn't going to find a clue to Penelope's whereabouts within these pages. Only her comings and goings seemed to earn a space in her sister's journal, which made no sense at all. The sound of the bedroom door being opened jerked Caroline from her focused thoughts, and she jumped like a 5-year-old caught filching pies from the larder. Pen stood in the doorway, her slippers in one hand. "What are you doing with my journal?" Caroline closed the thing with a guilty snap. I was just... She heaved a frustrated sigh, knowing she had been caught. "Where have you been?" Pen pushed her way inside the room, dropping her shoes in a pile on the floor. "I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk." She stalked over and extracted the journal from Caroline's fingers. "And that doesn't answer my question," she added, before putting the journal in the drawer of the bedside table. Through the window, Caroline could see the first red streaks of morning on the horizon. Her own time to get a note to David was slipping away, but her worry for her sister kept her rooted to the floor. "You must admit it is an odd time for a walk," she pointed out. "It's only a little after dawn." Pen turned back to face her, her blue eyes flashing in the light from the lamp. "You, of all people, have no right to lecture me about taking a little walk." She sat down on her bed and began to unhook her stockings from her garters. That shook Caroline from her shock. "If you went to bed at all last night," she told her sister, crossing her arms and trying to look imperious, "then I am a garden fairy." "Who were you meeting? And why did you feel the need to do it under cover of darkness, instead of inviting them for a proper sit-down?" Pen flushed. "I was meeting Mr. Hamilton." She paused over the unrolling of one stocking and lifted gilt-hooded eyes. "But we only talked." Caroline shrank back, stunned. She did not begrudge Penelope a few stolen minutes with a gentleman, but Penelope had snuck from the house under cover of darkness to meet a man who had publicly declared his intentions to court her sister. "That throws a questionable light on Mr. Hamilton's character, wouldn't you say?" Caroline demanded. She hoped Penelope had only walked with the man and not engaged in anything more serious. She wasn't very happy with him, given that he was obviously playing fast and loose with both their affections. Not that the esteem she held for the man resembled anything close to affection. Penelope rose and began to undress, ill-hiding a yawn in the process. "He is a decent sort of gentleman, Caroline. Do not dismiss him out of hand. I know his teeth aren't quite as nice as Mr. Adams's, and his family is not as distinguished as Mr. Duffington's, but he quite outshines Mr. Branson, don't you think?" "I suppose," muttered Caroline. She sat down on the edge of Pen's bed as her sister slipped into her nightclothes. Penelope had just returned from a clandestine meeting with Mr. Hamilton, and now she was pushing Caroline toward the man. Caroline really wasn't very happy with either of them. But what could she do about it? Not tell Mamma? Pen had kept Caroline's secrets after all, and covered for her long afternoon walks on more than one occasion. She ought to stay and press Penelope for more information. By all appearances, Pen was doing something potentially dangerous, and Caroline had promised Papa she would take care of the family. But the urgency of penning a note of explanation to David also poked at her. Dawn appeared quite serious in its intentions now. A definite shaft of light speared the lace curtains and twisted onto Penelope's unused coverlet. No matter what business had taken her from the house, Pen was back, safe and sound. Caroline had, at most, a half-hour before the rest of the house began to stir, and she hadn't even finished dressing yet. Her morning's mission to send a note to David, explaining her conflict and letting him know she would meet him closer to 2 o'clock today, was becoming more compromised with every new inch of the sun on the horizon. Still, she had to try, or he would think she had abandoned him for a second day in a row. "Pen," she began, only to be interrupted by their mother gliding through the open bedroom door. Caroline stared open-mouthed, unable to recall the last time her mother had risen before 8 o'clock in the morning. "You should both be dressed by now," Mamma exclaimed, though she herself was still in her night-rail and wrapper. She surveyed them both like a queen considering which peasant to flog. "We need every minute to get you ready." Caroline shrank against Pen's mattress. "Ready?" she echoed, dread boring its way through her initial confusion. "Ready for what?" "You have a fitting with Madame Beauclerc today. Your first ball is tonight, and let us not forget there is always the possibility of additional gentlemen callers, and so you, my dear, are going to take a bath this morning." As if conjured by her mother's words, Bess appeared in the open doorway, still in her nightclothes as well. She hid a yawn behind one weathered hand, and then said in a sleepy voice, "I've set the hip bath up, Miss Talbotson." Caroline froze at the mention of the copper hip bath that occupied a permanent place downstairs in the scullery. Her mother wasn't referring to any usual method of washing then, a quick swipe of a cloth while hunched over a china wash basin. "I don't have time for a bath this morning," Caroline objected. The errand that had pulled her from bed this morning was slipping further from her grasp. "I have an appointment." Bess grinned, showing the familiar gap between her two front teeth. "Aye, that you do. An appointment with a washcloth and a bar of soap." "But I could take the bath tonight, before the party, so I don't see—" The servant fisted both hands on her wrapper-clad hips, a bristling foot soldier refusing an order to retreat. "I've already set up the water, Miss Caroline, and I won't have you wasting my time when there's breakfast to cook and laundry to get on. And 'tis more than just a bath, child. We're going to wash that wild mane of yours." Caroline gaped at the servant, who looked a little too pleased with the prospect of such early morning torture. Hair washing was a Saturday evening activity, not a Friday morning event. And she couldn't wash her hair this morning, not when she was poised to douse it in seawater this afternoon. As if she could read her unspoken thoughts, Mamma leaned in close, her blue eyes sparkling in the increasing light of dawn. "And after that," she added, with maternal enthusiasm, "Bess is going to set your hair up in rags to get it to curl for tonight." Caroline no longer wanted to just shrink against the covers. She wanted to wrap the edges around her body and sew herself inside. She hadn't sat to have her hair put up in ages. Her body refused to be still for the length of time such nonsensical preparations required, and any curls Bess managed to get up would be destroyed by the afternoon swimming lesson. "I don't want my hair curled," was all she could think to say. "I know." Her mother spoke soothingly, but her fingers closed over Caroline's wrist in a definite statement of fact. "But your opinion on this matter does not count, because your appearance tonight will. So you are washing your hair, Caroline, even if Bess needs to hold you down to do it." Chapter 23. David was about to give up on Caroline for the second day in a row when she appeared around the patch of scrub grass that guarded the entrance to the cove. He tried not to smile as she picked her way across the pebble-strewn beach, an hour later than promised. Her tall frame was recognizable, but the closer she came, the more she looked like someone he didn't know. Today, her hair had been tied up in a hodgepodge of mismatched rags, giving her the appearance of a very frustrated hedgehog. She was wearing that old blue print dress again, the same one she had worn yesterday. Only this time she had added an apron that in no way disguised the gown's obvious ill fit. To add insult to injury, she was scowling in a ferocious manner that would send small children and wildlife scurrying, should they be unlucky enough to cross her path. That is, if her hair alone wasn't enough to do the job. "You are late." David slid off the rock as she pulled up in front of him. "Again." He tried to remind himself that he was angry with her. It was a little difficult to maintain a solid hold on his irritation, given the distracting way his body was already stirring to life at the sight of her, which was a very concerning thing, given how bloody ridiculous she looked. Caroline blew a stray wisp of hair out of her eyes, the lone straggler that had somehow escaped the noose of rags the rest of her tresses had been subjected to. "I owe you an apology, David. I had intended to send you a note explaining it. Mamma scheduled a dress fitting for me, and then all but chained me to the chair." "You didn't look chained when I saw you yesterday evening on your front porch." Her eyes widened beneath the caricature of her hair. "You saw me last night. But why didn't you say anything?" "You seemed busy." He tried to sound nonchalant, even as he cursed his stupidity in all but admitting he had watched her in secret. His was not the behaviour of a man determined to help her find her match. "Not so busy I didn't worry about disappointing you." Muddled green eyes met his over the few feet that separated them. "Given my mourning, 'tis a miracle I have made it at all." He pursed his lips and permitted his gaze to meander across her. He decided in an instant that the apron was the thing he hated the most about today's fashion monstrosity. It bisected her chest, but came nowhere close to delineating her waist. "Yes, I can imagine. You look as though you've been playing dress-up with a 3-year-old. All hint of her earlier remorse vanished, and her chin notched up. "Shouldn't you be undressed? I've an hour to devote to this at most. Mamma has declared that it shall take 3 hours to get ready for the ball I am expected to attend tonight. What could they be planning, given that I have already been scrubbed halfway to Sunday and had my hair wound tight as a bobbin? I could swim to France and back in less time." David fought a smile. There was something wrong with him. This was, after all, the girl who had rejected him for a dress-fitting yesterday, and then made him wait in the heat of the sun today. He ought to be mad as hell. Funny how at the moment he leaned more towards snorting in amusement, instead of giving her the dressing down she deserved. "Are you referring to the Traverstein's ball?" "Yes." She wrinkled her nose, no doubt weighing the displeasure of the event against a game of shuttlecock. "A little faster with those buttons, if you please." He began to unbutton his shirt, but gave voice to the niggling hurt that still plagued him. "You seem rather enthusiastic about hurrying me along, given that it was your tardiness today that has made us so pressed for time. I think an hour devoted to the task of swimming is enough time to accomplish the day's lesson." She drew in a sharp breath, and he couldn't help but notice how the motion made her breasts, small though they might be, strain against the confines of her misshapen apron. "Are you forgetting we have a bargain?" she demanded. "You promised to teach me a few things as well." David froze, arrested in the very motion of shrugging off his shirt. Her words reminded him, like a punch to the gut, of what else beyond swimming she intended to accomplish this afternoon. The last time he had removed his shirt in this woman's presence, he had entertained only one objective: learn to swim using her overhand stroke. But today, the act of undressing carried more weight. There were 2 stated goals to the lesson this afternoon, and he was reminded of the second one as Caroline's eyes swept over his bare chest in open admiration. "I had hoped you had changed your mind about that," he told her. Liar. His heart was even now lunging against the end of its tether. Are you sure you would not prefer to pass the hour focused just on the swimming lesson? We shall divide the hour up, a half-hour each. Her gaze settled behind his shoulder on the ocean. And I cannot swim today. She gestured to her hair. Not like this. I shall have to instruct you from the shore. Whatever remaining wisps of anger he harboured fell away at that. That she had come when she couldn't even swim herself told him how important this exercise was to her. David tossed his shirt upon the rock, then hurried to dispense with his boots and socks. He didn't even consider removing his trousers, given her admonishments about time, just dove into the cool water with the fall still buttoned. The wet, heavy fabric created extra drag against the current, but there was no way on God's good earth he was going to spend the afternoon teaching Caroline things without his trousers on. Not if he needed her virtue to stay intact. Caroline was grudgingly impressed when David finally dragged himself back to shore a half-hour later. That was really well done. She meant every word. It had gone remarkably well, all things considered. He had retained most of the salient points of Wednesday's lesson and had performed well in the rougher water today. And tomorrow, by God, she was going to swim with him, the indignity of curled hair or no. Still, not well enough to guarantee a win on Monday, I'd wager, he said, shaking his head and sending a spray of water all about. I think you will acquit yourself well enough. She touched her tongue to a drop of water that landed near the corner of her mouth, reveling in the familiar taste of salt, imagining she could taste the essence of the man in it as well. You'll be the only one using this stroke, which gives you a decided advantage. She held out his shirt, which he took and began to rub with brisk, efficient strokes over his chest and arms. That, and the fact I shall be cheering you on from shore. He grinned at her, and his rakish smile sent warmth curling through her abdomen. "'Tis good to hear you say that. Last night I was convinced you had decided to cry off." Caroline shook her head, surprised by how her thoughts spooled up tight at the thought. When he had first suggested this course of action, she had been hesitant, true enough. But now that she had committed to this path, she would not let him down. The inability to race herself would sting, she suspected, but cheering David's attempt come Monday would be no hardship. I promised I would do this. Her mind whirled in protest as he began to shoulder his way back into his shirt. But you promised me something as well. Surely you remember our agreement. Aye. He set his fingers to the buttons, even as his mouth worked its way to a grim line. I have not forgotten. You shall have your half-hour. Relief flicked through her. Wouldn't this next bit be aided by a continued lack of clothing? He seated the last few buttons with slow, deliberate motions. Clothing was not discussed as part of our bargain. I prefer to keep my shirt on. Caroline huffed a frustrated moment. She felt coiled up inside, a child's toy that had been wound up too tight and was now being held without the opportunity to spring free. Her eyes locked on a droplet of water as it escaped his damp hair and ran down his neck to catch in the collar of his shirt that was now, regrettably, buttoned. She wanted to trace its path with her tongue, to show him what an apt pupil she was prepared to be. Then again, they had at most a half-hour left. A casual exploration would need to wait for another day. Aware only of the march of time, Caroline took 3 steps forward, stood on her toes, and pressed her lips against his. His hands came up, hesitant at first, and then growing in pressure to span her waist. Yesterday's failure and her morning's frustrations all fell away as the taste of the ocean met her lips again. He felt large and damp and solid beneath her hands, which had come up to fist his buttoned shirt. Her body unfurled. She felt like one of the waves she loved, building in momentum, and she wanted to crash down hard into him. "Slow down," he murmured against her mouth, as if he could feel the precarious emotions building there at the point where they were joined. "There is no need to rush this lesson." He stepped back, forcing a few inches of reluctant sanity back between them. He was, she noticed with some satisfaction, breathing almost as hard as she was. Nonetheless, she battled a moment of hurt at his rejection. She had hoped that David might seem a bit more enthusiastic about his role as instructor, but she was curious and greedy enough to wait and see what he offered. She studied him a moment, trying to sort out what was different today. He had seemed more susceptible to her in the bathing machine, but that had been a different day and a different set of boundaries. No doubt he wanted his shirt on to ensure he kept her at some safe, respectable distance. Well, if he insisted on adding a layer of clothing, she had every right to take one away. Caroline turned away to face the white cliff walls and presented him with the row of buttons that ran up the back of her dress. She waited, training her eyes on the familiar cliff wall instead of his terse features. "I'll need your help getting out of this," she prompted. She swore she could hear him swallow, and for a second she basked in the pleasure of it. But then he cleared his throat and said, "I have some rules to put down first." Caroline looked over her shoulder and raised a brow. "You are not in a position to negotiate the terms of this next half hour." "You negotiated the terms of the swimming lesson," he pointed out, making no move to come closer and help her out of her clothing. "And then you provided today's instruction from shore, a distance of some 24 yards or more." He smiled, and it was a wicked sight to behold. "I offer the same to you. Our clothes remain on, and a kiss, while nice, is a bit more physical contact than what I have in mind." Caroline jerked back around to face him, irritation making her restless. "If you recall, you promised to show me far more than just a kiss." "Aye, and you'll not discover what I intend unless you take yourself up on that rock like a good lass and wait for my instructions." Caroline sucked in a breath, at a loss to explain why his words, far from making her feel angry or unwanted, sent a sudden, forbidden thrill snaking through her veins. "What would you have me do?" "You instructed me from a distance today. Turnabout is only fair." He crossed his arms, still making no move to touch her. "Up on the rock, if you please. Skirts pulled up high." She regarded him for a long, silent moment, aware of the accelerating bump of her pulse. This didn't seem anything close to what she had petitioned him for yesterday. How could she help him overcome his aversion to emotional intimacy if she was not to be permitted to touch him? This was not our bargain. "On the rock," he said, more sternly this time, "or I shall presume you do not mean to have this lesson today." Caroline turned, and scrambled up on the rock. The warmth that had earlier percolated in her abdomen now bloomed along her cheeks. "I instructed you from a distance because I could not risk getting my hair wet," she objected over her shoulder, but she clambered up the sun-warmed rock face anyway. "And you did brilliantly out there on your own," she added, as she threw herself down in a puddle of skirts. "I suspect you will acquit yourself well enough," he replied. His choice of words sent her embarrassed anticipation soaring even higher. She had no idea what he was about, or what was in store for her. She only knew the threat of not finding out was untenable. When he did no more than watch her, their precious seconds sliding by, she felt her ire rise. "Are you going to join me over here, or stand there like a lout?" The low rumble of his laughter made the fine hairs on her neck stand at attention, and she responded with a glare she was quite sure could have singed the sun. "Neither. Skirts up," he reminded, looking every inch the smug seducer, for all that he stood at least 10 feet away. She inched them up, wincing as she caught sight of her freckled legs. This was not the day to eschew stockings, it seemed. "Higher. I want to see your legs. All of your legs." She jerked her skirts up to the vicinity of her waist, wanting to sink beneath the stone surface in mortification. She pulled her shift down as low as it would go, but it only stretched to mid-thigh. Oh, but this was not what she had in mind when she had negotiated this devil's bargain. She had imagined tangled limbs and closed eyes and the feel of his hands on her body. Bright, revealing sunlight, David's unfettered scrutiny, and squirming mortification had been the farthest thing from her mind. He stared a long moment, his eyes roving the regrettable length of her legs. She concentrated on breathing through her nose, reminding herself that she had made this deal, pointing out to the rational parts of her brain, the parts that objected to such a bawdy display, that David Cameron had already seen her legs, and likely more, through her wet shift several nights ago. It didn't help. Her thoughts still ran wild, and her mind refused to reassemble into something lucid. "Aren't you even going to kiss me again?" she asked crossly. "No, lass, I am not going to kiss you. Now, lie back," he commanded, "and close your eyes." David was not just hard at the sight of Caroline's lowering her body down upon that cursed rock. He was raging hard. He could not recall having ever experienced this degree of arousal before, and all from the simple act of sparring with a girl who had her hair tied up in rags. A girl who, he was beginning to suspect, was determined to see herself ruined, and whom he was going to do his damnedest to deliver to a future husband with her innocence mostly intact. But God's teeth, the little hoyden deserved a sliver of the frustration she meted out so freely, and he could not deny a perverse sort of enjoyment in knowing he was not only going to be the one to deliver her set-down, but also be the one to instruct her first taste of pleasure. He stepped closer to where she lay, staring down at the offering he had demanded of her. If one focused on her body instead of her hair, she looked like a sacrifice to some pagan god of fertility, her lips parted in the sweetest of invitations, and her skirts rucked up around her hips. His fingers itched to tangle up in her. So did his cock. In fact, it was quite insistent. Go easy, he cautioned himself. This was not meant to be a lesson he enjoyed. Keep your eyes closed, he growled down at her from his new, closer vantage point. "Or the lesson is over." She nodded, and her lids stayed closed. He had the freedom to look at her all he wanted. He took full advantage of the gift. He stood 2 feet away and stared. With his eyes, he traced the freckles along the column of her neck, imagined pressing his lips against the tempting hollow of her throat. He regretted now refusing to help her remove the damned dress, as the only thing he could imagine sweeter than the current picture was also seeing her nipples peek beneath her shift. But there was nothing to be done for it if he was to maintain any kind of hold on his sanity. David permitted his gaze to settle lower on the worn, white cotton undergarments that peeked out at him from beneath her bunched skirts. He swallowed. "Have you ever touched yourself, Caroline?" Her eyes scrunched tighter at the question. She shook her head once, the perfect picture of a woman shocked by a man's lewd words. But something in the way her lungs filled with air and strained against that ugly apron gave her away. If she was appalled by his bold suggestion, he was a 32-year-old virgin. Liar. A delicious bolt of lust swept through him at the thought. I can imagine you running your hands across your body, slipping between your legs. For today's lesson, I want you to show me what pleases you. I don't know what you're talking about, she protested, her cheeks now a slash of crimson below her tightly squeezed eyes. No, he drawled. Pity. It will be a short lesson then, I am afraid. She made a sound of frustration that echoed how he felt inside. How is this supposed to show me what to look for in a partner? A good partner will care about what pleases you. David forced his voice to soften, deepen. Trust me, Caroline. This will help him see what you want, which is a first necessary step toward providing it for you himself. He waited to see what she would do. He could see the war she waged, the desire to slide off that rock and run, pitted against the desire to remain compliant and see where this might lead. All the while, she kept her eyes carefully shuttered, and he had to admire her restraint. God knew he wasn't feeling very restrained at the moment. She had no way of knowing how she looked, laid open for scrutiny, with the halo of afternoon sun splashing across her bare, freckled calves. He dared not breathe, lest the moment be shattered by his impertinence. And then, impossibly, she lifted a hand, rubbed a tentative finger across the skin of her inner thigh. Simultaneous to his own shocked inhalation, he saw her face relax into the pleasure of her own touch. The urge to follow her lead and press his lips to that same tempting place where she placed her fingers almost sent him scrambling atop that rock himself. Instead, he anchored himself in place, gripping his fists in the bunched wet wool of his trousers and using his own torso as ballast. It was the hardest thing he had ever done. Higher, he whispered, wanting to pull her hand northward himself. Move your hand higher. Slowly, as if she could not quite believe what she was doing, she obeyed. The place there, at the top of your woman's mound, that is where it feels the best, doesn't it? She nodded. Focus there. David held his breath until his lungs reached an agonizing peak of pain, watching as she brushed a tentative finger across the shadowed space between her legs. He imagined her growing moist beneath the cotton hemline, secret sense driven by her rising passion. He wanted to press his lips there, wanted to watch her face as he introduced her to the wonders of a well-practiced tongue. Instead, he was forced to wait for her fumbled explorations, bound by what damned little honor he possessed, to do no more than stand and watch the combination of frustration and dawning passion stretch across her face. Her fingers slipped beneath the cotton fabric and disappeared into the place where David wanted to lose himself. He stared, committing the act to eager memory, knowing he would be tortured by this scene for the rest of his unnatural days. Eventually, he saw the hitch of her shoulders that told him she was close, felt the strain of her breathing as she flew closer to oblivion. And then she stopped, a groan of frustration on her lips. "Don't stop, lass." His words came out ragged. "There's more, if only you'll trust me." She opened her eyes, shattering the moment. "'Tis not a matter of trust. I just don't know what you are trying to have me do." Her hand fell away, clenching empty air. "I want something, but I know not what." David gritted his teeth, knowing the reward, once abandoned, was now out of easy reach. "Our time is up anyway," he said, readjusting his body's interest against the prison of his wet trousers. "It takes a bit longer the first time." "What takes longer?" She struggled to sitting. David permitted a smile to steal across his face. Could she really be this naive? He reminded himself that 2 weeks ago she had been gifted her first kiss at the hands of a rake-hell like Dermot. She might touch herself on occasion, but it seemed clear she had never found herself. "You, might want to consult that naughty book of your sister's." Her eyes narrowed. "Which naughty book?" "The one that taught you the word celibate." Her lips finally pursed around the edge of her own smile. "It is a medical text, David. My sister is a proper sort of lady. She does not have books of that nature." David raised a brow. "If you insist." "And if there had been a section on this," she ground out, "not that I know what this is, I would most assuredly have not just failed my first lesson." At her miffed retort, David's whole body shook with suppressed laughter. God help him, he wanted nothing more than to stretch her back down on the rock and dive in and not come up for air until she was thrashing about, lost in her pleasure. But he could not help her with this. If he did, he would be bound for hell, dragging her there alongside him. It was not a path he was going to take her down today, no matter how much he wanted to be the one to break her apart and watch her settle back down to earth. She took an inordinate amount of time rearranging her skirts before fixing him with a fresh, accusing glare. "I demand a full hour's lesson tomorrow." She blew that stray wisp of hair out of her face. "And I want to be able to touch you. I shall not offer you a single minute of swimming instruction without your full promise on this." "Then you'll have to meet me earlier, at noon." He offered her his hand, but she shoved it aside and slid down the rock herself, pushing her skirts down to modesty in a move that came very close to the tantrum of sexual frustration that David himself felt like throwing. "And if you are late tomorrow, you'll have no one to blame but yourself," he teased. He might not have brought her to completion, but he could at least take her back to Brighton. He suspected the bruising walk would be good for some part of his anatomy beyond his feet. He was still throbbing from the release he had not been granted, and she was demanding a full hour tomorrow. He wasn't sure he could survive it. He had thought it would be safer to avoid touching her, but he had underestimated the power of watching her reach for oblivion. He wanted to help her find her heaven, even as he wanted to throttle her for putting him in this position. and God help them both, he still had 2 more days to go. Chapter 24. The Traverstines' ball was the sort of crush that made Miss Baxter's dinner party look like a small family gathering. The house itself was a jaw-dropping affair, with a lavish chinoiserie interior no doubt inspired by the nearby royal pavilion. Not that Caroline had ever seen the interior of the ostentatious, round-spired estate that occupied such a central place in most Brightonians' minds, but if this was as close as she ever came to living like royalty, she knew she would never forget it. She stared up at the rounded, domed ceiling of the Traverstines' foyer, amazed that not only did the Traverstines own a home so fine, but this was nothing more than their summer home, inhabited for a mere month out of every 12. Her eyes slid down the gilded framework and dodged the beams of light refracted by the chandeliers. "So many candles," Pen whispered beside her, a wide-eyed mirror of how Caroline felt. It was hard not to think of what such luxuries must cost when they often struggled to afford a week's worth of tallow. "We must not appear too dazzled," Caroline reminded her sister. "We've every right to be here." And they did. She had the invitation folded up in her reticule to prove it, just in case someone challenged their audacity. Caroline strained for a glimpse of David's tall, blonde head above the other partygoers, and her stomach churned when she could not find him. He had mentioned he was coming, though they had not spoken of it again, and she could admit to a sick sort of anticipation at the thought of seeing him here tonight. The memory of her astonishing, frustrating afternoon sat inside her like fermented cider left in the sun. She had gone to see him today, with her hair up in rags, for heaven's sake. Well, she wasn't wearing rags any longer, and she was looking forward to erasing that last image he must have of her. Madame Beauclerc might not be French, but there was no denying her skill with a needle. The gown covering Caroline's frame was the most beautiful confection she had ever seen, much less worn. Made of a lightweight moiré silk, it brought to mind the colour of the ocean noon, and seemed to change in colour and texture with every subtle movement of her body. True to her promise, the modiste had fashioned tiny, capped sleeves that, while not in the height of fashion, suited Caroline's physique far better than the dropped shoulders and rounded sleeves adorning the other women in attendance. But the fact that she stood out amid the crowd, that she was not only different, she was purposefully different, made Caroline want to run. With her first hesitant steps into the ballroom, heads turned, tracking her progress. Whispers grew in volume behind artfully placed fans, and Caroline faltered. To her right, Penelope's gloved hand touched her elbow for support. "Smile," she murmured. "You look as if you have tasted something unpleasant. They are whispering about me." Caroline scanned the faces that surrounded them. She was grateful for the worn fabric of her old shift, tucked up against her skin beneath the layers of new silk. But a thin cotton shift could not shield her from the pointed looks and barbed comments that threatened to skewer her tonight. "They are looking at you, I'll admit." Pen's gaze seemed to travel all the way through her fashionable layers. But they are not laughing at you. You look lovely, well enough to meet the Queen." Caroline gasped. "Is the royal family here?" Somehow, the thought of seeing the Queen seemed less nausea-inducing than the thought of fending off Miss Baxter or Mr. Dermot. Pen pursed her lips and smiled. No matter the recent conjecture on the matter, I do not think the Queen is in Brighton at the moment, or that she will even visit this summer. But the Countess of Beauchamp appears to be in attendance. Caroline twisted around. The Countess of Beauchamp, Duffington's mother. Pen took a deliberate step away. And Duffington besides, she added, before melding into the crowd. Caroline affixed a smile she hoped looked pleasant on her face, and turned toward the pair who had sent Pen scuttling away. If she were to be wholly objective, she had to admit Duffington looked well tonight. At least, he looked well for him. He was splendidly attired in a formal jacket with black velvet lapels and a waistcoat of red and purple. There was just so very much of it. He brought to mind a bear that had been stuffed into doll's clothing. The woman accompanying him seemed to subscribe to the London school of thought that more is better, and that a holiday climate was no reason to shirk a duty to fashion. She was swathed in yards of sweltering taffeta, draped to disguise a figure that might have once rivaled even her son's robust proportions. Emerald earbobs the size of small bird eggs threatened to split what remained of her stretched-out earlobes, and a necklace of equally terrifying proportions lay against her wrinkled neck. Lady Beauchamp tolerated her son's exuberant introduction, then fixed Caroline with a stern look that sent her toes curling into the soles of her flat-soled slippers.
"So this is the infamous Miss Caroline Talbotson, whom my son has not been able to stop talking about for even 1 hour out of the last 20.
Though the accusation in the woman's voice made her want to follow Pen's trajectory across the crowded room, Caroline refused to let her smile slip, even a fraction. That suggests more a title of famous than infamous, I should think. Lady Beauchamp offered a twitch of her lips in an upward direction.
"Haven't heard him go on about anything like that since the Christmas dessert buffet we put out last year."
"Mother," Duffington protested, but his objection was cut off by an exaggerated thump from his mother's walking cane on the tile floor. He fell silent, as any well-trained terrier might.
"I am not familiar with the surname Talbotson," the Countess said,
shuffling closer and peering up at Caroline through rheumy eyes.
"Tell me about your family, child."
My grandfather on my mother's side was the Viscount Ashmore. Caroline hesitated, unsure of how to explain the rest of it. She might be speaking with a countess, but she refused to relegate her father to something less than valued in this woman's eyes, just because her parents' union had been a love match. My father was a prominent local businessman who founded the Brighton Gazette. He died when I was 12. I have lived in Brighton my entire life.
"Your mother was Miss Lydia Birch?"
The Countess sounded surprised.
"The Viscount's daughter?"
Caroline nodded. My grandfather's title went to a distant cousin, however, and we are not close with the new Viscount's family.
"Good bones, though. I knew your mother when she was a young woman in London. She made quite the headlines the year she came out."
The Countess's face softened.
"I took tea with Miss Baxter yesterday, and by her limited description of you, I confess I had expected someone a bit different." Your gown is quite cunning, if I do say so myself."
"Thank you." It was a miracle Caroline managed that, because what she really wanted to do was snarl something disparaging about the far too loose-lipped Miss Baxter. The Countess shifted her cane from one hand to the other.
"Harold mentioned that he purchased you a voucher for a sea bath yesterday. Did you enjoy your first experience with the ocean?"
Caroline's cheeks heated as she considered what improper thing she had done with David Cameron inside the bathing machine's sheltered walls that had, in fact, been rented by this woman's son. "I found it quite diverting," she said, by way of an answer, hoping the warmth flooding her cheeks was not visible. The Countess nodded approvingly.
"Improves the circulation, soothes the constitution. When Harold told me he had found a woman who seemed to appreciate a good sea bath, I insisted he introduce us this evening."
They spoke another minute or so, and then as Lady Beauchamp made her excuses and drifted away into the press of people, Duffington offered Caroline his arm.
"Would you like to take in a breath of air on the terrace?" he asked, his booming voice competing with the sounds of the stringed instruments that had started to warm up on the far end of the ballroom. Memories of another terrace and another night had her shaking her head. "Perhaps later. I have just arrived and do not yet find myself in need of, air." "Perhaps a dance, then?"
"The band has not started up yet in earnest," she pointed out, distracted. Duffington's jowls worked around the ends of his quivering black moustache.
"I had hoped for a more private place to have this conversation, but I find I cannot wait, now that Mother has given her approval."
A small, steady beat of denial began an indelicate rhythm between Caroline's ears as she swung her attention back to the problem that was Duffington.
"I hope you will not consider me too forward if I say that it is my fervent wish to see us betrothed and married before the new year."
Caroline's thoughts curled around the edges of Duffington's proposal. No, 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 her internal compass moaned. This could not be happening. Not this evening. Not when she still had 2 promised days left to explore passion on her own terms with the man of her choosing. She fumbled for an appropriate response. That is so kind. If a bit unexpected. She fell silent, unable to find a single other word to articulate how his offer made her want to grab the nearest decorative vase and toss up the contents of her stomach into it.
"I understand this is sudden, of course, but now that Mother has met you, I wanted to be the first to declare my interest."
She covered her mouth with a gloved hand. He had his mother's approval. Caroline wanted to laugh. Either that, or weep. Had she known this was the test she was taking, she might have tried a little harder to make a poor impression with the Countess. "Might I have a few days to think on it?" she whispered, through the hand still clasped to her mouth. The words seemed to get stuck in her throat as much as her fingers. Duffington straightened his waistcoat with a determined pull.
"I would wait until midsummer next, but for the pleasure of your smile."
Caroline permitted Duffington to claim a dance on her card, making sure it was some innocuous thing that involved facing him across a row of partners. Then she breathed a desperate sigh of relief as he lumbered off into the crowd. Duffington wanted to be the first to declare his interest. It quite stretched the limits of her imagination that he believed she would receive more offers. She couldn't see anything beyond this moment and this proposal. Her future yawned before her, bleak and depressing, one long luncheon punctuated by the occasional sea bath. She drew a deep breath, wondering if she might actually need a turn on the terrace now, only to choke on the sharp, pungent scent of Watson's hair pomade. She whirled to find Mr. Dermot standing but a few inches away, a studious expression on his handsome face. For a fear-filled moment, she wondered if Dermot had overheard Duffington's proposal. She was not yet ready to share news of this offer, even with Penelope, much less a gentleman who rivaled Miss Baxter's skills in the area of rumour-mongering. But instead of commenting on the nature of her recent conversation with Duffington, Dermot's mouth stretched wide to show the teeth that had once so beguiled her as to permit this man to press his lips against her own.
"You look quite fetching this evening, Caroline. I must say, this style of gown suits you."
Caroline considered her response. She did look lovely tonight, at least by her usual standards, and her gown was only partly the cause. Thanks to the busy meddling of Bess and her mother, her hair hung in soft ringlets about her face in a manner she had to admit was more becoming than the severe style she usually favoured. Her dress might not look like anyone else's here tonight, but it was, inarguably, the finest garment she had ever owned. But she had not taken pains with her appearance to impress this man. Thank you. She did not comment on his own appearance, though Dermot was wearing an emerald waistcoat embroidered with tulips or some such flower. He outshone Duffington, true enough, with his lean body and aristocratic features. Why, his profile alone had been known to stop foot traffic along the Marine Parade. But compared to someone like David Cameron, Mr. Dermot could have been transparent.
"It seems you have caught the notice of some influential people since we last spoke," Dermot mused. "It makes me wonder what I've been missing these past few weeks."
"I am the same person I was 2 weeks ago," Caroline informed him, her voice ringing in suppressed challenge. That wasn't true, though. She was no longer that awkward girl who had been surprised to catch the notice of anyone, much less someone as popular and handsome as Dermot. Now she was a woman who had been properly and thoroughly kissed by moonlight, a lady who had just received a proposal from the son of an earl. Not that Mr. Dermot knew any of that. The sounds from the orchestra shifted, coalescing into a more defined pattern of notes.
"It sounds as if they are winding up for the opening dance. Would you care to join me?"
Dermot extended his gloved hand, palm up, fingers all but twitching.
"That is, if Mr. Duffington has not claimed all your dances for himself."
Caroline stared at the hand, as if it might be an adder's head, poised to strike. David was not here to guide her, but a memory of his past words poked at her. Why did she care what this fop thought of her? What did it matter whether she was barely polite to him, or if, indeed, she chose to be less than civil? She was seized with the sudden, freeing, dizzying notion that it didn't matter. Not in the slightest. Why? She chased the question with an exaggerated upsweep of brow. Are you here to reconnoitre my dancing skills? Perhaps ascertain if I insist on leading, just so you can spread the rumour far and wide? Her tormentor's mouth fell open, though it was hard to discern whether he was startled more by her pointed questions or by her new-found confidence. She had never spoken this way in polite company before, at least, not while sober. There was a dizzying sense of freedom that accompanied her speech, the knowledge that she could say these things, could be this person, without the crutch of even a single glass of champagne. The fingers on Mr. Dermot's still outstretched palm fisted, and the hand dropped to his side.
I imagine I deserved that. Would you grant me this dance as a way to redeem your opinion of me?
Caroline met his gaze, unrepentant. Indeed, unamused. And what of how you have shaped others' opinions of me? He shifted uncomfortably.
I imagine that dancing with me will dispel any unfortunate rumours that may have started.
A flush crept along the edge of his collar.
Please, Caroline, I would like this chance to start again.
She expelled the breath that was cramping her lungs. Her head felt fuzzy, whether from her new boldness or Mr. Dermot's unexpected apology, she could not be sure. A part of her, a surprising part, was tempted to take a turn around the dance floor with him, if for no other reason than to quiet the crowd's rumours and show him he could not affect her. Miss Talbotson, she told him. His confused blue eyes lifted to meet her own.
I beg your pardon?
If you wish to start again, you will address me as Miss Talbotson. She managed to gift him with a tight smile. Then I would know you mean to start anew, and it should not be the crowd's opinion of me you seek to reform, but the opinion they hold of you. He broke into a dazzling grin that stretched from one tip of his on-point collar to the next. His hands lifted again, a long, slow gesture ending in the renewal of his earlier offer to dance.
Thank you, Miss Talbotson. I shall endeavour to restore your faith in me.
Caroline found she couldn't look away from the sight of those gloved fingers reaching for her. Not an adder, then. They were venomous, certainly, but their bites were not often fatal. No. Mr. Dermot's bright, eye-numbing smile and outstretched fingers brought to mind another sort of snake. She had read about cobras in one of Penelope's omnipresent travel books, a snake indigenous to India that mesmerized its victims with slow, beautiful movements before striking with deadly efficiency. She had laughed at the time, wondering how stupid a victim would have to be to fall for a dancing snake. She didn't have to wonder any longer, because her hand was sliding, almost of its own accord, into Mr. Dermot's. And then she was stepping onto the dance floor. Chapter 25. David watched Caroline walk out onto the floor with Dermot with a sensation akin to falling, only not from a fine, tall height where he had time to get his feet under him. No. David felt as if someone had kicked his feet out beneath him, and he had fallen a short, heavy distance onto shards of glass. He had arrived late, shouldering a plan to keep a wary distance from Caroline for the entirety of the evening. It was a calculated strategy for self-preservation, because every time his mind wandered in her direction, it settled on the image of her stretched out on a rock, skirts rucked up, her face flushed with pleasure. Not the sort of image that lent itself to stale conversation or the polite company of peers. In addition to his own instincts for survival, he had also assembled this plan for her benefit. Hovering at her shoulder and glaring at her potential suitors would not help Caroline discover which gentleman here tonight was worth setting her sights on. But almost immediately he spied Caroline bowing to Dermot in the opening strains of a quadrille, and he could no longer recall why removing himself from her vicinity was a sane idea. She was luminous, drawing the eye of every available male in the room, and quite a few of the unavailable males to boot. Her gown, some miraculous creation he had never seen before, and could not quite remove his eyes from, bordered on indecent. Not in the amount of cleavage it displayed, because, after all, this was Caroline. It was more the manner in which the dress cut away from her shoulders to reveal her curved upper arms. It was an elegant thing, proper in its construction, but it also made a man want to press his lips against the tanned indentation of her collarbone. Tonight, finally, she had relented in her choice of hairstyle, and he sent up a prayer of thanks for those silly rags she had so hated this afternoon. Her hair fell in soft ringlets around her ears, and with each movement of her shoulders, those waves moved like a lazy fallen halo against the endless column of her neck. And Dermot, blast the man, had the best view in the house, even if he had to look up to see it. Every proprietary instinct in David's body, every possessive urge he had been fighting to suppress, surged to the front of his emotional queue. He paused at the edge of the dance floor, pulled a frustrated hand through his hair, considered tugging at the roots, just to remind himself this was all his fault. Yes, he had encouraged Dermot and his friends to open their eyes. Yes, he had wanted them to see Caroline for the potential in her eccentricities rather than just the perceived oddity of her actions. But he also wanted to haul that smiling bastard off the dance floor and plant a fist somewhere in the vicinity of his leering mouth. What did she see in the man? Surely Caroline couldn't be interested in such a disingenuous soul, especially not one who seemed as intent on spreading gossip behind her back as swooning at her feet. Even Branson would be a better choice than Dermot, and Branson fit her about as well as a lady's left slipper fit his own right foot. David wanted Caroline to be happy. Truly, he did. He just wasn't sure he wanted her to be happy with someone like Dermot. As the dance finally came to its conclusion, he could see, in a flash of unholy annoyance, that a single dance with Mr. Dermot appeared to have done Caroline's reputation a great deal of good. Within seconds, she was swarmed by a crowd of young, and some not so young, men, like ants discovering a nice cherry pie at a country house picnic. A possessive drumbeat struck up a rhythm in David's veins, insistent on taking a piece of this pie for himself. He began to shoulder his way toward the crowd. From across the room, he could see Branson start toward her as well, a determined look on his face. Apparently the boy wanted the next dance. Well, the love-struck swain was going to have to wait, because while David might not be her perfect match, he was quite sure Branson wasn't either. Caroline's face broke into a smile as David covered the last few feet, then fractured around the edges, no doubt when she caught sight of his glower. He was stalking her with the terse focus of a predator, but she did not move away. If anything, she leaned toward him. "It is a pleasure to see you tonight, David." She used his given name without hesitation, setting the stage for the evening with her chosen informality. He supposed, after the trick he had pulled on her this afternoon, he should be glad it was not a more derogatory name she chose to use. "And you as well." David's body reacted unfortunately to the low timbre of her voice. Then again, he was used to his body hardening at the sight and sound of her by now. But he wasn't used to this concurrent, unexpected stirring in the region of his heart. "I believe the second dance of the evening is mine," he told the gentleman hovering nearby, eliciting a series of groaned protests and sending the remnants of what had been a very good plan up in smoke. It wasn't his dance, of course. He had just arrived, had not even completed an entire circuit around the periphery of the ballroom, much less devolved into penciling his name onto young ladies' dance cards. But she offered him her hand anyway, as he had known she would. And then it was his turn to dance, his turn to admire the beautiful curve of her neck, his turn to be the object of other men's ire. It was a waltz, of course, the same dance that had set off their unfortunate conversation 2 nights ago at the pavilion. Only this time it was a slower melody, better suited for an elegant string orchestra than a brass band. She seemed more rigid than his memory, or less pliant. Though David had told her 2 nights ago that a proper dance partner would make one forget the steps, he could almost hear her counting. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Clearly, he was not doing his job if she was so focused on the placement of her feet. He pulled her a little closer then, and she moved into his arms with a slight, wilting sigh. She stayed quiet, and the silence surprised him. This was, after all, a girl who tended toward chattering, especially when she was nervous. David searched his mind for something to say that would pair well with the strains of the music. Though he had more than once been accused of having a silver tongue, the poet in him seemed to have been cannibalized by a growling, primitive beast who had trouble stringing 2 coherent words together. The only thing that came to mind that made any sort of sense matched the rhythm of the music in fine, terrifying fashion. Mine, mine, mine. He swallowed against that inappropriate thought. "You look lovely tonight, Caroline." She raised her eyes and offered him a peculiar smile, one that carried a hint of discomfort rather than pleasure. "Thank you." He set his sights on the target of her mouth, given that there was nowhere else he could look that did not cause his body to tighten. She might be unusually quiet, but that also meant her lips were not moving, and that was an opportunity that invited closer scrutiny. Her lips looked mouth-watering, like a plum at the peak of flavor, placed temptingly atop a bowl when the rest of the fruit had yet to ripen. He dragged his eyes from the temptation of her mouth to the crowd beyond, only to spy Dermot watching them with hooded eyes. He wondered in that telling moment if her discomfort had anything to do with the man. Did Mr. Dermot say anything to upset you? David half hoped he had. Hadn't he been looking for an excuse to pull the man outside for a good, old-fashioned thrashing? No, it was something Mr. Duffington said. His gaze jerked back to hers. Who in the hell is Duffington? The Earl of Beecham's son. She inclined her head toward a nearby couple. David looked in the direction she indicated. He spied Miss Baxter dancing in the arms of a dark-haired gentleman he recognized as being part of the crowd that had followed Caroline about on the Marine Parade yesterday. Duffington looked as though he might maim his slightly built partner with one misstep. What did he say? Caroline's lips settled into a straight line he felt to his bones. He asked me to marry him. David felt as if the floor tilted. Indeed, it may have. He struggled to maintain a facade of calm reason through his rising disbelief. And did you accept? Her eyes darted a moment to their spinning feet. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I told him I would think on it. You cannot seriously consider him a viable candidate. Her gaze pulled back up. He is the son of an earl, David. I shall not entertain an improved prospect. I am not even sure why I delayed my answer, given my family's dire financial straits. It has to be yes, I think. A stubborn denial set up in David's brain. He is too short for you. If I am to use height as a guide, I would have to exclude an overwhelming majority of men in attendance tonight. I don't think I can afford to be so particular. Well then, he's about 4 stone too heavy. She raised a brow. Better me as his partner than the imminently crushable Miss Baxter, don't you think? Well then, he's too bloody young for you, David snapped, exasperated by her inability to see reason. Blood pushed through veins narrowed by panic, seeking an outlet and finding none. There was no one he could pummel, no exertions at the ready to calm his ire. Duffington is not your match, he ground out, so there could be no mistake. That, finally, brought a flash of spirit to her features, which had tended towards stone for most of this conversation. Should I set my sights on Mr. Dermot, then? Although, if we are to be quite strict about it, he doesn't meet your height requirements either. Did Dermot offer for you too? David demanded, incredulous at the man's balls-up bravado. Then again, hadn't Dermot proven himself, on more than one occasion, a competitive fool? If Dermot believed the son of an earl was interested in Caroline, he might renew his twisted interest in her on that basis alone. David's hands tightened involuntarily about her waist. Perhaps he should have encouraged Dermot to take that drunken swim the other night. After all, the world would now be a safer place. Her cheeks had gone pink at his question. Or was that becoming colour a byproduct of their afternoon on the beach? He regretted it now. He had left her simmering with frustration, and then turned her over to a ballroom full of randy young men. What had he been thinking? No. Caroline gave her head a slight shake, setting the gentle curls around her face in motion. He did not ask me to marry him, but he offered me an apology, and I believe it was sincere. You thought his intentions towards your first kiss were sincere too, and look what happened. David's lips tightened around the obvious. Dermot does not have your best interests at heart. You must trust me on this. Her colour ran higher at that. Well, I don't trust you. Not on this. The objections you raise disqualify every man of my acquaintance except one, you. Her words sounded small, or it might have been their negligible volume juxtaposed against the vacuum they created in his chest. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Her fingers tightened on his hand against his silence. Do you know what I think? I think your reasoning on the unsuitability of other interested gentlemen has nothing to do with logic and everything to do with denial. Mr. Duffington might not be my ideal, but he is at least a living, breathing person who cares enough about me to see to my future. You, on the other hand, seem to care very little about what becomes of me. Her words fell like carefully constructed blows, designed to tear him apart from the roots. "How can you say that?" he demanded, recalling the unholy restraint it had taken to prove very much the opposite just this afternoon. "How could you think I don't care for you?" She licked her lips, looking the very opposite of a wounded creature. You send a good deal of mixed messages in this regard. Where would you be if I permitted you the kind of ruin you seem so willing to embrace? It is my worry over your future that guides me in this. She shook her head, her eyes near glinting sparks. You speak of my ruin as if it is some kind of inevitable conclusion to our relationship. Well, spending the rest of my life married to the wrong man seems every bit as ruinous as falling for you. Then don't fall, he told her, because I do not welcome the burden. Chapter 26. David stared down at the woman frozen in his arms, his chest thundering with turbulent emotions. Caroline's eyes were wide with hurt, and her feet had stopped moving. At this moment, he would have given anything for a whispered 1, much less the obligatory 2, 3. Escape from the dance floor and the summer crowd's prying eyes emerged as the most pressing immediate concern. Anyone watching them would know they were arguing, and he would be very, very surprised if everyone in the room wasn't watching them, given how the sparks practically rose in the air above them. David pulled her from the dance floor even as the couples went on twirling around them, an inexcusable display of manners that was sure to cause more gossip than any mere argument would. He jerked her behind the nearest refuge, a potted palm with fronds the size of a park bench. And then he faced his reckoning. I should not have called you a burden, he admitted, though what he should have called her was still a point of debate. Obsession seemed a bit harsh of a term, but there was a glint of that hidden beneath his churning thoughts. I care for you. I would not have you thinking I do not value our friendship. Caroline's eyes shone, almost green, under the chandeliers. This is more than simple friendship, and you do us both a disservice to gloss it over in such terms. Do you remember that day when we first met? Aye, David acknowledged, and he needed to remember it better if he was to have the courage to carry this through. Every memory, every regret, bade him to let her go and just keep going. But she deserved more than the rose-tinted history he had given her 2 nights ago. She deserved the entire truth. I never forgot you, she said, not once in those 11 long years. I thought of you nearly every day, wondered who you were, where you were from. You are the man I think of when I close my eyes at night. So do not stand before me and tell me I still need to find my perfect match. Her confession burrowed beneath David's skin, a pulsing knot demanding excision. You are describing a girlhood infatuation, he said. though the sentiment sounded meagre to his own ears.
Life is still an open possibility for you. You know not what you say.
I am not a child, she snapped. Is that how you see me? As some silly chit, pouring out her secret yearnings? No. David expelled a frustrated breath. That too had not been fair of him. There was nothing childlike in the stormy set of her jaw, or the punishing way her hand tightened in his. She deserved the truth, and he would not lie about this. He had ceased to think of her as a little girl the moment he saw her again on the beach, after so long an absence from Brighton. But thinking of her as a woman, and giving her the hope that he might think of her as his woman, were two different things. His instincts told him to gather her up in his arms, but for her own good, he needed to shove her off this cliff instead.
I am not the man you imagine me to be.
He shook his head.
You are infatuated with a falsehood.
This is not an infatuation. Her face flushed red. I know what I want and whom I want. I want you.
I explained why I could not.
You explained about your past, and about Elizabeth, and the tragedy of her death. That you are leaving soon to return to Scotland. I understand all of that, David. Truly, I do. But none of that explains why you refuse to consider a future with someone.
I cannot, Caroline. There are things you do not know.
I know that you are a man worth loving. I can help you, if you would but let me. You need to stop living in the past, tied up by a love that no longer makes sense. Escape beckoned but a few feet away. It would be an easy matter to slip out of the room and not look back. But the challenge in Caroline's eyes kept his boots anchored in place. She looked stern and powerful and, yes, even knowing. But she did not know. Not the whole of it.
You know nothing about me, or what I have done. You cannot want me, he told her, not because of what you think happened 11 years ago, but because of what actually did.
She blinked, confusion crowding in. How can you say that? That day was one of the most important in all my life. I was a child on the brink of womanhood, not knowing who I was. My father had just died, but because of you, I found hope. Because of you and your encouragement, I continued to swim. Christ. She didn't understand. This wasn't about swimming. How old was she now? 22, 23? Older than he had been at the time, but far more innocent. He hesitated, knowing there was no easy way to say it, knowing there was no going back once he had. But for the first time in 11 years, he wanted to give voice to his terrible past, to admit his mistakes. Because if he didn't, Caroline would never understand why he was the most inappropriate man in all of Britain to set her sights on. David felt as close to shattering as he had that day, when the posted letter had arrived at Preston Barracks, bearing the news of Elizabeth's death.
That day, 11 years ago, I had just received a letter informing me that Elizabeth had died.
His voice might have belonged to a different man, so gruff and coarse did the word sound.
That is why I was in the water.
He could see her start to reshape the events of that day in her mind then, twisted from the fantasy she had been nurturing into the far more adult understanding it required. I thought you had been drinking.
I had been drinking. That is the usual way of things when you cannot face the world through sober eyes. You see, I didn't just lose Elizabeth that day. She was carrying my child when she died.
Oh my God. Caroline went still, her face drained of the colour that had just been flying high only moments before. David stared down,
seeing Caroline again as she had been that day. A 12-year-old innocent chastising him for circumstances she did not have the power to understand. Even now, she still didn't appear to fully comprehend what he was saying. Then again, how could she? He wasn't sure he understood. 11 years had passed since he had turned himself over to these memories, and he found himself struggling to wrap his mind around the enigma that had been Elizabeth Ramsay. He could still taste the swirl of emotions that had come with his first taste of love. God, he had been such an idiot. Her father was the town rector. Hell, brimstone, damnation. But that did not stop my desperation to have her. David hovered on the edge of his confession, trying to remember. His very soul objected to dredging up the messy business. But he owed Caroline a more complete explanation than he had previously provided at the pavilion, given that she seemed to have imprudently decided his was a soul worth redeeming. I was brash, bound for the army. It took scarcely a kiss to coax Elizabeth to send me off in style. I offered for her, after. Not that a mere offer could make it right, but it was a conversation we should have had before we tumbled into bed, because Elizabeth had no intention of becoming a military wife. Caroline studied him, her eyes needle-sharp. It sounds as though it was her choice. If she declined your offer, why do you blame yourself? Because I failed her. He recalled the pain Elizabeth's rejection had wrought, as acute as the slash of a sabre, but it had been tinged with the slightest bit of relief, too. That, even more than her senseless death, was what had tormented him all these years. There had been no reckoning for him to face, no choice to make. He had not been required to abandon his dream of joining the army, even though in his heart he had known it was the right thing to do. Elizabeth had made the decision for him. He had been too selfish to insist. And he had lived with that guilt now for 11 long years. He drew in a deep breath. I killed her. That, finally, brought a bloodless gasp from her lips. Surely you jest. David shook his head. This is not a joke, Caroline. I left Elizabeth in Morake when I bought my commission, even though I knew the possible outcome of the choices we had made. I killed her through my neglect, as surely as if I had strangled her with my own hands. I told her to write to me if she found herself in difficulty, and I would come. But I did not understand that letters from home were held by the commanding officers until our initial 6 weeks of training was completed. I received Elizabeth's letter telling me she was with child, and the letter from my mother informing me she had taken her own life on the same day. Beyond her shoulder, David could see that Branson had spied them. The man was even now threading his way toward them around the edge of the ballroom. David ploughed on, knowing he had but seconds to finish this. I am no saint, no gentleman, lass. You may think you see honour in me, but I assure you there is far more to fear than to admire. I came very close to killing myself that day, but I did not even possess enough decency to manage that. Living with the knowledge of what I had done, of what I had lost, proved a more fitting penance in the end. Branson rounded the potted palm, a hopeful smile strung on his face. David extracted his hand from Caroline's. He hadn't even realized she had still been gripping it. So now you know why I cannot love you. Even if I tried, I would destroy what is beautiful in you, the same way I destroyed it in Elizabeth. That is why I am not the right man for you. He pushed her toward Branson, toward a future she might not believe she wanted, but which was undoubtedly better than the one she sought with him. That is why I am not the right man for anyone, he added. And then he walked away. Dear God, she was in love with him. Completely, irrevocably, stupidly in love. And he was in love with a ghost. Caroline watched him leave through the open doors of the ballroom, and all the air seemed to be sucked from the room with him. Her pulse was still bounding in her throat. She had laid her heart bare, not caring that he was a man of meagre means, or that in choosing him she might be letting her family down. She could think of nothing beyond the fact that the man she had loved for 11 long years had just held her in his arms on the dance floor and made her tremble with a want so sharp it hurt to draw breath. And then that same man had also just confessed a past so sordid, any sane woman would bolt for safety.
Is everything all right?
Mr. Branson peered up at her, his brown eyes round with concern. Caroline tried to smile, though she feared the gesture came out more as a grimace. I am fine, she assured him. Just a minor disagreement with Mr. Cameron.
It appeared to be more than a minor disagreement.
Branson's jaw worked sideways, as if testing the veracity of an idea.
Shall I speak with him? Call him out.
Caroline smothered a hysterical laugh. That will not be necessary, thank you. She felt no compunction to expand on the nature of the argument. Indeed, she felt protective of David and his terrible secret. How must he be feeling? God knew she felt raw from the encounter. Even Mr. Branson's confused gaze burned like an open flame. David claimed he had killed the woman he loved. How did one respond to a confession like that, particularly when she had just ignorantly petitioned to be the next woman he might love? He hadn't been merely drunk and foolish. He had tried to kill himself that day in the surf. She could not regret saving him, never that. But in those moments before he had turned away from her, in the seconds it took to explain why he could never love her, she had glimpsed the stunted and scarred nature of his soul. She loved him desperately. She could see that now. How the seeds of infatuation had begun to change into something far more adult, almost from the point of seeing him again. She understood how rash mistakes could happen, particularly in areas of the heart. Her body's own wild response to David's touch told her there were primitive undercurrents to her soul that might be nigh on impossible to control. And so she did not blame him, not to the degree he blamed himself. He could claim he lacked all honor, but the fact he had spent 11 years in purgatory showed her the truth. But if he would never permit himself to move beyond the pain of his past, Caroline couldn't turn that into a future. In that moment, she hated Elizabeth Ramsay. The girl had rejected David's offer of marriage and then taken her own life. How peculiar to feel such a knife's point of jealousy for someone 11 years dead, a woman who had fallen to such tragedy. But there was no doubting the emotion wrapping its green, strangling tendrils around Caroline's throat. Elizabeth Ramsay might have died young, but she had taken David's very soul with her to the grave.
Would you care to dance, then?
Branson asked, treading on her thoughts. There was no denying she needed a distraction of some sort.
And yet tonight, the thought of spinning in Mr. Branson's arms felt about as appealing as splinters in her stockings. She didn't want to dance. She wanted to follow David. She wanted to dissect the conversation, to remember how it had felt to dance in his arms when she had still believed he might want her. But it was clear, in the manner in which he had removed himself, and in the way he had pushed her towards Mr. Branson, that David wanted nothing of the sort. No, dancing was not to be recommended, not with her feet so numb and her stomach tied up in knots. "I believe I might prefer a glass of punch," she told Mr. Branson, chasing her words with what she hoped was an encouraging smile. The young man nodded eagerly and offered her his arm.
"Shall we, then?"
She placed her fingers lightly against the smart woolen fabric of his evening coat and let him pull her toward the nearby room where the refreshments were being served. It felt wrong to be here, a suitor on her arm. Somewhere in the night, David was mourning the love of his life. And here, in the brightly lit ballroom, with the vibrant music hammering her senses, Caroline was mourning the loss of her ignorance. Because if only she could skip back in time, she might still believe she could capture such a man's heart. Chapter 27. For the third day in a row, Caroline woke alone in her room. Though she had slept a few hours, she felt anything but refreshed. The ball had stretched on until 2 o'clock in the morning, but it was last night's argument with David, rather than the late hour, that had her feet dragging as she went about her morning ablutions. She had thought she could help David overcome his tragic past, but now she realized his reasons for refusing her were more complex than a simple case of mourning his first love. David blamed himself for the girl's death, and Caroline reminded him of her. She would have liked to talk things through with Penelope, to use her sister as a sounding board against the tumult of emotions that tossed inside her. But Pen's bed was as neatly made as it had been yesterday, and it seemed clear that whatever else her sister might have done, it had not included sleep. This time, she did not need to pick up Penelope's journal to sort out where her sister was. Pen had danced twice with Mr. Hamilton last night, although she had also danced with a handful of other gentlemen. And while Caroline found she could not begrudge her sister a few stolen moments with the man, she did resent being left to explain her absence to their mother. Because Penelope had not arrived by the time she made her way down for breakfast either. "What do you mean she's gone out for a walk?" her mother sputtered over the rim of her floral-patterned porcelain teacup, the one with the chip on one side. "It's only 10 o'clock in the morning." She mentioned wanting to take in the sunrise. Caroline looked down at her plate, her thoughts still swirling around David's revelations of last night. She tried to distract herself with the more looming problem of breakfast, which this morning consisted of toast made from the remnants of last week's loaf of bread and a single poached egg. The egg had been placed on top of the bread, preventing any attempt to dress the ensemble up with jam or butter. Caroline sighed as she recognized the telltale signs of Bessie's creativity to stretch the family's food budget. Apparently, the expense of her new gown was already showing up through the loss of breakfast staples. "Which doesn't explain why she's missing now." Mamma's mouth turned down. "The sun came up several hours ago." Caroline squirmed in her chair, unable to come up with anything more logical to explain Pen's glaring absence from the breakfast table. And then she breathed a sigh of relief as the sound of the front door slamming reached her ears and Penelope came barreling into the dining room, a newspaper tucked under one arm. "Morning, Mamma." She kissed their mother on one cheek, then placed the paper down on the table before taking her seat. She bowed her head a quick moment, muttered something like a prayer beneath her breath, then opened her eyes to blink at her meagre plate. Where's the rest of breakfast?" "The more pertinent question is where were you?" Mamma prompted, a hint of steel in her voice. "It is not like you to be gone so early." Pen passed the newspaper down the table before reaching for the teapot. "I went out to get a copy of the Gazette. I thought we all would enjoy reading the social section. It is sure to mention Caroline after her success at the ball last night." Caroline looked at her sister with a rising sense of unease. Clearly, Pen had come prepared, with a ready excuse tucked up under her arm like that. There was much to admire in how neatly her sister, who was new at this process of subterfuge, deflected her mother's questions. Then again, hadn't Caroline provided her ample room to practice, asking Pen to cover for her afternoon walks? Mamma's expression softened to a more tolerable state. "That was thoughtful of you, dear, but we can't afford to spend our money on such luxuries as the Gazette any more." Their mother pushed the unread paper back across the table. "I am afraid things are going to be tight around here in the near future. Our bill to Madame Beauclerc is due next week, and we still have several dresses planned for both of you. Purchasing a copy of the paper merely to read the on dit is an indulgence we cannot afford." Pen swallowed the bite of dry toast she had taken and offered a tight smile at their mother's rebuke. "I shall try to remember, Mamma." She picked up the paper. "But as long as we have it today, why don't we take a look?" Caroline paused, her bite of egg halfway to her mouth. Her memories of last night were not one she cared to revisit in the company of her family. Had word of her disagreement with David found its way into the Gazette? Or worse, what if someone had overheard their conversation and printed something about David's past? But there was nothing to be done, because Pen was already opening the paper. "Oh, my goodness! It says here that Duffington proposed to Caroline last night." "What?" Their mother snatched the paper out of Pen's hands in a display of sharpened claws that quite belied her common claims to have been born a lady. Caroline slid down in her chair. How had a Gazette reporter found out about Duffington's proposal? Her stomach had already been feeling a bit off, but what little she had consumed threatened to make a return appearance now. Clearly, Mr. Duffington was a man who could not be trusted to keep any sort of counsel. "Oh, my word!" Mamma's blue eyes met hers. "Is it true?" Yes. There was little Caroline could do but admit it, because wishing he hadn't wouldn't make it go away. "Oh, I knew the investment in Madame Beauclerc's services was going to be our salvation." Mamma's cheeks shone pink with excitement. "That dress was divine, if I do say so myself. Have you decided whether you shall accept him? Imagine if you did. You would be potentially in line to be a Countess, Caroline." Caroline opened her mouth to say she didn't want to be anything of the sort, only to be interrupted by her sister. She should wait to give him her answer. Pen busied herself refolding the paper with great care. "Why? Duffington would be an excellent choice, provided she gets on with him, of course." Their mother's blue-eyed gaze turned probing. "Do you like him at all, dear? I mean, enough to contemplate marriage? He isn't the most handsome of your lot of suitors, but there is more to life than the way a man looks." Mr. Duffington is nice, she hedged.
And his family is wealthy, her mother prompted. Caroline studied her hands, examining the ragged beds of her nails. I suppose. Mr. Branson danced with her last night too, after the first waltz. Pen paused for breath before plunging back into her stilted speech. She never lacked for a partner, not once during the evening. And Mr. Hamilton mentioned to me he was looking to take a wife within the year. Penelope fixed Caroline with a look. She should not make any rash decisions where Mr. Duffington is concerned. But I thought you liked Mr. Hamilton, Caroline protested, her head swirling from the rapid volley of conversation that threatened to unseat her. I have more of a business interest with him, Pen said, matter-of-factly. He told me just last night that he was thinking of asking you to accompany him to the race on Monday. Caroline narrowed her eyes at her sister. She could well imagine what kind of business her sister had with the young, red-haired, cheroot-smoking photographer, and she was not going to have any part of him. I wasn't the one who danced with him last night, Caroline told Pen. Or snuck out to meet him this morning, she mentally tacked on to the statement. He couldn't get on your dance card. Penelope offered her a sly smile. Something about it being full. But Bess bustled into the dining room, chattering like a magpie whose nest had been turned over.
Oh, Mrs. Talbotson, there are two gentlemen, and they are both insistent on seeing Miss Caroline right away. I tried to explain you were eating breakfast, but Mr. Dermot just walked himself back to the parlour and...
Caroline pushed back from the table, her knotted stomach loosening. Mr. Dermot is here. Bess nodded, wringing her hands.
And Mr. Branson, too.
Caroline picked up her skirts, determined to sort this out. At the least, the morning's new event promised a ready excuse to avoid finishing her miserable bit of breakfast. Branson she might have expected, but Dermot's presence was an admitted surprise, given they had shared no more than a single dance last night. Well, and that single, unfortunate kiss 2 weeks ago. Both gentlemen were waiting in the parlour, pacing on opposite walls. Their heavy masculine footsteps sent her mother's glass figurines rattling on the mantel, and their presence bristled above the feminine frippery, as if seeking which delicate thing to tear down first. Caroline pasted a smile on her face as she walked in and put a steadying hand on the fragile sculptures. "Good morning. What brings you here so early, gentlemen?" Branson lunged toward her and extracted a copy of the newspaper from an inner pocket of his jacket. He shook it in a hard fist. "The Gazette brings me here." Caroline sighed. "Is that why you have come? To speak ill of Duffington?"
The man is brash in the extreme to offer you marriage after only 2 days' acquaintance. Why, I have admired you for far longer."
Caroline inclined her head. Branson was correct. He had known her for all of 4 days. Branson clasped Caroline's hand and fell onto one knee, bringing to mind a wounded soldier trying valiantly to prove his worth. He pressed a fervent kiss to the top of her hand.
"Caroline, my heart is wounded by the turn of events. I had wanted to offer for you, but my friends argued it would be prudent to wait a week."
"A week?" Caroline echoed, incredulous.
"But he who hesitates is, well, suffice it to say, I cannot wait any more. Would you do me the honour of becoming my wife?"
Caroline felt as though the blood drained from her head. Indeed, she felt as if all the blood drained from her body. This could not be happening again. She extracted her hand from the sandy-haired young man's strong grip. "It is very kind of you, Mr. Branson, truly. But..." Her mind searched for some deterrent. "Don't you have another year at university?" He rose unsteadily.
"We could have a long betrothal."
Caroline sighed, trying to pick through an appropriate response. A long betrothal would not solve her family's financial problems, and the thought of marrying this boy-man made her feel about as hopeful as a long march to the gallows. Honestly, between Branson and Duffington, she wasn't sure of the worse choice. Dermot stepped forward then. She had almost forgotten his presence, so quiet had he been through the awkward exchange.
"Mr. Branson was a bit eager in his offer, I think. Might I inquire first whether you have accepted Mr. Duffington's offer?"
Caroline shook her head, blinking under the somewhat mesmerizing spell of Mr. Dermot's rumbling voice. He had a way of asking a question that suggested he already knew the answer, and used his voice only to hypnotize his prey. She recalled now that he had spoken in just such a way in the moments before he had kissed her on the chain pier. She flushed at the unfortunate memory. "I have not formed a decision yet." Dermot smiled up at her, and she was reminded that she had, for a time, thought the man quite handsome. Their first physical interaction had ended disastrously, but their dance last night had gone better. A quivering hope sprang free. She could not deny that Mr. Dermot, at least, made her blood hum in some degree of awareness. It was not the body-spinning attraction that David Cameron brought out in her treacherous veins, but it was, at least, something beyond the mild case of peptic upset that Duffington and Branson inspired. She reminded herself that this was the man who had all but ruined her life with his thoughtless words, the man who had stalked her, kissed her, and then jeered at her. But he wasn't jeering right now. In fact, though she had treated him with only the stiffest sort of courtesy last night, he had presented himself at her home this morning, respectful intentions in hand. One of Dermot's hands played about the lower edge of his waistcoat, and Caroline's eye darted toward the motion. Poppies today, unless the bit of enlivened embroidery was playing tricks on her eyes. His voice pushed through the rolling fog of her thoughts.
"I am glad to hear you are carefully considering your answer. I hope that means you will consider my own suit."
"Your suit?" Caroline asked, still staring at the blood-red poppies, lined up like soldiers against the black woolen background.
"I have come to admire you, and although I would normally wish to us time to become more closely acquainted, the rash behavior of others forces me to quick action."
He shot Branson a heated look.
"Given that my family has visited Brighton for many years, and given that I have, in fact, graduated from university some 5 years past, I hope you will consider me favourably."
"Oh, I say, that's a little unfair,"
Branson protested. Caroline met Dermot's unswerving gaze then, abandoning the poppies for the distraction of his smile. The man was brilliant. In one smooth sentence, he had managed to make Branson seem panicked and immature, and cast a logical suspicion on the rationale behind Duffington's 2-day proposal.
What are you saying, Mr. Dermot? He straightened his waistcoat and offered her again that stunning, cunning smile.
I would take this opportunity to lodge my own proposal there beside the others. Miss Talbotson,
he drew a breath and then continued,
Caroline.
This time her name did not sound so grating to her ears.
I would be humbly honoured if you would consider becoming my wife.
Chapter 28. She walked east, of course. She could do nothing else after leaving the circus of her house. Her mother was beside herself with excitement. Penelope seemed pensive. Poor Bess busied herself changing out the water in all the flower arrangements. And so Caroline had taken the walk she had known she would take from the moment her eyes had opened this morning. If nothing else, it gave her a solid hour to think. 3 proposals. 3 opportunities to help her family. 3 chances to get it completely, miserably wrong. She almost turned back around on the threshold of the cove, but the painful memory of David's parting last night and the wretched, abraded surface of her heart pushed her forward through the final stretch of scrub grass. She did not know which gentleman's offer to accept, but she knew she could not consider any of them without taking this next necessary step. Her conscience was doing its best to tell her this decision was wrong. Not the wanting of David. She suspected she was going to be caught in that trap, no matter her final decision on which offer to accept. She could no more stop loving him than stop the tide from coming in. But wanting the man and acting on her desires were 2 different things. Was it a sin to seek physical passion from one man when she had a bona fide offer of marriage from another? If it was, she was about to be a sinner 3 times over. He was already in the water when she arrived, a fact Caroline found vexing. He had coaxed a promise from her that she would not swim here alone on account of the danger, and yet here he was, sluicing through the waves. He was swimming away from her, facing the eastern edge of the inlet, and Caroline took advantage of his removed concentration to study him. Although she tended to have a critical eye when it came to swimming technique, she could find little fault with his movements today. He had improved since their instruction began, and her gaze moved appreciatively from the motion of his arms to the spray of water his feet kicked up. She noted a few things they could work on. His hand tended to cup on the downward arc, which, when corrected, would lessen the drag, and his legs tended to kick too wide apart when a narrow, scissor-like kick worked better for propulsion. Caroline stepped behind the rock and set herself to the task of removing her dress, but she hesitated at the point of putting on the altered navy gown. Her fingers skimmed the lower edge of her shift, pausing at the scalloped lace edge. Yesterday's experience in self-exploration had been frustrating, incomplete, maddening. Why had he chosen that particular lesson? Truth be told, David had been far more physically engaged during the interlude in the bathing machine, and to her mind, the main difference between those 2 experiences had been the amount of clothing involved. Warmth pooled in her abdomen, heat that had nothing to do with the sun or the blinding light from the cliff walls. She recalled the appreciative gleam in his eye
when he had kissed her under moonlight, remembered the heady feel of his hand on her bare breast a mere 2 days ago. But this was not a moonlit night, nor a dimly lit bathhouse with shadows to hide her flaws. The midday sun hung overhead, bright and glaring and inescapable. Her doubts tried to dissuade her, jeering at her as loud as any crowd, but she refused to be guided by those old fears. She did not want to release David from his promise, no matter their argument last evening, no matter the shocking details of his confession. He would not be outside the bounds of logic or decency if he refused to honor their arrangement today. But to Caroline's mind, these lessons had been negotiated and executed primarily on the basis of her curiosity, and that had not abated in the slightest. If anything, faced with the mind-rattling choice of the 3 men vying for her hand, her desire to seize this moment with David had swollen to a fearsome size. And if she gave him the choice to bow out now, she would not merely be denying her own chance at pleasure. She would be giving up on him. She wanted to prove to him that he was more than his history. She wanted to lie down on the rock beside him, run her fingers through his hair, and extract the hurt he carried inside him. And if she were truthful, she wanted him to understand what he was forcing her to offer another, so that he might feel a fraction of the envy that she felt when she thought about Elizabeth Ramsay. The navy serge gown dropped to the rocky shore, forgotten. She had 2 days left, and she refused to spend them as frustrated as he had left her yesterday. David had been swimming for the better part of an hour, pushing his body, testing his strength. He had slept poorly, tossing and turning and waking in sweat-soaked sheets, plagued not by nightmares of the girl he had lost, as he had expected, but by feverish dreams of the girl he could not permit himself to have. He had come to the cove early, determined to drive all carnal thoughts of Caroline out of his head the only way he knew how, with a good, punishing dose of exercise. It had nearly worked, too. He was exhausted, struggling for air, and swimming in water that reached several feet over his head when he saw her. Caroline Talbotson was standing at the water's edge, clad only in her shift. His mind was none too clear, having reached that place where survival outweighed the need to think. His muscles were numb, both from the physical exertion and the constant, cold waves that battered him. But his brain was not so muddled that it did not hone in on the sight of her lithe body stepping into the water. He sucked in a breath, and seawater flooded his mouth, making him cough and sputter. 11 years ago he had nearly drowned in this very spot, paralyzed by the knowledge that he had failed someone he loved. And as Caroline waded out farther into the waves, he was struck by the sudden realization that in a scant few seconds he was going to be poised to do it again. Because if he held her in his arms, with only the futile barrier of her wet shift between them, his failure to preserve her virginity wasn't just a possibility. It was a bloody, foregone conclusion. He had hoped his exhaustion would have calmed that part of his body. He had never been a man prone to good fortune. The sight of her dampening shift and the shadows that emerged to visibility beneath the translucent fabric proved more than enough to send his cock straight to attention, the cold water and exhaustion be damned. He made his way toward her, wary and weary, slogging his way through water that lessened in depth with each step. And then she was inches away, in hip-deep water, peering up at him with ocean spray in her eyelashes. He wanted to crush her to him and kiss her till her knees gave way beneath her. It would be wrong to take that advantage, though. He briefly entertained the idea of shaking her senseless if kissing was not going to be an option. She had clearly come for their lesson, dressed as she was. Any sensible girl would have kept her distance, given that he had admitted to something just short of murder last night. Of course, hadn't Caroline proven on more than one occasion that she had far more substance lurking beneath her surface than any merely sensible girl? "You started without me." Her voice sounded accusing, and he wondered how long she had been watching him battle the ocean current. "I did not expect you," he admitted. "Not after last night." He ran a hesitant hand through his hair. "Christ, Caroline, you twist me up in enough knots to do a sailor proud. What do you want from me?" "Our bargain." She licked her lips, and the motion shot straight to his groin. "I am not inclined to release you from the promise you made." David groaned out loud. Couldn't she see how dangerous this was? He had no way to win this game she played. He preferred his odds of surviving the inlet's high tide, while weighted down with paving stones. Tumbling down drunk. Suddenly, she was in his arms, and he was knocked off balance by the sweet, terrible surprise of her. They tumbled into the water, and then they were under, their lips of an accord on the matter of kissing. Salt water stung his eyes, and the power of the ocean roared in his ears, but it was no match for the wicked sting of lust that snaked through him as her mouth moved against his. And then her tongue touched his own, and he was lost to all coherent thought, save one. This woman was both his reward and his greatest punishment. He had timed the morning's brutal exertions to temper the keen edge of desire, had swum an hour in this ferocious current for no other purpose than to banish the need to claim her as his. How ironic to discover that far from serving its intended purpose, his exertions had instead left him too exhausted to resist her. They bobbed back up to the surface, gasping for the air in each other's lungs. He cradled her head in his hands, threading his fingers through her hair. The beast in him, the one he tried so hard to keep chained, raised its head to roar. Mine. But the gentleman in him, the gentleman he hadn't quite believed existed, placed an authoritative hand on the beast's head and pushed it down for the breadth of a second. "Are you sure this is what you want?" He all but snarled against the sweet temptation of her lips, because, God help him, he was failing the test he had laid for himself. "With certainty," she answered with a breathless moan he could not refuse. Scooping her up in his arms, he staggered to the shallows, his lips refusing to leave hers for even the second it took to draw a new breath. She wrapped her legs around his waist, and he could feel her bare calves rubbing against his own skin where his trousers met his torso. Implausibly, his brain registered the obvious before his cock did. They were here alone, an hour or more from civilization. She was almost naked, and the scandalous press of her legs about his waist was pushing her core flush against his bare skin. The trouser-encased part of his anatomy that wanted to bury himself inside her jerked toward the promise of her body. He thrust upward, a deliberate stroke that left nothing to either of their imaginations. She gasped into his mouth. And then,
Unbelievably, she said, "More." He obliged the lady's request and thrust again, slower this time, a delicious promise of friction that sent his fingers curving about her cotton-clad arse, there at the point of no return. "Think hard on this," he growled into her mouth, even as they splashed down to earth at the water's edge, "because there is no going back." Caroline landed on top of him, a heavy burden he could not bring himself to regret. The relentless current swept them backward toward shore, and pebbles and shells scraped across his bare back, but he held her about her waist as she straddled his chest, the feel of her woman's mound against the bare skin of his abdomen, the most agonizing sensation of all. "I have thought hard on this," she told him, her eyes glittering down, "and 11 years is a long time to think." He thrilled to her response, even as he pulled her down to meet his lips. David kept his touch gentle, though his body ordered he set a different pace. He ignored his cock's demands for the moment. He'd endured a great deal of practice ignoring that most insistent part of his anatomy, a part that hadn't even, at first, realized the treasure it was pointing him toward. 5 more minutes' restraint was not going to kill him, not if he could stoke the fires of her enjoyment first. He forced his body into compliance and kissed Caroline a long, leisurely moment, enjoying the sharp, salty taste of her. The tide was coming in, the waves rolling into oblivion around them, but he ignored them for the moment. He ran his tongue along the edge of her lips, a sensual slide that belied the building frustration he felt for this slow, careful process he was determined to construct for her. His hand had found her breast at some point during the kiss, and he rubbed his thumb deftly over her peaked nipple, back, forth, and back again. She responded by rocking against him and gasping into his mouth. "More," she murmured again. He grinned into her kiss. For such a loquacious person, it seemed the woman in his arms was reduced to the same primitive, one-word responses that he felt in this moment. "Tell me what you want." He let his hand drift lower, teasing at the edge of her shift. "I am good at following directions." She pulled back and stared down at him, breathing hard. Her skin was flushed, marring the usual prominence of her freckles, and her lips were beautifully swollen from his kisses. "Liar," she told him, rocking against him again in a movement that suggested either a damned fine instinct or a great deal of time spent studying her sister's book. "If you had followed proper directions, we would have done this yesterday." Chapter 29. David felt an answering grin spread across his face. "Tell me what you want today, then." "You." Her eyes glinted down at him, framed against the sunlight by the wild halo of her hair. She lifted her palm to cup his face, and her touch felt like silk pulled across sensitive flesh. "This," she breathed out, and the sound was like a balm to his soul. "Us." David pulled her down and rolled with her so they were lying side by side, the water rushing around them. He let his eyes roam down the exquisite length of her, from her pert brows to the pink toes that flashed at him amid the ebb and flow of the shoreline waves. He recalled the water had felt cold to him this morning, but there was none of that in this moment, only an intense, burning heat that seemed to suffuse every pore. Her eyes met his across the space of the few inches he had created with his repositioning, and he seized upon an adequate description for their color.
abalone. The most incredible mixture of colours, but defying any single label. She was unique, like the shells that littered this beach, like the storm of emotion that littered his mind. And while he did not know what the next hour might bring, for this moment at least, she was his. His gaze drifted down to the tempting, wet edge of her shift. He wondered if she knew that he could see every part of her through the fine, thin cotton. The dark patch between her legs, in particular, stood out against her skin like paint beneath a transparent canvas. He reached a finger down as he met her eyes once more, brushed against the curls that waited for him there, knew he had found her hidden pleasure point when those beautiful eyes widened and she arched up to meet him. "Is this what you want?" he asked, though it was a question she had already answered with the push of her body against his questing finger. "You know it is." She caught her lower lip between her teeth, and her obvious frustration urged him on. He settled into a rhythm, testing her reflexes, finding them open for his touch. He focused hard on that spot that made her thrash beside him, challenging her to go further, reach higher than she had yesterday. He offered words of encouragement, carefully skirting any mention of that messy business of love. And then, in response to her strangled cry, David added the more she was begging for, slipping his finger inside her. The blazing heat of her passage was like crossing the surface of the sun. It didn't feel like this yesterday," she exclaimed, closing her eyes and straining toward the push of his hand. He took her lips in a kiss then, drowning in her words as much as her heat. "It wasn't meant to," he found the presence of mind to say after a moment. "It was a lesson to teach me what you wanted, not a lesson for you to find it." "Then you are an apt pupil," she gasped, "because And then she was gone, shattering around his hand. She bucked upward through the surf, her cry of release the most beautiful sound imaginable. Her body pulsed around his finger, an invitation his cock readily accepted as its well-earned due. But still, David hesitated. She was falling back to him now, her wings momentarily clipped. They could stop this. Somehow, some way, he had survived it, though he was about ready to spill in his trousers like an inexperienced schoolboy. And then she opened her eyes. They were glazed, brilliant, begging. "More," she whispered, her drugged smile the most compelling of invitations. And then he was unbuttoning his trousers. He rose over her, his mind focused on her beautiful face, the primitive echo of mine roaring in his ears. He was about to take her, here on the open beach, her invitation unmistakable, his own body more ready than it had ever been. Only one thing stopped him, a single, terrible thought that flashed through his mind and threatened to asphyxiate him far more quickly than any convenient drowning. What if she had already accepted Duffington's offer? Remorse spun through him, all the more confusing because it was tempered by a desire to harm a man he had no cause to dislike, much less want to kill. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't go through with this, couldn't give her the experience she sought, not if she was promised to another man. David hauled his objecting body off her pliant one, settling into the grit and small, smooth-shaped rocks that lay all around them. He was shocked to his core by how close he had just come to taking her virginity. It did not matter if it was a gift she gave freely. It did not matter if he wanted it more than his body's next breath. It did not matter if she asked for more 10 times over. He was leaving for Scotland with his mother in just over a week. He had been about to ruin her life forever on the cusp of an inevitable parting. And he, of all people, knew what it was like to live with that kind of regret. She struggled to sitting, her eyes a perplexed shade of amber and green. "Why did you stop?" she asked in confusion. David swallowed against the trembling note of confusion in her voice. "I think," he said, struggling to form the words he needed to say, instead of the words he wanted to say, "that before we go any further with this lesson, we need to have a serious talk." Stunned by the abrupt shift in mood, Caroline pulled the edge of her shift down as far as it would go. She had found her senses again, and the reality of the moment lay like hot coals beneath her skin. David had just... and she had felt... well, she didn't know what he had just done or what she had just felt, but she was quite sure there was a word for it somewhere in Penelope's book, and celibate was not it. "What do you want to talk about?" she asked, struggling to a sitting position and curling her legs up beneath her. She was confused by the new note of censure in his voice. Moments before, he had been urging her into oblivion. Now he seemed determined to yank it out of her grasp. "Did you accept Duffington's offer?" She sighed into the directness of his question. "No, not yet." Caroline felt as if she were a ship that had sighted land only to flounder in the shoals. She did not want to think about Duffington's offer in this moment, or Branson's, or Dermot's either. She wanted to return to the distraction of David Cameron's mouth and busy fingers. But judging by the dark glower he was tossing her way, she suspected she wasn't going to get out of the conversation by kissing him again. "Do you plan to?" "I don't know," she admitted, forcing her mind to the pertinent question at hand. "You raised some excellent concerns about Duffington last night, things I had not considered. In fact, now that a certain part of David's anatomy had been almost introduced to a certain part of hers, she was rethinking the wisdom of Duffington's size. He is not a good fit, using weight as the criterion, I'll admit." A hint of relief touched David's smile. "I am relieved to hear you say that." "If I am to go by height," she mused, reaching a hand to brush away the silver grains of sand that clung to the thick, blonde hair on David's chest, "I think Mr. Branson would serve better than Duffington. But if I am to rely on instinct, I must admit Mr. Dermot has made an excellent case for me to place his offer first." David reared back, as if she had grasped one of those hairs and plucked it straight out. "What are you talking about?" Caroline dropped her hand and battled a twinge of guilt. She knew she had been negligent in not admitting as much earlier, but a frank discussion of her choices had seemed a poor preference to kissing at the time. "Mr. Branson and Mr. Dermot both presented me with offers of marriage this morning." David pushed up and away from her in a single, fluid motion. "Bloody hell, Caroline!" She did not object to the obscenity. Indeed, it was a phrase she had been dancing around uttering herself all morning. As far as expressions went, she doubted she could find a more apt one to describe the absurdity of her week. She, Caroline Talbotson, Brighton's most established wallflower, had received 3 offers of marriage in less than a single day, one of them from a man believed by many to be the most handsome of the summer set. Bloody hell indeed. David fastened the buttons of his falls with a series of jerks, buttons she hadn't even realized had been undone. When he had finished, he glared down at her. "Were you going to tell me before or after I tupped you on this beach?" Caroline lifted her chin. "That depends. Is tupping still an option?" He reached down a hand to pull her up. He felt hard, vibrating against her skin like the blade of a sword, swung against granite. "Are you seriously considering any of them?" he demanded. Caroline spent a long moment scraping the grit and crushed shells from her shift. There was no doubt she was going to find the tiny particles in places best left unmentioned after David's bold exploration of her body. And no doubt she was avoiding answering the question. Finally, she found her voice. "I imagine I would be mad not to, don't you think? I must marry someone, and I cannot marry someone who hasn't offered for me." She allowed her eyes to meet his, wincing as she took in the stone-set cast of his jaw. Ergo, I must choose one of them. David looked ready to explode. "You don't need to marry anyone, at least not in the immediate future. And you deserve someone better than Dermot." He has quite redeemed himself. Caroline thought back on Mr. Dermot's expression from the morning. He had looked desperate for her answer, crushed when she had offered him a delayed response. He had been serious in his offer. Either that, or the man was the most accomplished actor she had ever had the ill fortune to come across. And unlike Branson, Dermot's offer, at least, had made her pulse wobble just a bit. If she was to take David's own advice on the matter, wasn't that what she's supposed to be looking for in a husband? Only 2 men had ever made her body hum enough to seek their kiss. One of them, of course, was Dermot. It had ended poorly, but she had not known what she was doing at the time. Logic argued that next time around would be more pleasurable. The second man, who was even now stalking over to the rock and snatching up her discarded dress, had made his feelings on the nature of their relationship more than clear. Though he was upset over Mr. Dermot's offer of marriage, he was not going to make a counter-offer. She realized, in that moment, a part of her had been hoping he might. Her heart came close to crumpling in her chest. David thrust out the gown as if the very fabric burned his hands. "Dermot does not deserve redemption. I should know. I am an expert in the cause." Caroline met David's gaze, anchoring herself to the chink that had appeared in his armour. She accepted the dress from his clenched hands. "Everyone deserves redemption, David, yourself included." David fetched her slippers next. "I do not like the man." Caroline stepped into the gown and pulled it up over her shift, wincing as the fabric turned dark with damp. "You don't have to like him," she retorted, working to reach the buttons between the back of her shoulders now. "I do. He has a nice bank account, lovely, straight teeth. There is no doubt he would be my preferred choice over either of my other 2 offers." She risked a glance at her glowering companion, wondering how far she was prepared to needle him. David was rapidly approaching the end of what appeared to be a very short rope. The only question was, did he care for her enough to prevent what she was honest enough to admit might be a grave mistake? "I am 23, David, falling off the shelf, and Mr. Dermot is considered an excellent match." "He does not appreciate you. Not the true you, at any rate." Caroline exhaled, praying for patience. Was this really the same man who had just touched her so intimately? He looked angry enough to scale the white cliff walls, using only his teeth for leverage. What do you mean, the true me? I'd say he does if he is offering to marry me. It is not as if I have a dowry to tempt him. Perhaps he is responding to the myth rather than the woman. Or perhaps he feels the need to best Branson. But he doesn't know you, not like I do. You would never be happy married to someone like him. The first niggling shards of doubt lodged in Caroline's mind. What myth? What are you referring to? A muscle ticked near David's right eye, and his face reddened, making the bright, golden colour of his hair seem even lighter by contrast. I might have encouraged Dermot's thoughts towards you along a more flattering path, Tuesday night, after our moonlit swim. Caroline's thoughts flung wide at his admission and settled on an inescapable truth. Branson was there too, wasn't he? She asked, horrified. Aye. David at least had the grace to look discomfited now, blast the man. He picked up his shirt and slipped it over his broad shoulders. Branson was there, he admitted. Hamilton too, but not Duffington or Adams. You cannot blame their interest on me. Caroline stared at David as he buttoned up his own clothing. How could she not have seen it? It was so obvious now. The interest, the offers. Why would any of these men be interested in her unless they had been spun a string of lies? Caroline swallowed the painful lump of her throat. What did you say to them? What did you do? I didn't want your reputation hurt any more than had already been done, and so I spun a little fancy over a shared bottle. I encouraged them to think of you in a more feminine light, I suppose. Distracted them from their incorrectly drawn conclusions. But I only wanted them to leave off with their heckling. I never expected it to result in all this stir. The newfound confidence Caroline had discovered during the past few days dissolved into nothingness, displaced by the same self-doubts that had plagued her all her life. Did you lie? Say something about me that wasn't true? He opened his mouth, a look of swift surprise flaring across his face. He shifted his weight from one foot to another, guiltily, to her mind. No, he finally said. I can honestly say that nothing I said that night was an untruth. But he had not believed it at the time. That much was clear. Her understanding of the situation settled from a vicious churning to a dull ache. She felt a bone-deep sense of who she was, a social plague that would not be cured, no matter the skill of her modiste, no matter her potential choice of husband. What you are saying, she said slowly, is that I was not good enough for them as I was. David's gaze jerked down to meet hers. That is not what I am saying at all. You had to convince them of my worth, and even that was a facade strung out of sympathy. David shook his head. You are twisting my words. I want to protect you. But you do not want to marry me. Caroline caught the sob in her throat, forbade it to escape. So much so that you invented a story, just so others might remove the burden of my admiration from your hands. David spread those very hands to which she referred, reaching for an answer he apparently could not give. Even now, even with all that had passed between them, his expression skirted an emotion that looked suspiciously like sympathy. I am not the right man for you, Caroline. A welcome rage settled in her gut. So you keep saying, but given that I have already accepted the man you are, what you mean is that I am not the right woman for you. She waited for him to protest, to assure her she had the wrong of it. He did none of those things. Instead, he nodded. What do you mean? She continued, her certainty a terrible thing. Is that I am good enough to almost tup in the waves, but not good enough to pledge a troth. Well, let me tell you something, David Cameron. We are through with these lessons. I don't need your pity, and I don't need your proposal. It turns out I have plenty to sort through on my own. Chapter 30. Sunday church service was a painful affair. Caroline sat stiff-backed in her family's pew, dressed in her gown with the lavender flowers, her mind on anything but the sermon. She felt hollow inside, David's words running through her mind again and again. Her attention was snagged only once, when a blessing was offered for those who would compete in tomorrow's race. And then it was noon. The church crowd was gossiping about the latest news in the Gazette, and Caroline was stepping out into bright sunshine, Penelope walking several yards ahead. Dermot intercepted her as she made her way down the church steps. He looked devilishly handsome, as always, and she could see at least 2 girls making moon eyes at him across the street. She knew she was lucky to have such a charming smile directed toward her, but as she summoned a smile in return, it occurred to her she had more than that. She had an offer of marriage from this perfect specimen of a man, and even if Mr. Dermot's proposal was more calculated than romantic, even if his interest was based solely on some image conjured by too much whiskey and David Cameron's exuberant description of a make-believe woman, the choice was now in her hands. And a choice was something David had never permitted her. "Good morning, Caroline," Mr. Dermot said, bowing at the waist. "I was waiting for you, hoping for a word about my proposal." She eyed him, her stomach jumping like oil in a heated skillet. His nearness did not spark the same violent feelings in her that standing close to David did, but if her recent experience with David had taught her anything, it was that it was far more tenable to be the partner who was adored than the one doing the adoring. David Cameron didn't want her. This man did. Why was she even hesitating? "I've been thinking hard on your offer," she told Mr. Dermot, her teeth trembling on the answer she knew she must give. "You make a favourable argument for my acceptance." He looked pleased. "Favourable enough that you will have me?" Caroline nodded. "I think," she said, willing herself to keep breathing, "that my answer is yes, I will marry you." White teeth flashed at her. "Well, that's brilliant." His eye fell eagerly on a crowd emerging from the depths of the church. "Oh, there's Duffington and his mother now, and Branson behind them. Should I tell them our happy news?" Caroline shook her head, alarmed at the thought of involving Mr. Dermot in such a delicate matter, given the way his chest was already puffing up. "I'd rather do it myself, if you don't mind. I shall tell them now. I do not want to string them along." Dermot's smile slipped, ever so slightly. "Shall I call on you tomorrow, then?" "Aren't you competing in the race tomorrow?" she asked, inexplicably hesitant to plan tomorrow,
much less the rest of her life, with this man she had just accepted.
The race is at 11, but maybe after. We can tell your family and also celebrate my win together.
Caroline raised a brow at his bravado, but she wrangled her instinctive retort into submission. "That sounds lovely," she said. "Come for tea. That seems as good a time as any to share the announcement with my family." Dermot left whistling a bright, airy tune that seemed at odds with the task Caroline had before her. The business of putting off Duffington and Branson was the work of but a moment, but it left her drained and shaking. It had less to do with disappointing them than the realization she was cutting her safety net, as if by declining their offers, she was making her acceptance of Mr. Dermot's proposal seem more real. It was almost 1 o'clock by the time she arrived home. If yesterday had gone differently, she would have been meeting David at the cove right about now. But she couldn't see herself facing him now, even if that made her a coward. The words they had exchanged, and the fact that he had failed to even consider offering for her, sat like yesterday's breakfast high in her stomach. Whatever promises they had made each other were through. She had told him their lessons were finished, and that had released him from all obligation. It released her from obligation too, including the promise she had made him not to swim alone. David no longer required her instruction. He was ready for tomorrow's race, and she was ready for a hard, fast swim, without the distraction David Cameron had become. The 2 o'clock hour came and went before she felt comfortable setting off, presuming David would finally be finished with his own practice. She could tell from the way the ocean lapped at the edge of the footpath that it was approaching high tide, and indeed, she felt the pounding of the waves reverberating beneath her feet, even before she rounded the last turn. It occurred to her, belatedly, that she might have come too late to swim today. At the point of highest tide, when the water surged up along the southernmost edge of the cliffs and obscured the rocks beneath the surface, her refuge was transformed from something enjoyable to something potentially deadly. But as the little beach she knew so well came into view, she stopped, horrified at the sight spread out in front of her. The ocean, while high, was not the only thing contributing to the roaring in her ears. The narrow shoreline was crawling with 24 or more Brightonians, women in gauzy white dresses, children with kites and sailboats, men in shirt sleeves. A couple had spread a blanket on top of the rock, her rock, and were laying out a picnic feast from the depths of a wicker basket. Behind them, 2 adolescent boys climbed the chalk cliffs, dislodging clumps of seagrass and knocking the sparrow nests down with pointed sticks. A shudder racked her as she thought of the baby birds she had watched this summer, not yet fully feathered, tumbling down into the teeming water below. The danger of this inlet and its lethal, hidden currents sent Caroline's feet running toward the crowd. She grabbed the nearest person she could find and shook the man's shoulder with a rough palm. Mr. Hamilton turned around, his red hair sticking out beneath the brim of his cap. The surprise of seeing him here paled in comparison to the fear crawling up her spine. "What is happening?" she demanded. "Why are all these people here?"
"Didn't you see the article in the Gazette this morning?"
"No." Caroline shook her head. She had eschewed breakfast this morning, preferring to mope in her room.
"It mentioned this swimming beach, called it a hidden gem where the summer residents could escape the clamour of the London day visitors.
Hamilton tossed a dubious eye toward the boys climbing the white cliff walls.
Not that we seem any better behaved.
But why would you write such a thing? Caroline demanded. Hamilton had been one of the men who had stumbled across the cove Tuesday night, and her mind flew to the only logical conclusion. This is far too dangerous of a beach for the public. These people are in great danger.
I didn't write it, he protested. It was in the Gazette social section.
But you write the social section. An echo of confusion clamoured in her head. Don't you?
No, I don't.
He looked a little put out.
I am a serious reporter, Miss Caroline.
Caroline eyed the young man uncertainly. You didn't write about my proposal from Mr. Duffington yesterday. He shook his head.
No. I write about sporting events. The Brighthelmston horse races, the swimming competition, that sort of thing.
Well, who writes the social section? She demanded.
I can't reveal the paper's sources, Miss Caroline. You know that. It was one of your father's rules, after all.
Hamilton spread one hand out, panning the crowd, and then held up a heavy black box in the other.
Now that the secret is out, I feel obligated to photograph it. I am thinking of making a book, you know. Photographic Treasures of Brighton. Perhaps they'll even sell it in London.
Caroline felt as if the whole of the beach was sliding sideways beneath her feet. This was the cove that provided a cherished connection to the father she had lost, a place that served as a refuge from Brighton's brighter, noisier scene. Swimming here was one of her few pleasures in life. Her only pleasure, now that her lessons with David Cameron were over. And Mr. Hamilton was going to take a picture of it and share it far and wide. You can't do something so irresponsible, she protested. If Londoners learn of this beach, then the people who come down for the day will come here instead of Brighton. She swallowed the lump in her throat. And they'll destroy everything that is beautiful about it. Hamilton shrugged.
I'd say it's a little late for that. Might as well record it now while it is still of a piece. This crowd here will destroy it. Soon enough.
He offered her a searching glance.
About the swimming race tomorrow. I'm slated to cover it for the paper. If you haven't accepted Duffington yet, would you like to come with me?
Caroline blinked at him in surprise. That is, no, thank you. I actually accepted Mr. Dermot's proposal this morning, so it turns out I am not free to accompany you.
Dermot?
Hamilton sounded surprised.
I hadn't heard he had asked you.
Yes, well, it all happened suddenly. Too suddenly, truth be told. Even now, the thought sent her blood slowing in her veins. Caroline panned the crowd, wondering if Dermot was here too. She found him almost instantly, holding court among the Somerset along the eastern edge of the cove. It occurred to her, as she watched him manipulate the rapt attention of his followers, that he was at home among that crowd in a way she would never be. Her gaze snagged on a familiar head who hovered near the edge of the group, her blonde hair bent over a leather-bound journal. You might ask Penelope to accompany you to the race, she murmured, distracted by the way Pen seemed to have attached herself to that group. Did she want to be accepted by the Somerset so much, then? Didn't her sister feel the slightest twinge of nostalgia, of anger, at the loss of this private place? After all, Papa had brought her to this beach, too. Hamilton followed Caroline's gaze.
I tried. Believe me, I did. But your sister wants little to do with me that way, I'm afraid. She was the one who encouraged me to ask you."
He shouldered the camera, holding it steady with one hand.
"Well, best of luck to you, I suppose. Dermot's a fortunate man."
Caroline stared after him as he slogged off across the shingle beach, carrying his load. Penelope had turned Mr. Hamilton down. The pieces of this puzzle lay scattered around her, and she was sick of trying to force them into holes that did not fit. Only one thing was clear. She was not going to get the swim she came for. Not today, and likely not ever again. As Caroline contemplated whether to stalk Penelope and demand some answers, or spend a moment hauling the gleefully destructive boys off her beloved cliff walls, her thoughts became tangled in the sound of a child's scream. Shading her hands to scan the surf, she searched for the origin of such a terrified sound. There, a dozen yards offshore, some well-meaning family had brought their children, no doubt lured by the article in the newspaper. And one of those children was caught in the current. She could already see a man who appeared to be the father wading out, his own anxious shouts mixing with the pounding of the waves. She could see the danger the man faced from the water, though he appeared oblivious to the risk. Then again, she knew these waters, knew their spinning force and their potential to drag an unsuspecting body in the exact opposite direction of where you intended.
"Stop him!"
she shouted to the clustering crowd. She picked up her skirts and ran as fast as she could, but she was too far away and he was too frantic, and within seconds the man was as doomed as his son. A woman's screams joined the mix then, and they built in scale and volume until Caroline was quite sure her eardrums had perforated twice over.
"Stop her, then!"
Caroline commanded as she skidded to a stop at the point where water met land. A desperate certainty grabbed hold of her as she took in the two struggling swimmers. One of them was going to drown. She couldn't save them both, not at high tide with only one pair of arms and her skirts dragging her under. She was risking her own life just to contemplate the saving of one. She panned the crowd with desperation, and her eye fell on Dermot in the crowd of gawkers. He had won last year's race, marking him as the obvious choice. But he stood, inert, making no move to help either her or the drowning family. No doubt he was reconsidering the sanity of being tied in marriage to someone who would. Well, she was not going to stand by and let a small child drown, not if she had even the slightest chance of saving the boy. Caroline lifted her skirts, preparing to dive in. And then her knees nearly buckled with relief as David Cameron materialized beside her. His hair was damp around the edges, telling her he had swum these waters earlier today. "Take off your boots," he ordered, the command issued in a precise military fashion, despite his apparent exhaustion. "Your stockings, crinolines, anything that might weigh you down." She scrambled to follow his instructions, though the lessening of her load was still not nearly enough. "This will be too much for you if you've already practiced today," she objected, as he began to strip off his own jacket and shirt. She knew he could swim. Hadn't she taught him herself? But he had not been tested against the inlet's high tide, with exhaustion from an earlier swim weighing him down. "I tackle these waters at high tide with some regularity, David, and it is hard enough when a body is fresh." Truly, even she would have thought twice about going in today. David's face darkened at her admission. "And the only reason I am not going to scold you for such a risk is that we don't have time. If I don't go, one of them will drown." He glowered at her with a steely determination that made her want to follow his lead, no matter what. What kind of a man would I be if I didn't at least try? She knew what kind of man he was. She always had. But it was heartening to hear him acknowledge it. All right. Caroline pushed into the first line of waves. They tangled in her skirts and almost brought her to her knees. The cold sting of the water made her teeth ache. "You take the father," she gasped. "I shall rescue the boy. He is farther out, but his weight will be easier for me to manage." Beside her, David hesitated. And then he jerked her toward him, his hand a vice grip on hers. The heat of him blazed across the spare inch of space. "If you find yourself in trouble, if your skirts prove too great a hindrance, don't try to make it to shore." She nodded, breathless with panic and awareness of this man. She thought, for a heart-blinding second, that he was going to kiss her. He smiled grimly at her instead. A promise, that. Or perhaps a goodbye. "Take the child to the rocky shelf," he said hoarsely, "and then wait for me to come to you." Caroline nodded, though she knew the shelf David referred to was several feet over her head at this point in the tide cycle. Instead of correcting him, she squeezed his hand. "Go," she urged. "I'll be right behind." Within moments, the current had David in its grip. He handled it well, though, sustaining the calm, steady stroke she had taught him as the fearsome current pulled him out. Then again, going out was not the difficult part. Caroline dove in and set off toward the child, reaching him in 20 solid strokes. The little fellow was still conscious, and he clung to her like a nettle, his eyes wide with fear. To her right, she saw that David had reached the panicked father and was already making good progress back. Breathing a sigh of relief, she started to swim back to shore, then froze as she confronted a new reality. The mother's faint scream still echoed from the beach, but now that Caroline was facing north again, she could see the woman had started to wade in and was standing in knee-deep water. The woman's idiocy sent Caroline kicking for shore in a panic. If she came out any further, the woman would be dragged under by those wet skirts. Caroline ought to know. She was battling the very possibility herself. "Do not come any closer!" she shouted. But she could barely hear herself over the rush of water. There was no way the woman could hear her. Caroline looped her arm around the boy's shoulders and began the battle back to shore. She had never attempted to swim this stretch of water in a dress with full skirts before. The water sucked at her limbs, pulling them both under, and for a moment she felt the boy's own panic lick at her skin. As water filled her mouth and threatened her lungs, a memory flashed through her mind of Papa explaining the mechanics of the tide. Though it took every bit of trust she had, though her body screamed for her to fight, she rolled onto her back, sent up a prayer, and let the current pull her and the boy out toward the horizon. David reached the shore with his sputtering burden, only to watch with horror as Caroline and the child drifted out to sea. He finally understood her warnings about the strength of the current here at high tide. It was something monstrous and terrifying and beautiful all at once. And right now it had hold of the woman he loved. Why hadn't she headed toward the rocky shelf, as he had instructed her? Because there was no doubt if she had, he would not now be grappling with the bone-chilling certainty that he was about to lose the second woman he had ever loved. David tossed the sputtering father onto the shore and wrenched himself back toward the waves, his muscles' protests damned. But as he turned, he realized definite progress was taking place in the water. Caroline was free of the outgoing current,
although she now had twice the distance to swim as before. She was swimming toward shore, one arm looped around the boy's neck, the other reaching out in a one-handed parody of her usual stroke. He waded out, ready to share the burden the moment she let him. His heart filled with pride, not only for the sheer physical strength of this woman, but her strength of character as well. She had much to lose in this astonishing demonstration of skill. And there was no doubt she was putting on quite the display. Behind him, pushed from the shore, he heard snippets of awed voices.
"Do you see her swim?
One of the Talbotson girls, the tall one." And then there was this one, which seemed to get stuck and rattle around for a good minute in his skull. "Dermot says she accepted him this morning." The last comment sent a wave of nausea rolling through David's gut. It seemed Caroline had been busy since they parted ways yesterday. Could he blame her? She had never lied to him about her intentions to marry, had made it clear that he was forcing her to a decision she didn't want to make. No, he couldn't blame her. But he could certainly blame himself. David forced his eyes to the horizon and the more immediate problem of Caroline's progress toward shore. He had never been so grateful to see the moment when her feet met the ocean floor. He staggered out to relieve her of the tiny, frightened bundle in her arms. The child began sniffling and hiccuping into the cradle of David's neck, letting him know that whatever else ailed the boy, a small set of lungs filled with seawater was not the primary worry. Children were resilient. Of Caroline, however, he was a little less certain. She hitched over at the waist and coughed up a great deal of water. "Are you all right?" he asked, his eyes raking her for visible signs of injury. She breathed in, through her nose this time. She braced her hands against her wet skirts and took 3 more breaths in rapid succession. "I am," she rasped. "Could you take him to his mother while I catch my breath?" David carried the boy to shore, his pulse settling into a more even rhythm. Although the danger had passed, a new worry set in, one that had more to do with who she was than what she had done. He might be proud of her. Hell, he was in utter awe of her. But he doubted this current turn of events was going to endear her to Mr. Dermot. And he didn't know whether to be worried for her future or pleased for his. He tried to deliver the boy to his mother, but the boy's arms tightened about David's neck. Not that he blamed the child. The woman was still making an unholy racket, although her screams, thank God, had reduced to a rhythmic wailing. He pried the little chap's fingers free and then deposited the child on the ground. The mother collapsed beside him, her noise subsiding to a more tolerable level. Sobs punctuated by hiccups. Much preferable. He couldn't help but think, a bit uncharitably, that if the mother had learned to swim half as well as she screamed, she wouldn't have to rely on others to save her offspring. Within seconds, a drenched Caroline had joined him. Her colour had improved, as had her breathing, and he reached out a hand to take hers up. The crowd and propriety be damned. She had just risked her life to save a child, goddammit. She deserved better than hushed whispers and pointed stares. But there was no denying they were growing in volume and audacity. You can see right through her skirts. Scandalous, really. Not the most circumspect of chits, is she? Hold, everyone! Hamilton was bent over a black box, some 50 feet away, and his voice rang out clear over the din. Most in the crowd stilled, pleased with the idea of having the moment recorded, but Caroline cringed her hand squeezing his in panic. David fought against the urge to pull her into his arms and shield her. But there was no hiding it now, no matter how she might pray to return to a state of anonymity. Hamilton was taking a bloody picture. He met her gaze, the eyes so changeable, resisting definition. His heart swelled around the sight of her. Not that the intensity of his body's response made any difference. She had accepted Dermot. Once Hamilton shouted the all clear, a blonde head shouldered her way through the crowd, and then Caroline's sister reached out for her.
"Oh, I was so scared when I saw you swimming out there."
Her sister's eyes shone with tears.
"But you were brilliant! Absolutely brilliant!"
Mr. Cameron had the harder task, Caroline objected, threading her hand out of his and leaving him bereft. The boy's father was the heavier load. "I didn't swim it with 30 pounds of skirts tangling about my legs," David answered. "Your sister is right. You did well, lass. Better than well. You saved that boy's life."
"I think,"
Penelope said, stepping back and regarding him with a watery, blue-eyed gaze that seemed to miss little,
"that you were both brilliant."
From the corner of his eye, David caught sight of Dermot standing a few feet away. He looked a little green, truth be told. Or perhaps it was just the sun's reflection off the man's damned waistcoat. "Is it true?" David asked Caroline, low under his breath, so her sister could not hear. "You've accepted the duffer, then?" Caroline's eyes darted to Dermot, and she paled again. "If you mean Mr. Dermot, yes." Her voice was still hoarse from her battle with the waves. "Just this morning, in fact." David felt the impact of her words, as if they were bullets fired at close range. All that was left was the ribbon of smoke and the gaping wound in his soul. She was betrothed, then. He shook his head, more disgusted with himself than her. Why, of all people, did it have to be Dermot? She was going to marry a man who had stood on the shore with his hands in his damned pockets while a child almost drowned not 24 yards away. He was hit by the chilling realization that despite his intentions, despite his best efforts, Caroline had circled back around to the very place he had been trying to avoid. She was pledged to marry a man who did not deserve her, and he had pushed her there. Whose fault was it, if not his own? David had repeatedly rejected her, convinced he was doing the right thing, believing he wasn't worthy of her. But confronted with this moment, he could recognize his error. He hadn't turned her away because he couldn't love her. He had done it because he already did. "I just hope you know what you're doing, lass," he sighed, as Dermot turned his back on them and walked away from the scene. "Because it seems clear your future husband doesn't know quite what to think of you." Chapter 31. Caroline awoke to her mother's upset voice echoing up the stairwell and through the open bedroom door. Bright daylight streamed through her window. Penelope's bed had not been slept in. Familiar things, all of them. None of them worth waking up for on a Monday. She rolled over, wondering what had set her mother off. Perhaps Mr. Dermot had come to break off their betrothal. Caroline was expecting something of that ilk, given the outcome of yesterday's unplanned adventure and Dermot's cold response. Although, given that her mother did not yet even know of the betrothal, she supposed that couldn't really explain her mother's angry words. She shut her eyes tight, only to have them startled open again by a very definite very deliberate clearing of a throat. Bess was standing in the open doorway to the bedroom, clutching a piece of dark fabric. Caroline blinked, trying to ascertain what had the servant's colour so high. Bess shook her hand, setting the fabric flapping.
"Do you mind explaining what a man's evening coat was doing under your mattress, Miss Caroline? I found it when I was changing the sheets yesterday."
Caroline struggled to a sitting position, finally awake enough to feel fear. "Is that why Mamma is upset?" she asked, recognizing David's evening jacket. Her fingers twitched against the servant's unfortunate discovery. She had forgotten it was there. A mistake, that. If she were Pen, she supposed, she would have a ready-made excuse. But she wasn't Pen, and she had more to worry about than the little matter of explaining away David Cameron's evening coat. Bess clucked her irritation.
"Who knows why your mother's upset?" she muttered, tossing the jacket onto Caroline's bed. "Probably because your sister spent good money on the newspaper again, I would imagine. Best get up now. I won't mention it to your mother, I suppose, given that she's already riled up this morning, but I will say this. It's a fine muddle when you start wearing men's clothes, Miss Caroline. You're a right pretty girl. You've nothing to be ashamed of, no matter which way your inclinations lean. I just don't recommend dressing as a man. That's a sure trip to Bedlam, if you ask me."
Caroline choked back a sob of laughter as Bess bustled off down the hallway. Oh, if only her secrets were so simple. Her lavender-sprigged gown was still damp with seawater, a reminder of its brush with infamy, and so Caroline dressed in her blueprint day dress, as her new dresses had not yet been delivered by Madame Beauclair. She splashed clean water on her face, bundled her hair up into a tight knot at the nape of her neck, and then she went to face her mother. "How could you?" Mamma wailed, rattling the papers before Caroline even found her seat at the table. "It's all in here, swimming like a man, like a foreign man at that." She slumped against the high back of her chair and stared at Caroline as if she had two heads of hair, both of them in need of curling. "Oh," she breathed, shaking her head. "What would your father think if he were here to witness this?" "I think," Pen said, calmly scraping a burned section off her piece of toast, "that Papa would be proud of what she did. She saved a child's life and has likely boosted the ratings of the paper to boot." Caroline's gaze narrowed in on her sister. A trigger was pulled on a thought. The late nights, the meticulous notes. "Pen," she said slowly, her mind reaching towards its inevitable conclusion. "Are you the Gazette's reporter for the social section?" Pen smiled up at her, the perfect picture of blue-eyed innocence. "No, of course not." Caroline deflated. She had no explanation for her life's curious turn of events then. If the reporter for the social section wasn't Mr. Hamilton, and it wasn't Penelope, which isn't to say I wasn't, Pen added, returning to her toast with a slight upward curve of her lips. "But as of yesterday, when I turned in the story of your rescue, and they decided to run it for the front page, I was promoted to a position as an associate journalist." "So you are the one who called Papa's Cove a delightful hidden gem?" Caroline demanded, pride in her sister's accomplishment and aversion to such a breach of trust colliding in a fine shower of sparks. "A child was almost killed because of that article." Her eyes stung from the magnitude of her sister's betrayal. How would she live with this necessary piece of herself destroyed? The privacy of the cove was the only thing that made swimming possible for her. Pen placed her toast and utensil down on her plate and took a deep breath. I am sorry about that. I did not intend for that to happen, but I needed a more dramatic story about Brighton than who had danced with you at whose ball, or they would have grown suspicious. Suspicious of what? Caroline countered, still reeling from the realization that she would likely never be able to swim at her cove again. And how did you know about Mr. Duffington's proposal? I hadn't even had a chance to tell you yet. Suspicious of me, of course. I admit, I've been using my influence with the newspaper to help the town see how special you are, and I overheard Mr. Duffington tell Miss Baxter he asked you to marry him. Penelope flushed pink, whether due to her confession of eavesdropping to gain a story, or her admittance of meddling. Caroline couldn't be sure. 'Tis nothing nefarious, I assure you. Caroline stared at her sister, her mouth hinged open. Why did people keep doing this to her? First David had betrayed her by talking about her to the Somerset, and now Pen was manipulating their interests. Only, and this was definitely a sticking point, Caroline knew Pen loved her. Though her methods were flawed, Caroline didn't doubt her sister's motives. Pen's attempts to be helpful were born out of love. But they also mirrored David's, and that had Caroline's thoughts spinning off in a new direction. She had accused him yesterday of spreading lies about her, and assumed that Dermot's renewed interest could have only been influenced by David's bold exaggerations. But now that she realized Penelope had been working toward a similar cause, and indeed that the town's residents were so susceptible to influence, she had to wonder if she had been a bit harsh in her judgment of David. Not that it mattered. She had set a torch to that bridge, and there was no going back. I'm sorry about your beach, Caroline. I didn't think of what the article might mean for you. Penelope sighed. I've been frightfully selfish, haven't I? Caroline's throat closed on a spasm. It is all right, Pen. Someone was bound to discover it eventually. Through the lingering haze of anger, she could reluctantly acknowledge that her sister's betrayal was not the end of all future happiness. After all, swimming was not the only thing that defined her. This summer had shown her she was more than a girl who was as comfortable in the water as she was on land, more than the girl who invited ridicule and speculation among Brighton's summer visitors. She was passionate and desirable and increasingly comfortable in her own skin. David had helped her see that, even if he seemed unable to realize it himself. Well, you are the one who told me it was a nice swimming beach, Pen added, picking up her toast. I had no idea that you have been sneaking away to swim in such a dangerous place. A fresh wail escaped their mother. You've been sneaking away to swim, Caroline? And Penelope is working for the Gazette? Her lips trembled. Sometimes I think you are trying to thwart my efforts to fulfill the promise I made your father. Caroline and Penelope swiveled their heads toward their mother in perfect, shocked unison. What? Their mother mopped a sheen of moisture from beneath one eye with a long, aristocratic finger. I've done what I felt he wanted. I have tried to guide you as proper ladies, but look how it's all turned out. You're in the paper, Caroline, not just the social section, which I am pained to admit might have worked, but splashed across the front-page headlines. And Penelope, she gasped, waving her hand in the direction of her fairer daughter, is the one who put the evidence of your impropriety there for all of Brighton to see. The child I saved is fine, Caroline said dryly. I know the child is fine, Mamma snapped. I read Penelope's article. Her breath hitched downward on the last syllable, as if the mere act of admitting that news item had come from her daughter's hand was a secret to be stashed away. You speak of propriety as if it is something I have squandered, as if I chose to behave poorly. Would you have preferred I let an innocent young boy drown then? No, their mother said, shaking her head. Of course not. Saving a life was the Christian thing to do. But can you not understand why I am upset? It isn't just the matter that you swam yesterday in front of half of Brighton. It is that you have been swimming all these years and hiding it from me. And Penelope, with her secrets, is no better. She lifted a shaking hand to her temple. Your father would turn over in his grave if he realized the true extent of my failure to fulfill the promise I made him. Of that I have no doubt. Caroline gritted her teeth. What did Papa ask of you, precisely? He asked me to take care of you, that awful day when he lay dying. Their mother slumped back and gave a shuddering sigh. Terrible, dear man that he was. Pen's chair scraped against the floorboards. But, I promised Papa I would take care of you both. That can't be right, dear. Mamma shook her head. You were scarcely more than a child. He asked it of me nonetheless, and once you told us about the state of our finances, I knew I had to do something. I met Mr. Hamilton, and he mentioned the opening at the paper. I thought it would provide us with some small amount of income. I was happy to finally have a way to help and fulfill Papa's dream. She paused, and then added with a touch of guilt, as well as fulfill my own dream, of course. I have wanted to write for the Gazette since I was a little girl. Papa always told me I could do anything I set my mind to. Caroline leaned back in her chair, stunned. She had spent over a decade feeling as if she was the only one who could make things right. And yet, her father had not singled her out to bear up his burdens. He had ensured that each of them looked out for the other. He extracted the same assurance from me as well, she said, her mind racing. I thought by marrying well, I would be fulfilling the promise I made him. Her mother raised a hand to her throat. That is why you have been so keen on marrying one of these young men? Caroline nodded. A dull throbbing had taken up behind her eyelids, whether due to the revelations of the morning or her own regrets, she could not be sure. And there's more. I accepted Mr. Dermot's proposal yesterday. But why? Pen demanded. You don't love him. I accepted him because I cannot see an alternative. Although that wasn't precisely true. She hadn't needed to make such a rash decision. She could have muddled over her choice for days. Her pride, however, and David's rejection had hurried her along to a rash decision. Pen regarded her with solemn blue eyes. What about your feelings for Mr. Cameron? He doesn't want me. Saying it out loud made it somehow more tangible, and that made it more painful. She knotted her fingers in her lap. So it's to be Dermot or no one. Then choose no one, Pen demanded. You don't need to marry. I have a job now. We don't need you to provide for us. Caroline sighed. She had spent the last few days mired in the certainty that she needed to make this sacrifice for her family's financial security. The realization that she didn't was hard to accept. Money is not the only reason I wanted to marry, she admitted, realizing for the first time that it was true. I would like a husband and children. Indeed, the problem wasn't that she didn't want to be married. It was that she wanted to marry a specific man, a man who made her feel cherished, a man who made her forget how to dance. But that man had not asked her. There will be repercussions if I break off the betrothal now. I told Mr. Duffington and Mr. Branson about my decision yesterday, and they will have told others. She shook her head, facing the impossible and realizing she might be too much of a coward to tempt fate. If I called it off, I am quite sure I would never receive an offer again. Mamma leaned forward, palms spread wide on the table. There are worse things than being a spinster, Caroline Rebecca Talbotson, and marrying the wrong man is one of them. You mean the way you married Papa? Caroline said, her throat closing around the question. Do you regret us so very much? Her mother bristled beneath her black bombazine. What kind of poppycock is that? I made the right choice in your father, and I have never regretted it. Her eyes narrowed across the space of the table. I think I need to come to the race today. Caroline gaped at her mother. You would come? She mentally tried to ascertain the last time her mother had willingly left the house. Came up alarmingly blank. I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting this Mr. Cameron that Penelope speaks of, and I would like to judge for myself if you are making a mistake in marrying Mr. Dermot. We didn't have much, your father and I, but we did have love and respect. And that is the one thing I know he would wish for you. Creek's bathhouse was closed for the day due to its role in organizing the annual swimming competition, and so David had no easy alternative to his mother's suggestion that she might like to watch the race. He helped his mother down to Brighton's eastern beach. Evidence of the competition and the townspeople's enthusiasm swirled around him like leaves caught in a gust of wind. Almost overnight, the bustling seaside town had taken on a circus-like air. Food vendors lined the Marine Parade and Madeira Drive, their sharp cries mingling with the smell of meat pies and fried fish. Chairs had been set up in rows along the wide swath of beach, and the London visitors that Caroline had so decried appeared to have come out in droves, their thick, common accents mingling with the soft sounds of the Brighton locals. As they made their way toward the section where the spectators would be seated, his mother was struck by a sudden fit of coughing. As he held up her frail body and felt the bones in her arms shift beneath his hands, David questioned anew the wisdom of exposing his mother's failing lungs to the moist air. Perhaps it would be better to return to the Bedford, Mother, he offered, worried. I can't see a thing from the window of my suite. She shook her head. No, I want to do this. The newspaper claims it is an event not to be missed. You are too ill for these types of exertions, he pointed out. The doctors might be concerned with the state of my lungs, she interrupted, wheezing slightly. But I am more concerned with the state of my mind. David tilted his head, staring down at his small, stern mother. She seemed entirely lucid. Perhaps too lucid, given her propensity toward stubbornness. Indeed, he suspected she would be far easier to manage if it was her mind that was giving her fits. There is nothing wrong with the state of your mind. If I am healthy in that regard, it is only because I refuse to live in the past, clinging to the doctor's recommendation. I didn't ask for this affliction, or such a dire prognosis. But I also refuse to lock myself away and just give up on the business of enjoying my life. She offered him a glance that appeared both shrewd and maternal at the same time. One shouldn't stop living just because of a little hurt, David. You would do well to remember that. David drew in a breath at her unexpected insight. Why do you say that I need to remember that? He asked, guiding her to an empty chair and shooing away a pair of seagulls that seemed intent on guarding their perch. I am not ill,
or injured. Perhaps not physically, but you've been living a stilted version of life since that unfortunate business with Elizabeth Ramsay, David. Don't think your father and I haven't noticed. David's lungs funneled shut. The murmuring crowd and the distant sound of the waves receded to a dim point on his internal horizon. His mother had never spoken of this to him, not once in 11 years, though he had always suspected that she, along with everyone else in Morake, believed him at fault for Elizabeth's death. Why did she bring it up now? His mother's long-fingered hand reached out to clasp his own suddenly clammy skin. You're a fine man, David. You rescued that family from the ocean yesterday. As selfless an act as I've ever seen. He drew back as if his frail, reed-thin mother had struck him with a pugilist's fist. How did you know about that? He hadn't told her. In fact, he'd made a point of not telling her, being averse to having her worry any more than she already did. Her fingers tightened on his wrist. It made the front page of the paper, David. My lungs are failing, but I assure you, my eyesight is as keen as ever. I didn't do it alone, he protested. Anyone would not have, his mother interrupted, shaking her head. She released his wrist. And, according to the paper, no one else did, except that girl, Miss Talbertson. She lowered herself into the chair, settling in with a relieved groan. You just don't seem able to see what the rest of us have always known. The man who dove into the water to rescue that poor family yesterday is the same man you were during that business with Elizabeth. You have a good heart, David, and if you had been given an opportunity to save her, there is no doubt in my mind you would have. A hard lump formed in David's throat as he crouched down beside his mother and fussed with the blanket around her feet. I had the opportunity, Mother, but I chose the wrong path. She shook her head. I know she turned down your offer of marriage, son, and I also know something else that you do not. She had already set her sights on James Mackenzie before you even made it out of town. David drew in a sharp breath. Elizabeth was rumoured to have turned to his former best friend, James Mackenzie, for comfort in those final days. He had gleaned that much from the undercurrent of gossip that percolated through Morake like the Highland wind. But he had always presumed he had driven her into the man's arms, not that she had gone there willingly. How do you know that? He demanded. Mothers talk, David. You know that James has recently come to a better understanding with his own family, and he clarified some of those facts with his mother. She shaded her eyes with a hand and peered out at the horizon, as if she was not talking about the single most agonizing event in David's life. Terrible thing, the choice that girl made. A selfish choice. Elizabeth could have come to us. We would have gladly seen to her welfare. Her hand lowered slowly, and he could see tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. It hurt us too, you know. That was our grandchild. You wouldn't talk about it, and we could only watch your suffering and trust that time would heal us all. David busied himself, adjusting the lower edge of her blanket, trying to think of something to say. No wonder his mother was so fixated on seeing him marry and holding a blonde-haired granddaughter. Until this moment, he had not considered she might have been dealing with her own version of loss. When he trusted his throat to work again, he said, I didn't realize you knew so much about what happened with Elizabeth. Yes, well, you were away on your army assignment. Your father and I didn't realize quite how much it affected you either. But since you've come home to Morake, it has become all too clear that you are still living under that shadow. We both decided you needed a little shove to start living again.
She shifted in her seat, but refused his help when he tried to adjust the back of her chair higher. "This trip was intended as much for you as me, as I am sure you have surmised." David's lips firmed. He had suspected some degree of plotting afoot, certainly, but he had presumed the journey was about finding him a wife, not helping him to heal. His mother's insistence on Brighton as their destination made more sense now. She had known he was stationed nearby, and must have suspected that geography would play a role in his reckoning. David swallowed hard, pushing the gratitude that threatened to well up in his throat down to a more proper depth in his chest. He hadn't truly understood his need for forgiveness, or his mother's determination to deliver it to him, until now. "Thank you," he murmured. His mother reached out a bony hand and squeezed his again. "You spent 10 years in uniform, sacrificing your own healing for God and country. Whatever mistakes you made as a boy, whatever role Elizabeth herself had in those mistakes, don't you think it's time to forgive? And if not forget, at least move on?" David expelled a long, shuddering breath. It was as if his mother had picked up a loose thread and pulled, and now he was unravelling. He could not deny that if Elizabeth's letter had reached his hand sooner, he would have returned to Morake in a trice, hang the consequences and the displeasure of his commanding officer. "I can promise to try," he told his mother. With his mother's understanding, the facts of that day were already shifting about in his head. His past and his future coalesced smoothly, as if they had always fit up against each other, and he had just been too distracted to realize it. If he permitted himself to think of a future, and it was jarring to do so after 11 long years of self-denial, his thoughts flew to only one destination. He wanted Caroline. And bugger it all, against all odds, against all logic, she wanted him too. She knew everything there was to know about him, had absorbed his confession and accepted his past, and still offered him her love. But he had pushed her away, and now it was too late. He had shoved her toward Dermot, and she had made her decision, and now he feared he was going to spend the next 11 years mourning her loss. His mother scanned the crowded beach. "Now, according to the social section, you've met at least 2 nice young ladies since we arrived in Brighton. I see Miss Baxter over there." She pointed to the young red-haired woman who was walking some distance away, a tiny dog in her arms. "You should go and say hello, in case there is any hope there." "I am not sure," David started, but then he fell silent. No, he was actually quite sure. There was no hope there, not even the slightest possibility of it. Miss Baxter, while lovely, was not where his intentions lay. "I have no interest in Miss Baxter that way," he told his mother. "How about this Miss Talbertson, the one I've read so much about in the paper?" She craned her neck, searching the crowd. "I've no idea what she looks like, of course. Do you think she'll swim today? The Gazette's description of her was quite scandalous." David choked on his surprise. "She shall attend, I think, but the competition does not permit women to swim." He paused, then added, "She has been teaching me to swim using her unusual stroke. I am competing today." Shrewd eyes raked his. "When were you planning on telling me this?" "Well, I had hoped you would be occupied by your daily appointment at Creek's. You should know that if I win, I am planning to give half the purse to her."
His mother's eyes lit up. What do her suitors think of that? According to the social section, she's received scads of proposals. Has she accepted any? Aye, she has. David felt as though his mother had found a wound and was now poking about to see what she might find in it. But I really don't care what her suitors think. If I can win today, she will have earned it. Ooh. A beat of silence passed, and then his mother's eyes narrowed. Is she pretty? David sighed. Aye, there are some that think so, and he counted himself among that small but discerning group. But it doesn't matter. She's going to marry someone else. Well, his mother said, settling back against her chair and adjusting the brim of her bonnet against the advancing sun with a delicate, blue-veined hand. If she has taught you to swim even half as well as the newspaper claims she can dance, I imagine this will indeed be a competition to remember. Chapter 32. Caroline finally found 3 empty seats near the water's edge and waved Penelope and her mother toward them. Queen Victoria was clearly not visiting Brighton this summer, further proof that Miss Baxter was not to be trusted, but it seemed as though everyone else was. Ladies in fashionable dresses and men in smartly cut coats sweated in the late morning sun, and she had to elbow at least one surprised gentleman aside to procure the chairs. It was worth it, though. From this position, they would be able to see the swimmers as they made their loop around the edge of the pier and began the hard crawl toward the finish line. It was a beautiful morning, with clouds like carded cotton and a sky so blue an artist would have been hard-pressed to duplicate it using any normal palette of colours. Red and purple pennants flew from the iron spires of the chain pier, adding a cheerful wash over the scene. She wanted to stare out at it forever. Except she couldn't, because try she might, she couldn't shake the feeling that everyone else was staring at her.
Isn't that the girl from the paper?
Were you there? Did you see her swim? Caroline could have laughed. She would never have predicted that a story more shocking than the circumstances of her first kiss could ever snag the attention of the Somerset. Apparently, she had been wrong. "Mamma, are you sure this isn't too much for you?" Caroline asked, as her mother settled into one of the wooden folding chairs. "The sun is very strong, and your skin is not used to it." "As I explained at length, I want to see the swimming competition," her mother said, arranging her skirts carefully. She swiveled her head, studying the beach's other occupants. "Now, Penelope, in your recent position writing the social column, you must have paid very close attention to the activities of most of the young people here. Would you be so kind as to point out these individuals who have been less than kind to your sister? I'm thinking I might like a word with their parents." Caroline groaned. Her mother claimed that this, her first real social outing to somewhere other than church in 11 years, was because she wanted to attend the race. But hadn't she suspected that Mamma had ventured out for a different reason? Pen looked down at their mother and grinned. "Well, Miss Baxter has said some mean-spirited things on occasion." She paused, and then pursed her lips. "Of course, she has also said some nicer things. Rather an enigma. I can't figure her out." As if called by the very direction of Pen's thoughts, Miss Baxter walked by, her pert face shaded by a sunbonnet whose brim threatened to eclipse the entirety of the sun. A small white dog rested in her arms.
"You look lovely today, Miss Baxter,"
Pen called out, waving as if they were the best of chums. Miss Baxter shifted her dog from one arm to another as she stopped and turned to regard them.
"And you both look pleasant enough."
The girls sauntered closer and glanced down at their mother. "You must be Mrs. Talbotson. I am Julianne Baxter." She waited a beat, and when their mother did no more than raise a haughty brow, she added, "The daughter of the Viscount Avery." Mamma's face settled into a practised smile. "Oh, of course. I believe my father and your grandfather were roommates at Eton together. I knew your father well many years ago, during my come-out in London. Please do pass my condolences on to Lord Avery. I am sorry I could not make it up to London for your mother's funeral." Miss Baxter's mouth fell open. That is, you could pass those wishes along yourself." She blinked, regrouping. "He has come down from London for a few days." Their mother nodded. "I shall do that. It will be nice to reacquaint myself with an old, dear friend." Miss Baxter was, for once, effectively silenced. She chewed, in a most unladylike fashion, on her lower lip, no doubt trying to decide if this was a problem or a boon for someone in her social position. "Miss Baxter," Penelope said, breaking through the awkward moment, "did you know your dog matches the exact shade of your gown?" Miss Baxter coloured up, although Caroline would not have put it above the toothsome girl to match her pet to her dress. "Why, thank you. I have always admired the colour of Constance's coat." She rubbed one cheek against the little dog's fur. "Madame Beauclerc made the dress. She is quite brilliant with a needle, isn't she? It is surprising to find a seamstress of such talent in such a quaint little town like Brighton." Caroline narrowed her eyes at the slight to the city she loved. She searched her mind for an appropriate rejoinder, but could find no fault with Miss Baxter's elbow-length gloves, or the sash around her small waist, a splash of pink embroidered with tiny pink roses. Not that she liked roses per se, given that the Talbotsons' foyer was still sporting a few dozen of the dubious flowers. Caroline was developing an intense dislike for the thorny blooms. "Can we help you with something?" she prodded. "Directions to the reserved seating area, perhaps?" She wished Miss Baxter would move along. The race would be starting in less than a quarter hour, and she still hadn't seen David in the crowd yet. Miss Baxter's perfect nose wrinkled in thought. "I wanted to offer my congratulations, of course. News of your engagement to Mr. Dermot is spreading. You appear to have attracted the imaginations of the entire town, and without the help of a single word from me. Few in London can claim such notoriety." Caroline gritted her teeth. It had not escaped her that the man to whom she was supposedly engaged appeared to be avoiding her this morning. In fact, she could see him beyond Miss Baxter's shoulders, near the sign-in table, warming up his muscles with a series of windmilling arm motions. The movement had the misfortune of exaggerating the inelegance of the shapeless woolen swimming costume he had donned for the day's race. She returned her annoyed focus to Miss Baxter, who, unfortunately, was not showing any signs of moving on. "Oh, thank you. Was that all you needed?" She wondered if a good, strong shove might facilitate the situation. Miss Baxter touched a white-gloved finger to her lips. "Well, there is one more thing. You see, I am trying to decide if I believe the rumours about your little ocean adventure, given that I have been denied the pleasure of starting them." She leaned in, conspiratorially. "Do you really swim as well as a man?" Mamma gasped at the girl's audacity. Caroline's tongue seemed sewn to the roof of her mouth. Everyone in Brighton already knew about her swimming abilities, of course, thanks to Penelope's front-page headlines. But it was a sensation entirely too close to drowning to have a discussion with Miss Baxter about it. Pen was apparently emboldened with a different response. "I suppose it depends on the man, Miss Baxter. The red-haired girl's eyes narrowed on Pen.
It is my experience that the truth has a way of being distorted when amateurs recount the events at hand. I know I would not want to risk my reputation by repeating such gossip in London without first seeing it with my own eyes.
Caroline finally found her voice. How fortuitous, then, that such stories shall not be bandied about London. Perhaps she could provide a demonstration for you. Pen's voice rang out, shockingly clear and devoid of any discernible stammer. At today's swimming race. Caroline turned to stare at her sister. Her voice once again hobbled. She swallowed, searching for whatever air remained in her pinched lungs. The posted rules were quite specific, Pen. Gentlemen only. Miss Baxter's bow-shaped lips pursed in wicked thought.
My father is one of the primary sponsors of this year's race. He has put up half the money for the purse and has some sway with the judges.
Caroline's stomach twisted cruelly. Whether in hope or fear, she couldn't be sure. That doesn't mean they will let a girl compete. Miss Baxter drew herself up, probably reaching all of 5'3". I assure you, if I ask it of him, he will ask it of the race officials. And if the request comes from my father, you can be sure they will bend the rules. She paused for breath, her eyes softened ever so slightly. I can ask him if you like. Caroline stared at Miss Baxter as if seeing her for the first time. Perhaps she was. Despite her quick tongue and her showy exterior, there was a hint of iron beneath the girl's skin. That hint of iron now settled dubiously on Caroline, in the form of narrowed green eyes. Provided, that is, you can produce a swimming costume that is less offensive to fashion than Mr. Dermot's. 1,000 thoughts vied for supremacy in Caroline's head. Could she do it? Could she swim in front of all these people, pit herself against seasoned competitors for a chance at something she had always dreamed of? Could she not? Some proportion of the town had already seen her swim. The rest had read about it, even if they couldn't quite believe it. For the first time in her life, she had nothing to lose by stepping out of her shadows. She turned down to look at her mother, who was watching the exchange with sharp eyes. "What do you think, Mamma?" she asked. A slow, unexpected smile spread across her mother's face, something quite different from the practiced smile she had displayed during the earlier exchange with Miss Baxter. "I think," her mother said, "that it would make your father proud to see you swim. If Lord Avery can arrange it, I think you should compete." Caroline's decision was reached in a half-second. "Then I would be much obliged if you make this request of your father," she told Miss Baxter, already turning toward the marine parade and shops that waited beyond. "And now, if you will excuse me, I have an errand to run." David headed toward the check-in table and the line of competitors that waited there. He made a wide berth around Miss Baxter, who was standing beside the table with a pleased smile on her pretty face. An older man, he presumed to be her father, was conferring with one of the race administrators, and this negligence left Miss Baxter to her own meddling devices.
"Oh, Mr. Cameron,"
she called out, waving him over.
"Could I beg a moment of your time for Constance?"
David sighed at the distraction he did not need, but he dutifully responded to the summons. "Who, pray tell, is Constance?"
"My sweet little girl."
Miss Baxter rubbed her cheek against the white bundle of fur in her arms.
"Papa brought her down from London with him, but she refuses to walk more than a few steps on her lead this morning. I wonder if I could trouble you to take a look at her."
David raised a brow at the ruse to attract his attention. "Why would you think I could help?" She fluttered her copper-coloured lashes. "The Gazette claimed you had a miraculous way with small children, after the way you saved that little boy yesterday. I assure you, she is just like a child to me." Miss Baxter held out the beast, clearly used to having men jump to do her bidding. The white mongrel, because indeed this dog resembled no breed David had ever seen, reminding him of a cross between a very hairy rodent and a Siamese cat, promptly held out its right foot. Good Lord! Did it expect him to shake its paw? "You know, I was not the only one there yesterday, Miss Baxter," David said as he accepted the proffered burden. "Miss Talbertson swam out to save the child." He held the dog up, meeting it eye to eye. "I did no more than deliver the boy into the arms of its mother."
"My biggest regret is that I was not there to see such a thing myself." Miss Baxter pouted a moment. "Father has kept a close eye on me since he's come down from London, I'm afraid, and wouldn't let me go to the new beach yesterday."
"I can scarcely imagine why," David drawled sarcastically, recalling the dinner party she had thrown not a week ago.
"Well, I can scarcely imagine a woman who swims. She's going to compete, you know."
David looked up from his half-hearted inspection of Miss Baxter's pet. Here, at last, was a reasonable explanation for the girl's creative attempt to engage him in conversation, given that there was nothing at all wrong with her dog, except for the fact it was quite a hideous-looking creature. "Miss Talbertson." At Miss Baxter's nod, he said, "I was not aware that they would permit a woman to compete."
"My father is arranging it this very moment."
She inclined her head.
"I thought I would warn you, so you would not be disappointed at the starting line."
"Why would I be disappointed?" This was an unexpected pronouncement, coming from Miss Baxter as it was, but not disappointing. In fact, David's first instinct was to scratch his entry. But what good would that serve? If both he and Caroline competed, their odds of having one of them win against Dermot were improved. Then again, Dermot was now, for better or worse, Caroline's fiancé. Would she permit herself the win if it meant besting the man she planned to marry? There was also the small matter of the £500 purse, a prize he still planned to share. David's need for it had not diminished in the slightest just because Caroline had accepted Dermot's proposal. But none of that mattered in the face of the most important fact of all. David could not bring himself to abandon the hunt just because his prey had been claimed by another.
"There are some impressive wagers being laid down among the Somerset," Miss Baxter continued. "I thought you would want to know now, rather than later."
"Well then, I'm much obliged." David returned his attention to the squirming bundle of fur in his hands. The dog blinked up at him, no doubt in response to the hard edge of his voice. The little thing offered its paw again. This time David shook it solemnly, only to discover a small thorn lodged in the thickened pad. "Ah, there's the trouble." He picked it out of the poor creature's paw and returned the dog to its owner. "I imagine that might account for some of Constance's behaviour this morning." Although having a busybody mistress who paid more attention to the latest gossip than to her own pet might explain the rest. Miss Baxter's eyes shone with admiration. "You've quite a way with animals, Mr. Cameron." David shook his head. "No, 'tis actually my friend Channing who has a way with beasts. The thorn was just a lucky find."
"Channing? Do you refer to Mr. Patrick Channing from Yorkshire?"
"Aye," David said suspiciously. He supposed, if he reached far back in his memory, he could recall that Patrick had claimed his family hailed from that part of Britain. "Are you acquainted with him?" "Our fathers are good friends." Two green eyes narrowed on him in a manner he was coming to associate with this woman's nose for natter.
"Is he in Scotland, then?"
David's guard went up in an instant. "Mr. Channing is just Morique's veterinarian," he said, shaking his head. "Nothing to worry about." At least, nothing for her to worry about. He could not claim the same for himself or his friend. Patrick had been quite close-mouthed about his family since arriving unexpectedly in Morique last November. If Miss Baxter's prurient interest was any indication, Patrick Channing was hiding in Morique for a reason. And he was quite sure he didn't want to know why. Caroline was breathing hard as she burst through the door into Madame Beauclair's shop. The modiste rose in alarm as the door slammed shut, a tinkling bell the only indication that the door could, on occasion, herald the arrival of a more composed sort of patron. "Have you come for the new dresses, chérie?" she asked, her painted brows drawn down in confusion. "We agreed this afternoon to finish them, oui?" "Oui, yes, no." Caroline shook her head against the trio of answers, none of which was the real reason she was staggering into this East Street dress shop so out of breath. "I'm here about the other thing." She lowered her voice to a ragged whisper. "The swimming thing." "Ah." The dressmaker's face spread into a smile. "Wait here a moment, s'il vous plaît." She disappeared through a curtained door where the dull murmur of other voices could be heard. Caroline refilled her lungs with the sharp, rich scent of a dozen types of fabric, wool and cotton, and the peculiar dull odour of silk, and tried not to think about whom those voices might belong to. If she was to go through with this, she was going to have to be brave. The thoughts and opinions of a few shop girls were going to be the least of her worries. And then her heart began to pound as Madame Beauclair returned and held out a shift. Not even a particularly pretty shift. It was starched stiff and lacked all ornamentation. No ribbons, not even a lace border. It had longer sleeves than the shift she was used to wearing, but in all other ways it might have been something she pulled from her own bureau at home. Caroline groaned. The hope that had borne her feet all the way to East Street faltered. "I can't wear that," she said, shaking her head. I thought you had fashioned something different, something appropriate for swimming in public." "This is far more appropriate than those silly robes they give you for the bathing machine," the dressmaker huffed. "There is no chance of this gaping in the front or floating up at inopportune times. Of course, if you prefer something prettier, I might add a ribbon about the neckline." Caroline gritted her teeth. "Unless you were going to put an entire army of ribbons here," she pointed to the chest area, "and here," she added, gesturing lower, "I am afraid it will still be quite hopeless. I cannot swim in a shift today, not in public." She was willing to pit her skill against a group of men. She was even willing to flash an arm or show a bit of calf, but she was not going to present herself on Brighton's eastern beach, the beach where all the fashionable people strolled, in a shift that, when wet, might as well be made of glass. "This is no ordinary shift." Madame Beauclair's lips turned down. "'Tis duckcloth. They will not be able to see through." She held it out. "See?" Caroline rubbed the fabric between two fingers. "Oh," she said, understanding dawning. What she had presumed to be muslin was actually a thick, substantial linen, and whatever else it had been treated with, it wasn't starch. "What has it been painted with?" "Linseed oil, among other things. This seems to hold up to the seawater better than other things I have tried. The fabric is stiff enough so it will stand away from the body when wet. No one will be able to see through this." The modiste smiled. "I told you, chérie, you will be a goddess." Caroline held it up against her, measuring it inch for inch against her own dress. It came down longer than her usual shifts, almost to mid-calf, and provided far more coverage than she was used to while swimming, but that didn't keep it from being utterly scandalous. It is a bit short, isn't it? You need the freedom to kick, oui? Oui, Caroline sighed. I mean, yes, I do. I am just not sure I am brave enough to be seen in this. Are you worried about what the women will think? Or the men? Neither. Both. I don't know. The modiste patted her arm. Let me tell you a secret about women. We are our own worst enemies. Do you think men object to the length of a woman's skirts? The other women on the beach, they may gossip about you. They may turn their backs on you, but inside, secretly, they will want to be you. Caroline clenched the swimming costume in her hands, mesmerized by the dressmaker's silken tones. And the men? She breathed. The men, chérie. That is a simpler matter altogether. Not a man who sees you in this will think poorly of you. Indeed, they shall be unable to tear their eyes away. Chapter 33.
It is not to be tolerated. Why, I would rather withdraw my application than swim against a...
Fiancé, David broke in, enjoying the view of Dermot's bulging eyes. The race officials had just announced their decision, and while a few of the competitors were uneasy, Dermot had chosen a more infantile response. I believe that is the word you are looking for.
Woman,
Dermot barked, spittle flying.
I shall not compete against a woman.
He pointed at something just behind David's shoulder.
And most certainly not that woman.
David turned around. Caroline was pushing her way through the crowd, which parted before her with an audible gasp. Her hair was up in that tight bun he was coming to dream about in his sleep. Somewhere, a sailing vessel was missing its foresail, having given it up for the purposes of dressing this woman today. She looked as if she might toss up her accounts at the slightest provocation, but God help him, she also looked beautiful. The crowd found its predictable voice.
It's Miss Talbotson. What on earth is she wearing? Swimmers on the ready, the race official shouted. You can see her ankles,
Dermot sputtered as Caroline took her place with the row of swimmers. He gestured to the crowd of onlookers lining the shore behind them.
There are ladies watching today, ladies whose delicate sensibilities should not be subjected to such a spectacle. It is unseemly.
We can see your ankles too, David said, taking his own place in line. Truly, he had never seen anything like the costume Dermot was strutting about in, a suit of shapeless grey wool that, if one had the misfortune to peer too closely, was embroidered with some sort of songbird around the neckline. David had chosen to wear his trousers, though he had retained a shirt today for those delicate sensibilities Dermot was sputtering about.
My ankles do not call my character into question, Dermot said.
David turned on him. The man's antics were getting tiresome now. What is bothering you here, Dermot? The fact that her swimming costume is more attractive than yours, or that she might best you today? Dermot's face turned a mottled shade of red.
This is my betrothed, and I will not stand by and permit her to—
You shall not have a say in the matter, Caroline interrupted. She might look bloody nervous. Hell, David was nervous for her. But her voice rang clear. I want to race, and when this day is over, I am still going to want to swim. So you shall either have to accept me as I am, Mr. Dermot, eccentricities and all, or you shall stand down.
On your marks,
the official said, raising a pistol above his head. She turned toward the ocean, the skirt of her costume bunched in her hands. David crouched. Water lapped at all of their feet as the line of competitors tensed, staring out at the buoy that marked their midway target. Finally, Dermot took his place in line, still grumbling about rules and women and ankles. Then came a terrible noise as the pistol fired just over their heads. The race was on. Caroline dove into the first row of breakers, a few steps behind the rest of the swimmers. She held herself back, wanting to avoid the inevitable jostling that she knew from long observation of this annual event came at the start of the race. The group of swimmers pulled away in a fearsome froth of water, arms working like pistons, chests rising above the water, only to come crashing back down. David, clearly visible on account of his white shirt, was caught near the back and was struggling to employ the stroke he had worked so hard to perfect. That was something they hadn't planned on, the need for space to accommodate the full extension of his arm. She could see now how a breaststroke might be preferred, at least until the swimmers started to scatter out a bit more. Determined to avoid getting caught in that snarl of arms and legs, Caroline hugged the western side of the pier. The overhead shadows gave the water a dark, ominous appearance, and the motion of the waves against the structure pulled against her, but her experience swimming in the cove, with its underwater currents and myriad hidden hazards, served her well. Her lungs were burning as she broke out of the shadow of the pier and aimed for the bright red buoy tied offshore. Her fingertips brushed the hard, solid surface, and then she was past. Now began the real race, as the swimmers started toward home. She was 5 yards behind the last swimmer, a large distance to close. Her hesitancy at the start of the race now proved costly, and she wondered for a moment if she had the strength to do this. Pen and Mamma were watching from shore, and the thought made her lungs squeeze tighter. She thought of Papa. What would he say if he were here now? Probably something wise, something poignant. Caroline smothered a smile. No, he wouldn't. She had raced against her father more than once during their lessons in the cove. He had never let her win, not even once, urging her to try harder, reach deeper inside herself. If he were here now, he would not waste his words on gentle reassurances. He would tell her to hurry it up. Caroline kicked harder. She passed the first 5 stragglers, their mouths gaping like fish on land. Then another 5. Where was David? She couldn't see, couldn't breathe, but the thought, the hope, that he was near the lead, battling it out with Dermot, drove her on. It proved impossible to keep her thoughts focused on her stroke when Dermot was still ahead of her. The self-righteous prig. Could she bring herself to marry a man like that? Her muscles screamed at her, but her heart screamed louder. Her mother was right. There were worse things than being a spinster. And one of them was losing to the wrong man. The shore seemed to loom above her now, and another 6 swimmers fell to her determined progress. Her brain felt fuzzy, but her gaze locked with certainty on a white shirt and a grey swimming costume, barely visible as their wearers sluiced through the water. She aimed for them, swimming harder than she had ever done in her life. Time was suspended, counted by strokes, not seconds. 1, 2, 3, breathe. And then she was past them, and the crowd was on their feet and cheering, and Caroline staggered ashore, alone. David emerged a few seconds behind her. She had done it. Christ above, but he was proud of her. His own second-place finish be damned. He surged toward her, the crowd falling away around his determined stride. And then she was in his arms, and he was kissing her, really kissing her. And she was kissing him back, her hands tangling in his hair and anchoring him to her as if she might drown should he let her go. The roar that had erupted from the crowd when she had won the race paled in comparison to the noise that rose above them now. But beyond the excited shouts and whistles, Dermot's angry voice rang out, bleeding through the haze of pleasure.
"Get your hands off her!"
David pulled away from her with a reluctance he felt to his bones. He was, after all, kissing the woman Dermot still counted as his betrothed. A woman he had no right to touch, much less maul in such a suggestive manner, in such a public venue. "Is this what you want?" David asked her, searching her eyes. "Is he what you want?" Caroline shook her head. "You are whom I have always wanted. I love you, David Cameron, whether you want me to or not." And then she was in his arms again, her lips finding his in a hard, quick kiss that nonetheless stole what little breath he had left. "I love you too." The words near tumbled out of him, tired of being denied for so long. He had not thought to ever love again, had thought himself unworthy of such a sentiment and such a partner. But now that it had found him, despite his best efforts to the contrary, he didn't want to ever take it back. He raised his hands to frame her face, reveling in the privilege it was to touch her. "Every word I offered to Dermot and the others on the beach that night was true. I just didn't want to admit it to myself. You are a woman worth holding, a woman who inspires loyalty and passion and deserves such things in return. You are my match, Caroline, my true match. I was an idiot to pretend you were not." A smile broke out on her face, a smile so luminous his body tightened around its brilliance. "Yes, well, if I love an idiot, so be it." She pulled away and turned her attention toward the man who stood glowering at them 2 feet away. "Mr. Dermot, I am ending our betrothal because I love this man. I presume you have no objections." Dermot's face darkened, if such a thing were even possible against the dusky rage that already held him in its grip. "Yes, I have an objection. You cheated during this race." "How did I cheat?" David heard the edge in Caroline's voice. It was an edge that Dermot seemed to miss entirely. Then again, the man didn't know her the way David did. "You both cheated." Dermot's face shone a mottled red. "That wasn't a proper swimming stroke. No self-respecting Brit would swim like that. Why, at Oxford, that would have been an automatic disqualification." "This isn't Oxford!" A woman's voice rang out. A lady who could only be Caroline's mother emerged from the crowd. Her blue eyes flashed indignantly, and she held her chin up with every bit as much spirit as he had come to expect in Caroline. "'Tis Brighton, and there is nothing wrong with that." "Indeed." The voice came from behind them, and David turned to see Lord Avery, his daughter, close by. The man offered an authoritative smile, but his tone brooked no argument. "There are no rules requiring a particular swimming stroke for this competition. I should know. I wrote them." He paused, and then inclined his head toward Caroline's mother, who turned a suspicious shade of pink at the Viscount's attention. "It is good to see you again, Lydia." Dermot sputtered another short moment, then careened off into the crowd. David waited to see which of the Somerset would follow. He was, after all, the veritable leader. No one moved except Lord Avery, and he only held out a stack of £5 notes, neatly tied in a bundle. "It is my pleasure," he announced, "to present Miss Caroline Talbotson with this purse of £500, and to declare her the winner of Brighton's 43rd annual swimming competition." He shook her hand. "Congratulations, young lady. That was quite the show you put on." Caroline accepted the money with trembling hands. In the confusion of her last-minute entry, she had nearly forgotten about the purse.
"I've never seen anything like it," Miss Baxter declared, bouncing with excitement at her father's elbow, the small dog similarly bobbing in her arms. She beamed, the very picture of someone with a secret too delicious not to share. "Oh, I cannot wait to go back to London and tell all my friends I met Brighton's famous lady swimmer."
Caroline opened her mouth, prepared to correct the girl's misimpression. After all, she was no lady, just the daughter of a Brighton businessman. But before she could form the necessary words, Caroline caught sight of her mother. She and Lord Avery had drifted to one side, and Mamma was laughing at something the Viscount was saying. And Caroline realized that while she might be the daughter of a businessman, she was also the daughter of a lady. A smile spread across her face. She would leave Miss Baxter to her gossip and even her misinformed truths. She supposed, in some way, she had the girl to thank for this incredible turn of events. Not that she was inclined to acknowledge even a single positive outcome of Miss Baxter's meddling. One did not encourage bad behaviour, even when applied to a worthy cause. Caroline turned to David, the money heavy and reassuring in her hands. "I am giving half of this to you." David's eyes crinkled about the edges, and he burst out in a hearty chuckle that had some in the crowd laughing along, though they clearly had no idea why. "I cannot accept it, Caroline. You earned it 10 times over. Sharing the purse was our agreement all along, and you need the money every bit as much as my family does," she protested. "I want you to have it." "Give it to your family," he said, more gently now. "All of it. We don't need it." Caroline's thoughts narrowed on a single word out of the handful he uttered. "We?" He canted his head, his eyes warm. "There were some lucrative wagers placed on the outcome of this race, and I bet on you, lass." The air in her lungs seemed to leach out of her skin. "You bet on me?" "Aye, we've no need to worry about money, not any more." He lowered himself to one knee, there along the shore, with the crowd pressing in and Penelope looking on with one hand clamped over her mouth. David grinned up at her, sending her stomach into an inspired free-fall. "I know this is but one of 100 proposals you have received this week, Caroline, and I cannot offer you the fine social connections or the extensive selection of dry goods that your other suitors have no doubt promised you. But I can offer you my heart, unencumbered by my past. So, if it's not too much trouble, and if you feel even a fraction of the love I feel for you, would you do me the honour of becoming my wife?" Chapter 34. David knew Caroline was anticipating a wedding night on the renowned Bedford Hotel linens, and she surely deserved one, after the hellish wait they had both just endured. If they had been in Scotland, where an irregular marriage could be had on any street corner, the deed would have been done 2 weeks ago. But he had wanted their vows to be said in Brighton, the town she loved so much, had insisted on it, in fact. He had filed a notice with the civil registrar, knowing it was faster than posting the banns, but even then they had to wait the required 15 days. Invitations had been penned, a reception planned. His father and brother had come down from Scotland on a Friday train. It was all a bloody circus. And now he was a married man. He wanted nothing more than to lay his new wife down on a bed of crisp, white linens and run his hands over her lithe body. But while Bedford linens were indeed high on his list of things to show her tonight, first he had a surprise. He pulled her down a path he knew she would not recognize, heading east along the high edge of the chalk cliffs. From this dizzying height, the wind howled in his ears, and the promise of the ocean was but a distant memory below. The half-moon offered a sliver of light to guide them, not nearly as much as the last time he had ventured out at night, and he had to rely on the lantern in his hand for much of the way. Though she seemed content to let him lead, she was not silent a single moment of the half-hour journey, suggesting her nervousness over the coming night might match his own anticipation. "Did you like my gown?" Her voice floated up over his shoulder. Madame Beauclair spent an entire week sewing seed pearls onto the bodice. David nodded, wondering if it would be ungentlemanly to admit he had scarcely noticed that she still wore her wedding dress. He still felt dazed by his good fortune, unable to wrap his head around the fact that not only had she married him, she loved him. It had been difficult to appreciate what was covering his new wife's body when all he could think of was discovering what she looked like beneath. It was kind of Lord Avery and his daughter to attend the wedding. "Yes," he murmured, still distracted. "He and Mamma seem to be spending a great deal of time together. He's gotten her to go walking with him on the Marine Parade twice in the last week." David nodded, thinking about another possible use for Caroline's busy mouth. "And I was pleased to see that the Countess of Beauchamp came to the wedding, even if Mr. Duffington didn't. Mamma was thrilled to have such a prominent guest." "Mm-hmm." He listened with only half an ear, though he was achingly aware of every syllable. He revelled in the husky sound of her voice, imagined the glow of her skin as he undressed her, one agonizing inch at a time. "Mine," the beast whined, scratching at his cage. "Soon," he reassured it. David shone the lantern to the right, looking for the landmark he had come to know so well over the past 2 weeks. Caroline leaned over his shoulder, peering into the scrubby growth of trees that had caught his attention. The press of her body felt like the softest of caresses, and he leaned back into her a long, simmering moment. It was the most thorough contact he had permitted himself in 16 excruciating days, and he savoured it, committing each of her breaths to memory. "Why did you stay away from me before the wedding?" Caroline whispered, breaking through his thoughts. Her voice rang faintly with hurt, and he smiled into the night to hear it. A husband liked to know that his wife wanted him. It stood to reason that a wife would wish to know the same. He set down the lantern and pulled her into his ready arms. "Didn't you know, lass?" He cupped her face in his hands. "I couldn't resist you. One touch, one kiss, and I knew I would be ruined." "I had been hoping you might ruin me." She tilted her cheek into the palm of his hand and wet her lips in a gesture that shot straight to that most neglected part of his body. "I wanted to wait for our wedding night." His new realization that he was, in fact, a man of some honor demanded a principled path. Waiting wasn't just something he had wanted to do. It was something he had needed to do. He brushed the pad of one thumb across the smooth texture of her cheek. He could not see her freckles in the meager light, but he knew where each one lay, and his lips longed to trace their path. But first, there were things he needed to say. "I didn't do that with Elizabeth, and I regretted it. I told myself there would be time to get it right later, a lifetime of exploration to make up for my fumbling lack of acuity." He swallowed, looking down on his beautiful wife, who stared so trustingly back from his cupped palms. "I know now not to take such a thing for granted." "I think I can understand that," she whispered, "as long as you promise to ruin me soon." She lifted her mouth, seeking his, but he angled higher, brushing a kiss to her brow instead. At her sigh of frustration, he dropped his hands, fighting a smile. "Come," he told her, picking up the lantern and pulling her under the branch of a small tree that had a no trespass sign nailed to its trunk. "I have something to show you first." "What is it?" Concern tempered the sensual exasperation that still simmered in her voice. "We cannot go this way." "Trust me." He tugged her deeper, starting down the steep path that angled away into blackness. "But this is someone's land, and we cannot just—" "Caroline," he said sternly, "if you would just hold your tongue and follow me, I promise that in 2 minutes' time I will offer it a more pleasurable use." She fell silent at that. He led her down a good 200 feet, the scent of the ocean and the sounds of the waves growing stronger as they descended. When they finally came to a fence with a chained gate, David pulled a box from his jacket pocket, his fingers surprisingly steady against the black velvet. "I have been waiting 2 weeks to give you this wedding present. I trust you will agree. It was worth the wait." She looked down at the ribbon-wrapped box. Her mouth opened in a perfect O that had him thinking of very unladylike uses for it. Not that he wanted a lady tonight. No, David wanted the wild temptress she kept loosely bound inside her. He was determined to unlock her pleasure, and this gift was only part of his plan. She untied the ribbon, and he held up the lantern so she could see what lay inside. "You have given me a key." She sounded perplexed. "It opens the padlock." When she hesitated, he took it from her and removed the chain from the fence. "Go on," he urged. She pushed a few feet in, and then her gasp echoed against the high cliff walls. "Why, it's the cove," she said, a delighted hitch in her voice. "But we didn't walk nearly far enough, and I never knew there was another entrance." David joined her, taking up her hand. "There wasn't. I made this one. Hacked the footholds out of the cliff wall. And surprisingly, the distance to the cove was never that far from Brighton. The old seaside route just took twice as long because of the irregular coastline." "So this is what you've been doing the last 2 weeks?" She looked up at him, one dark brow raised high. "Aye," he chuckled. "A man has to spend his frustration somewhere. It's yours, lass. The beach, the cliffs, the land above, all of it." She stared at him, her ever-changing eyes dark pools in the light from the lantern. "How is that possible?" "'Tis a wedding gift from my family." David grinned, recalling how excited he had been when he had discovered the land above the cliff was for sale. "My father arranged its purchase for us. I covered over the old seaside entrance and put up the new fence so no one else can find their way here without this key." He kissed the top of her head, breathing in the warm vanilla scent of her. "You do not have to worry about others using it, not anymore. You can swim here whenever you want, dressed however you like." Although, if he had anything to say about it, naked would be the preferred state of dress tonight. "We can build a summer house overhead once my investments begin to pay out." She reared back, her eye searching his. "But I thought we had decided to live in Scotland." She was squeezing his hand so tight his fingers had started to tingle, along with other neglected parts of his body. "Who is to say we cannot have 2 homes?" He chuckled. "Scotland in the spring, Brighton in the summer. Now come." He tugged on her hand. "There is more." He drew her in further, and her second gasp echoed in his ears. He held the lantern up high and could see his instructions had been followed to the letter. A bed had been prepared, there on the rock. A profusion of pillows lay at the ready, with the Bedford crest embroidered on the cases. A picnic basket sat nearby, a bottle of good Highland malt peeking from the rim. He turned to her and smiled. Everything was ready. He was ready. He only hoped she was. Welcome to your wedding night, Mrs. Cameron. She should have told him thank you. Somehow he had known who she was and what she needed. He did not expect her to knit socks or require her to be someone other than who she was. He had given her the most perfect gift imaginable, and a proper thank you was the least she should give him in return. But the sob that caught in her throat left her literally unable to form the words the moment required. She flung herself against him, and he caught her up in arms so strong they made her knees buckle. He chuckled against her hair, seeming not to care that she was proving herself an unmanly sort of wife. She lifted her lips to his, seeking the joining her heart had been missing for 2 long weeks. But once again, he avoided her kiss. Caroline wanted to gnash her teeth. What was the matter? They were married, they were alone, surrounded by nothing but moonlight and ocean. It was dark, for heaven's sake, so he could not see her 2 long legs or her 2 flat chest. It was perfect. Unless he thought she was too forward. That sobered her a bit. After all, she was beginning to realize she was a woman who revelled in physical pleasure. His lessons had taught her that far more effectively than any book, and her curiosity over the last 2 weeks had fueled thoughts so wicked she was afraid to give voice to them, even in her head. But that was who she was. Surely he understood that such a woman lurked inside her, every bit as much as the fearless swimmer.
I have wanted to do something since I saw you standing in this very spot 3 weeks ago, David said.
His voice was a rumble, and at the sound, Caroline felt as if the waves on the shore were actually tumbling in her chest. His hands came up and curved around her head, fingers stretching through hair that Bess had spent an hour putting up just this morning. Pins dislodged like flying artillery, raining down as his fingers tugged gently against her scalp. And then her hair was down, and he was busy searching for the last remaining pins, his fingers taunting her with their bold strokes. Finally, he stood back, admiring his handiwork. Beautiful. He smiled at her, and she could see in that smile the rake he had once been. You are still owed a lesson, I think. Turn around, Caroline, and face the cliffs. Her lungs seized up, but her feet, thankfully, retained their function. She turned as her husband instructed and waited to see what he would do next. Her inability to see him only heightened her want. His fingers brushed against her neck in a slow, tantalizing sweep, smoothing her hair to one side and making the fine hairs on her arms stand at attention. And then his lips replaced his fingers, there along her nape. Her skin crackled beneath the blazing touch of his tongue, and she sagged against him, feeling the insistent press of his erection notch against her backside. Relief caught her up in its arms. She might be forward, but clearly he wanted the same thing she did. The strong band of his arm snaked around to pin her waist. Cool air met the skin of her shoulders as he used his other hand to unbutton the row of buttons that marched down the back of her wedding dress. Seed pearls scattered beneath his fingers, but she could not bring herself to care as he slid it down off her shoulders. She started to turn around, but the wall of his arm prevented her. Stand, he warned, nipping her earlobe with his teeth. She stood with her back pressed against him, trembled as he unlaced her corset and sent it the way of the beautiful gown, obeyed when he instructed her to kick out of her slippers. But when he reached around and untied the ribbon that closed the front of her shift, she placed a hand over his. "Can we not leave it on?" Thoughts of her body's inadequacy made her fingers tremble. Divested of the protection of her gown and corset, she could feel his hard length seeking her core through the thin layer of cotton. Her shift posed no barrier to physical intimacy, as his earlier lessons had already taught her. But it did relieve her fears, a thin shield that guarded her vulnerability. His chuckle slid down her spine and centered with remarkable alacrity on that place between her legs that had grown moist with want. "Oh no, love. This is the other thing I have wanted to do ever since you tortured me in the bathing machine with that hideous robe. Modesty has no place in a marriage, and I will not be denied my rights." Chapter 35. The minx thought she could spend their wedding night in her shift. Clearly, there was more here to teach. David pushed her protesting hand away, grasped the tie that haunted his dreams, pulled it free. Her gasp told him he was heading in the right direction, even if she couldn't bring herself to admit it. He slid her loosened shift off one shoulder, then the other, then knelt to slide the filmy piece of fabric the rest of the way down. He permitted his fingers the luxury of trailing her bare skin as he went. When he finally had her free of the thing, he placed his palm against her soft calf. "No stockings," he whispered, swallowing in anticipation. "I do not wear them in summer." Her voice teased down at him, reminding him that he held a very long length of leg in his hands. His lips begged for the privilege of charting its contours, and he gave in to the demand, delivering a series of tiny kisses upward until he reached the hollow behind her knee. "I believe summer may have to become my favourite season, lass." Her body shook, whether from amusement or want was difficult to tease out. "I like it when you call me lass." "I wonder if you'll still like it when you're 70. He hoped so, because he was planning on calling her that for a good long time. He was concentrating on the taste of her thighs now, and he swirled his tongue ever closer to where his instincts demanded his mouth go. Her laboured breathing was painting a very clear map, but he reminded himself that she was still innocent, one step at a time. He was fast losing his hold on the tenuous restraint he had been gripping most of the evening. He rose and stripped off his clothing faster than he could have ever imagined. And then his arms were reaching around her again, this time to cup her breasts. He brushed his fingers over her nipples, thrilled by the shudder he could jerk out of her with little more than a touch. Her gasp of surprise told him he had made the right choice in keeping his lips to a more conventional purpose. If a mere touch from his hand sent her trembling like this, anything more would have been too much, too fast. The feeling of her bare back pressed against his own heated skin had him groaning against the nape of her neck. He pressed another kiss against the impossibly soft skin there, and then slowly released her. As difficult as it was to hold himself back, there was one more thing he wanted to do. He stepped around her, turned, and stared. The moment stuttered to a stop, and David knew he had a new vision of this woman, to be held in miniature and tucked away for special occasions. Her skin glowed white against the meagre light of the half-moon and lantern. Her hair tumbled like a dark curtain over her shoulders, a riot of curls and waves that he wanted to wrap around his hand. The ocean lay at her back, the half-moon reflected on the horizon. It occurred to him that she belonged here, uninhibited, untamed, and moreover, that she belonged to him. "I love you, Caroline. I shall never tire of looking at you, I fear, so you'd best get used to the idea of swimming without your shift." Her lips curved up, an open invitation that made the picture she offered that much more poignant. "Are we to swim, then?" He nodded, his chest squeezing tight against the thought of even a moment's additional delay. "Aye, among other things I have planned for tonight, but not the first." He lifted her up and hooked an arm beneath her bare legs, carrying her toward the bed that had been laid out on the rock. "I think," he said, his voice gone hoarse with the want that threatened to consume him, "that it is time to finish this lesson." David laid her down on a pile of linens so luxurious that in another time and another place Caroline would have been tempted to roll over and to bury her face in them. But he scarcely gave her time to contemplate the feel of it, because in what seemed like an instant he was kneeling between her legs and running his hands up and down the length of her nude body. It was unbearably dark. He had left the lantern where they had been standing, and now she had only moonlight to see him by. But it proved enough, given that at the moment her eyes wanted only to flutter closed. Her skin caught fire at his sure, deft touch, licking along her limbs to center with delicious promise in the juncture of her thighs. Yes, this was what she had been wanting, this pleasure-pain that the sight of him promised, but couldn't quite deliver. She arched up against him, trusting him to show her what she needed, convinced that if he didn't hurry, she might expire on the spot. And then he was lowering himself on top of her and taking her lips in a kiss that left her panting. His tongue danced against hers, teasing, withdrawing, coming back again. He kissed her a long, long time, seeming to take pleasure in her rising passion. But it wasn't enough. She wanted to throw off her skin and meld into him. She wanted a touch from this man so sure, so deep, it would bind them as one breath, one thought. She moaned into his mouth. "More," she gasped, and he obeyed, notched his hips against hers, slid inside her ready body an agonizing inch, and stopped. Caroline opened her eyes in frustration. The moonlight seemed brighter now that her eyes had adjusted to the dark. She could see his large body looming over her, a look of pained uncertainty on his face. Surely he wasn't going to stop now. She was lying beneath him, her legs wrapped around his waist. If he stopped now, she was going to kill him. "I want more," she was demanding now, not asking. "And you shall have it," he told her, through gritted teeth. "Just kiss me, lass." She pulled his head down, her mouth open and willing, and then, at the moment when their lips met, he pushed into her body, making a raw sound of need that quite covered up her squeak of surprise. While the brief flash of pain was distracting, the aftermath of it was not unpleasant. Far from it. She adjusted to meet him, to welcome him. She might be innocent, but her body seemed to know the movements, as if they were imprinted on her soul. When he began to rock her gently, she responded with an instinctive arching of her hips. "Better?" he asked, his words a breathless question. "I still want more," she gasped against his lips. He chuckled and moved faster, apparently satisfied that she wasn't going to break or run shrieking into the night. Caroline's soul strained upward, reaching for that spark he had previously shown her, realizing in that moment how powerful she was with him, how perfect they were together. Whatever momentary discomfort she had felt on their joining dissolved. She revelled in the building storm. She felt no hesitance this time, no resistance to launching herself toward those swirling emotions. She knew her final destination now, and she trusted him. With her heart, her body, her pleasure. He had learned her body well,
and she could sense he guided her toward that place as skillfully as a captain at the helm of his ship. And then she was there, breaking over the crest of that wave, shattering like the water against the nearby rocks. She felt bounced against the stars, lobbed high against the stark black canvas of the night. Dimly, she realized David was right behind her. He gasped against her neck, straining into his own release. Falling back to sanity took nearly as long as the falling apart. She became aware, in slow degrees, of the cool night air and the perspiration on their bodies. David shifted so his weight fell beside her, and then she drifted in the beauty of his arms, sated and happy. She experimentally stretched her toes to see if they still worked. Her body felt disjointed, as if he had taken her apart piece by piece. She wondered if she would ever be set back to rights. "How did you find the final lesson?" His voice reached out to her through the shadows, curling about her thoughts and sending a frisson of warmth through that place on her body where they had just been joined. Caroline opened her eyes to see this man who was her match. A smile worked its way onto her face. Surely that wasn't the final lesson. She knew there was more to discover, knew it as surely as she knew how to breathe. Her innate curiosity about things of a physical nature, her athleticism, those things that had always set her apart and marked her as an oddity bound for gossip and ostracism, had finally found a place where they belonged in this man. "I suspect I may need more practice if I am to acquit myself well in the future." A low chuckle reached her ears. "We've the whole night, lass." Caroline lifted herself on one elbow. She was this man's wife. The thought filled her with awe. They could do this whenever they wanted, and there was no doubt in her mind she wanted to do it again. She skimmed a questing finger down his chest and repeated the motion when he shuddered beneath it. He had taken great care with her, of that she had no doubt. She felt a little sore, but nothing to the degree that she had expected. She reached out a hand and touched the length of him through the darkness. He felt soft in her hands, a man well spent. Caroline permitted herself to give voice to the wicked idea that had plagued her ever since he had stood in front of her, glorious in his own nakedness, even as he had stared down on hers. "Would you like me to put my mouth on you?" A beat of silence followed her question, and then she heard his unsteady response. "Where did you learn about that?" "Penn's book," she admitted, fitting her fingers around him in an experimental fashion. "I thought it was a medical text." "Well, it might be a medical text. About Far East practices. My father collected travel tomes. Some of them are rather revealing." Another long silence. "Well, lass," he sighed, though it was a happy sound. "Not that I do not find the idea pleasing, but the truth of the matter is that such a thing works better before the act. It shall take me a few minutes more to recover to the point of being ready." "How many more minutes?" she asked, genuinely curious. She tightened her fingers, and his body, which had been so quiescent only moments before, stirred to life in her hand. "Because I confess I want more, and it seems to as well." He rolled her onto her back and reared up over her, a dark, tortured prince come to life. "Christ, you are a surprise, wife." He leaned down and caught her lips in a gentle kiss, but now that she knew where gentle kisses could lead, now that she knew she could force him to that place where he lost his mind and became as much animal as man, she did not mind his careful restraint. "More, is it?" he asked, his breathing already becoming ragged. She nodded, quickening again in that place where her body arched up against his. "Well, Mrs. Cameron, you are a woman in luck, because it just so happens there is much more, and given that you are such a quick study, I think I can manage another lesson. Epilogue. Caroline knew she would never forget her first journey by coach, even though she desperately wanted to. The leather-lined interior carried hints of the sweat and cigar smoke left by the previous occupants, who had thankfully disembarked in Ullapool. The wheels found every rut in the road, making her joints unhinge with frightening regularity. The cramped wooden cabin brought to mind a coffin, being pulled at the mercy of wild-eyed horses that might or might not stop when ordered. All solid arguments to stay in Brighton. Of course, as Caroline and David's primary home was to be in Scotland, at least for the foreseeable future, the tortuous coach ride was proving unavoidable. They had spent a memorable 2 months in Brighton, swimming every day, exploring the fashionable parts of the city. They'd visited the theatre, walked in the botanical gardens, gone to the Brighthelmston races and bet on a losing horse. She was now thoroughly introduced to the wonders of a marriage bed, and was blushingly aware of the more daring guidance in the book she had once studied for inspiration. But with the arrival of October's grey skies and colder weather had come the inevitable. The Baroness had returned to Scotland weeks ago, and Caroline knew David worried about his mother's health. In the end, Caroline had not just wanted to come to Morake, she had insisted upon it. She only prayed that what awaited them in Scotland held the same degree of happiness they had left behind in Brighton. However, judging by the dreary view out of her window of endless hills and towering pines, Scotland's change in scenery was proving a disappointment at best. "Just another few miles now, love. The view opens up over this next ridge." David's voice near her right ear pulled her from her thoughts. Given the option of viewing her new husband smile or another few miles of pine-topped forests, the choice was clear. She turned away from the window and tilted her face up to welcome a quick kiss. "I'll feel better once we've stopped." He went a step further than the chaste brush of lips she thought he would offer, lifting her bodily onto his lap, with her back to his chest, as the coach began to lurch up yet another hill. "I've a mind to use the last half hour to put that worried frown to rest," he whispered in one ear. His words were stern, though his voice was wrapped in warmth. His fingers traced a wicked pattern between her shoulder blades. "What has you so tied up in knots, lass? Are you missing your family so very much?" She leaned her back against him, enjoying the way the word lass lingered in her ears. "No." Mamma and Penelope had seemed happy enough to see her off, and they were planning to visit Morake in the spring. She reached up a hand to finger the starched edge of his necktie, where it pressed against her hair. "You are my family now, and I am content as long as I am with you." "Oh, it is my family, then, who has that worry line etched between your eyes. You know they love you too." She laughed. "They scarcely know me, David. We spent little more than a week with them in August, after the wedding. Surely love is a little too strong a sentiment to apply here." Although she knew they liked her. Against all expectations, against all logic, they seemed to accept their son's eccentric choice of wife with open arms, a fact for which she was grateful. "Well, they shall learn to love you as much as I do. Given that we shall be staying with them until we find the place you like well enough to purchase, I imagine you shall get to know each other very well." Caroline fit her lips around a smile. "It's not that either." She focused her nervous fingers on a loose thread along the edge of his collar.
I've never spent any time away from the ocean, she admitted, embarrassed to admit it out loud. In fact, I have never travelled farther than an occasional day trip to Lewes. I am worried I shall miss it. This time it was David's turn to laugh. Why should that be what is bothering you? Irritation flared, and she wiggled around to face him. She grabbed onto the edges of his open jacket and tugged. "'Tis not funny, David." It had taken courage to admit her fear. He merely smiled, his eyes crinkling in amusement. "I suppose I didn't explain very well, did I?" "Explain what?" she said, more crossly now. He peered out the window, craning his head. "I think it shall be evident all too soon. Ah, yes, there it is." He spread his hands. "Behold, mermaid, your kingdom awaits." Caroline peered distrustfully in the direction he indicated, and then her breath tangled in her throat. As they rounded the crest of the hill, the endless forest seemed to fall away in front of them. A sparkling azure vista rose up to take its place. Her stomach turned over, pushing her thoughts tumbling along with it. Everywhere she looked, she saw water. Brilliant, sky-reflecting blue, framed by dark rock cliffs. And farther on, almost a whimsical notion on the horizon, a thin, dark line where the fresh water merged with the ocean. Loch Moraig, David grinned at her. And farther on, the Atlantic. The very same waters that touch Brighton, albeit much, much colder. You shall not miss the ocean, Caroline. I promise. She blinked, scarcely able to believe what a ninny she had been. She hadn't even thought to ask. Then again, this man near robbed the very logic from her brain. Using the edges of his coat still gripped in her hands, she pulled him toward her and buried her nose in the fabric of his shirt. She breathed in once, twice. "Will anyone think it odd if I swim in that lovely loch?" she murmured against the solid rock of his chest. His big body shook with suppressed laughter. "Only when it snows, love. Only when it snows." And then he was tilting her chin up with a gentle finger. The last thing she saw before her lashes fluttered shut was the brilliant blue of her husband's eyes searching her own. She welcomed his kiss with a grateful sigh. His lips coaxed her own apart, and then he was breaching her fears and worries with a calm assurance that sent her squirming on his lap. After that, it was but the work of a moment to shatter her preconceived notions regarding coach rides. Caroline quickly discovered that for consenting adults, the tight four walls and roll-down shades offered some hidden pleasures. The heady sandalwood scent to be found around the edge of David's collar banished the malodorous cabin to a state of non-existence, and the rocking of the springs beneath the carriage floor and occasional ruts in the road made sitting on her new husband's lap interesting, to say the least. With his busy fingers, he kept her so distracted she scarcely had time to dwell on the rest of the ride. In fact, she would not have minded if the coach travelled on forever, heading for that thin blue line where fresh water met the ocean. It was true she did not know what the future might bring, or what manner of pleasures awaited her in Scotland. But with this man beside her, and the promise of summers spent in her beloved Brighton, she discovered she was very much looking forward to the journey.